Stranger Things season 1 started in 2016, and if it's true, it won't end until 2027, and it only has 5 seasons.
That's insane. And the Penguin just halted production. I don't know if you heard about that, Cap.
Sorry, guys, we're actually broadcasting. I didn't mean to just straight up start streaming, but I had this set up apparently slightly wrong because we're just live now.
Hello, everyone. We're just talking about things.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't hear us spoil the Flash.
Did you say no? We weren't broadcasting that. Did you say we were just talking about Stranger Things? Or we're just talking about things.
Things that are stranger.
Yeah, stranger than fiction. That's the world we live in now, man. We were talking about the writer's strike and all the wackiness happening in Hollywood. Okay, we're gonna watch the 11th episode. Sorry, 12 now, right?
Yes.
We're about halfway there, folks.
We're halfway there.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna make it, but I'm gonna try. We are watching Hereafter, which is one I like, or at least I remember liking. But
no, Cap, we're watching Smallville.
That I've got questions.
Hereafter.
No, Hereafter is the title of the episode. It's Smallville season 3. Folks will know that if they clicked on this. It says Smallville. Is everybody having a good morning? Did everybody get some rest overnight? Are y'all rested and ready to listen to me not be rested or coherent?
Who is here? I see Code Geass Anime Fan and someone I'm not familiar with.
Kitsune Rokaku. Hi there.
We are indeed living on a prayer.
Kitsune, is that...
I think I know that guy.
Is that a Ninja Turtles reference, or is that a different Kitsune? I wonder.
It could also be Naruto.
Oh, yeah, sure. And, like, I don't know anime stuff, but there's one Kitsune I'm familiar with, and that's a Ninja Turtles.
That's what we should do, is 24-hour anime streams.
I thought about it. You know, it would just be me not knowing anything and reacting live, see if anybody shows up. But
I thought you were gonna say 24-hour Ninja Turtle streams.
I would do that too. Really, I think this is just my life now. I think I just
stop giving him ideas.
Sit in the chair, press play, and hope for the best, and never sleep. All right, guys. I hope if you've been watching with us, you've been having a good time so far. I'm having the worst watch of Season 3 I've ever had. But hopefully it somehow starts to turn around somewhere. I still enjoyed the big episodes I've always enjoyed. But, man, there were a couple that I remember being a little better than they were. Jar Jar Ed says I'm a madman. Oh, in more ways than one. Did you see the memo about how I'm having a 6th child? And I'm doing this. I don't know what my life is. I'm in... the nerdiest sitcom.
Cap, you had Austin watch one of your favorite episodes. What were you thinking?
What do you mean? Like, why was that bad
idea? Well, I mean, he didn't like it that much.
Everyone knows you don't show Austin things you like.
Well, yeah, but he didn't have a lot of negative to say about it either. He was probably just kind of, nothing by it, which is big praise coming from him for this show. He didn't like the pilot.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the premise. He doesn't like the actors.
I mean, he's just wrong because this is the best Lex Luthor we've ever gotten so far.
Yeah, but he hasn't really, I don't know, spent enough time with it to appreciate that. If he's coming at it from the angle of I just don't even like these people, let's just get into this because we've got 12 more of these to watch and I can't even think of words or ideas. Okay, make sure that you're at timestamp 0, however you're going to watch the episode, and get ready to press play when I say now, which I'm just about to do. Everybody please press play right now. Hey, it's Fight for Fighting.
God, I haven't heard this song in years.
In for years?
Yes, I haven't heard it in for years.
See, don't pretend like I'm the only one that's starting to get to like a hallucinogenic place.
I'm feeling a little bit better after I ate something.
Yeah, same here.
And then I made some coffee over our breakfast break.
For the record, Perry White, sleep deprivation is how you start seeing the flying monkeys. Okay, not drinking.
I don't know why, but that like auto-triggered a Robin Williams stand-up skit in my head. And he's got some of my favorite stand-up stuff.
I love how I didn't make him laugh. I just said a thing that made him think of someone funnier than me. That's... I mean, Robin Williams is funnier than most people, but...
There's very few people that are funnier than Robin
Williams.
Yeah,
no, I'm not comparing myself to Robin Williams. I just think that's funny. I was like, oh, cool, I made him laugh really hard. And then he goes, Robin Williams! But yeah, Fight for Fighting, my wife and I were big fans of him. That's, Andrasic. I can't think of his first name right now.
Around?
Yeah, but his stuff now sounds way too modern and kind of auto-tuney, and it's a shame. He's not doing what he used to. And I think he was going downhill by his third or fourth album anyway. Like, his first two albums are really solid. He's not a good lyricist, but that's part of what's fun to listen to him, or that's part of why it's fun to listen to him, because his lyrics are hilarious and contradictory and make no sense. I don't know what's happening in his songs.
Yeah, and see, when I'm listening to music, lyrics are like the least important thing to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have that too to some degree, but that's a guy I listen to a whole bunch, so, like, when I started actually paying attention to the lyrics, it got really funny. It's like, wait a minute, what are you even saying? So this is kind of even the reverse of the Cassandra thing, right? Where you have a young kid that touches somebody and sees their future death, like, way down the line, if they're gonna live that long, as opposed to what's just about to happen to them. Although that's not true, because Cassandra would see, like, way in the future also, wouldn't she? With, like, Lex Luthor.
Yeah, she would see, like, their way off future.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm wrong. So it's the same thing, except now it's just death. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I am a sucker for the, like, everything is kind of washed, like, black and white except for a certain color.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. The kind of Sin City thing.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if you played the Batman Telltale Shadow DLC, but it's like that and it's beautiful.
I don't think I have. I didn't know that had DLC.
It's not like story DLC, it's like they redesigned the game to be black and white, but certain things will be colored, like Catwoman's goggles or
I would love to play it that way. Did they do it with the second one too?
I believe so.
Ooh, that's awesome.
I'll see if I can find a picture of it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, they did that for a lot of the marketing for Arkham City. A lot of those posters were black and white, but had, like, the color. Like, Cap talked about that in the rewind on it, like how they marketed it.
Yes. I wasn't even thinking about that, but I guess that's just what we do with video games and Batman.
It looks cool.
No, I was just sitting here thinking of Goofy Fight for Fighting lyrics. He's got one song where he says, "Sometimes good's better than bad." What? Sometimes? Sometimes good's better than bad. Okay.
Yeah, just sometimes.
There's a Tick episode where there's an elderly superhero who goes, "Remind me again, what was so bad about evil?"
That reminds me of that bit in Batman Superman Public Enemies where Clark's like, "What happened to all the good villains?" And Bruce is like, "Clark, what's a good villain?"
You know, the interesting ones, the fun ones. Thomas Lowe, she only sees the red cape for Clark's future. No, you're actually conflating that with this episode. That's this kid who sees future deaths. When he touches Clark, he doesn't see his death because he's ostensibly not going to die. And that's the one big thing I take issue with this episode, which I talked about when I reviewed it before, which is, of course, they don't have, you know, this kind of forethought, so they don't realize they're going to do this. They're not thinking about this episode when they do it. But when he touches Clark, what he should see is the time that he does die. Because, yeah, he's going to come back to life, but he's actually going to full-on die. That happens in a couple of seasons. That happens next season.
No, that's season 5.
Or is it 5? Yeah, in 5, he actually straight up dies. Why doesn't he see that?
Well, no, you know what he should see, right? that god-awful Doomsday costume in season 8.
Yes. Well, that was a metaphorical death.
It looks better than it would have looked if they tried CGI.
Oh, I thought you meant the black T-shirt he was wearing after he was metaphorically killed by Doomsday.
No, he should have seen actual Doomsday.
Actual Doomsday? Yeah, but he doesn't die. He doesn't get killed by that.
Yeah, but I mean, you could have gotten away with that here because they had no plans to do Doomsday at this point.
No, that's true. But then it would have been really silly because they still would have done Doomsday. They would have just pretended like they never did this. But then
so you mean like how?
But then they could have killed him
8...
and had him come back, like they end up doing with a different thing anyway. Sorry, John.
Mm-hmm.
Josh in the comments just said that Lana is the greatest comic book character adaptation ever written. I'm not sure if he's being serious or not.
Remember when she was filled with kryptonite and moved to China and became a better hero than Clark ever was? You and I remember this very differently. Oh, Sarkat, good. We're on the same page then. Not that we have to be, but I didn't understand you before, and now I do.
Well, you know, her arc of moving to China and becoming a better hero that Clark did really inspired that Rebirth book, Super-Man, or Super-Man.
Hey, that book is great. Don't besmirch the great name of Super-Man, and I'm not being sarcastic. It's wonderful.
Did it end well? I don't remember.
I don't know. I never finished it. I bought it all, but I lost track of it somewhere. But it stayed good. I didn't stop because I didn't like it. I would just
AMC. We don't mention the Crisis. A certain amount of Earths. That whole thing in Crisis doesn't even make sense with this show.
Walking away sad. Oh, in the comics?
No, he said that AMC said never gonna die even though he gave up his powers. I assume he's talking about Crisis.
In Crisis, yeah.
I knew I shouldn't have had any expectations, and yet I was still disappointed.
And isn't Luthor still president at that point? Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
What do you mean still?
Well, that
I don't
like
know
Clark
when he
has...
became president.
Well, Clark's...
No, but that...
I mean, how long has it been in the timeline? Like, how many terms did he get?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Clark's retired and given up his powers, and Lex is still
president?
And he's fine with that?
Oh, yeah, that too.
That was my issue with it, was... Like, if Lex is in prison, like, okay, I guess that's over, but it's kind of a problem.
But yeah, I think this kid does a good job.
Yeah.
He looks a lot like Shawn Ashmore. He has, like, a really similar face. It's just a lot skinnier.
He kind of looks like
Shawn Ashmore as a teenager, like if he was a lot younger.
Yeah.
He also, I don't know if it's just me and my sleep-deprived brain, but he kind of looks like the guy from The Boys, the main character.
Oh, Jack Quaid. I mean, I can see it. Got a similar enough look.
But yeah, I like how, like, jittery he's playing this. Like, it's really believable that this is what you'd turn into if everybody you touched, you saw their death. Like, it's the kind of superpower that's much more of a curse than a power.
Yeah.
In its way, it's a little rogue-esque. You know, where it's like you've got to avoid touching people.
Mm-hmm.
Except you're not like worried about hurting other people. You're just like in a weird way, like I guess you are and you aren't. It's like, you know, I wish that I could save people, but I can't, so that makes it a lot worse. It's not just he's constantly seeing death, it's that he can't do anything about it. So I guess he's not hurting anybody, but he feels like he has responsibility to help, but he can't, which I guess could be a good Clark parallel. I don't think that's brought to the fore, but you know, with the responsibility thing we were talking about, however many hours ago it was.
Choreographed.
I'm sorry.
Cap, what was that? What are your thoughts on this Adam scene?
What are my thoughts on what? This guy I don't like talking about?
John just said that it looked really obviously choreographed when he kicked Alana.
He's like
almost
having
like
a
a
night
supremacist.
terror and suddenly happens to move his foot up to kick her right in the abdomen.
Yes, what are the odds of that? Sorry, I totally missed what you said, and I thought you said, what do you think of his abs? And I was like, I mean, he has them. I'm not sure that I have an opinion on the man's abs.
Yes, Cap, he's giving us an opinion on every man's abs in Smallville.
Okay, what happened? We had like 7 episodes in a row of shirtless Clark, and then nothing for the last 3. We gave it to all the other characters.
You sound very disappointed.
Yeah, why are you so disappointed about that?
What is this a problem?
No, I'm just a little
No, I'm
surprised.
just curious.
Is the tennis racket back?
I see the clock
Wait.
again.
No, that's a different clock though. It's smaller.
Yeah,
You sure?
it's a Smallville
Yeah.
clock. No, that's the same. That's the same clock.
Oh,
It's
is
just a
that?
dip. Was this episode shot earlier in the season and then just jumped? Like, nah, that wouldn't make sense with the Adam stuff.
I don't think it could have been.
Yeah.
We don't know much about your character. We're gonna introduce you later, but we're gonna shoot this episode to be episode 2, and then we'll eventually get to your introduction.
All I'm saying is I was counting all the Clark shirtless scenes and they completely stopped doing that.
Oh,
I'm
you're
sure you're
upset
very
because it
disappointed.
affects your book. It impacts.
The Necromonicon X Countess is incomplete.
Yeah, that's a decent enough bit of continuity where like they're getting along better. They remembered
and
what
there's that
happened last
random guy
episode.
hanging out watching them like a creeper.
Lex needs to get off his computer and play some pool again. He hasn't done that at all this season. He's drank a lot.
Yeah, and that's also frustrating for you trying to write your book.
Yeah, Josh. Anything that happens in the Arrowverse, it does not count with Smallville Clark. I refuse.
Thomas Love, everything you can complain about, Robert, you choose shirtless. Yeah, come on, Robert.
Oh, I'm the bad guy here. Okay. I get
He
it.
turned into Billy.
The problem
Eilish
is,
for a
what
minute.
what else can we say about Ian Somerhalder's character right now that we haven't already said? Like at the moment, there's nothing else to talk about.
He's very good at kicking.
Cap's the one that was complimenting his abs.
So, Cap, what do you think of Michael Rosenbaum's abs?
I mean, he has them.
You presume, anyway.
Like he's wearing his shirt. I don't know. They might be absent.
Oh, that should make me laugh.
Okay, so
Very
we
least,
are now
you should-
playing up the mystery of with what is his name? Ian Somerhalder's character?
Adam?
Adam, there you go.
I just want you to think about what Lex just said, how much you know about your new friend, but think about it as if Christian Bale's Batman was delivering it. It's 10 times better.
Why?
Because it'd just be like the end of Dark Knight where he's like struggling to breathe through his dialogue.
About your new friend.
How much do you know?
You know where I thought you were going with that? How much do you weigh? A little more than 108.
I thought we weren't talking about that.
Hey, I'm quoting
Oh,
89,
sorry.
man.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. So this is a period in the season, and maybe we'll just carry this all the way to the end. I don't remember where we're lighting everything a lot darker and moodier, and it's for the sake of this episode because our Kryptofreak is dealing with like a really morbid subject matter, of course, and so we're playing it more somber. But we keep coming up with premises for the next several episodes that keep us in that space. So there's going to be kind of this melancholy for a lot of these, if memory serves.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like it.
I do too.
There's a lot of purple.
And I think a lot of that is because the Adam subplot kind of takes over, and he's like a dead man walking, which is your I want to say thematic, but I guess just story parallel with your Kryptofreak and that guy now. And so at this point, they have to know he's a dead man walking. So the question is, just going back to what we were talking about earlier, again, like, when did they decide that? Because it really doesn't feel like it could have been there from the beginning. Maybe it was, but it sure doesn't feel that way.
Did we count the wall of weird? I was looking for it, but I didn't.
I mean, everybody wants to see me have to just keep counting this thing, so...
And Thomas Lowe, I'm sorry I missed that comment earlier. That this kid could have played their third Jimmy Olsen in the show.
Oh, he's the real Jimmy Olsen. I see.
Well, the real Jimmy Olsen,
going to count them.
Okay, guys, we're gonna spin the wheel because we got a super chat earlier.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
John's like, take the wheel off.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Did you really just say that? Yes, Clark.
Oh no,
Clark.
Clark.
Okay, so folks, if you haven't been watching this for the next 5 minutes, every time Clark's on screen, Clark, we have to yell Clark.
Clark.
It's the rules. It's the law here at Kryptofreak Land.
Clark.
Oh, see, I'm looking at Clark, the other kid.
Clark.
But yeah, I think he's real sympathetic. He's got a real kind of sad plight, and I like that his father's not a horrible person. Like, what do you do if you're his dad? I mean, that guy's as tortured or more so. I also think it's interesting that with Clark, often, if not always, on kind of the side of more fate versus free will, he's the one that kind of makes it possible for things to change. But then the question is, has the kid just been looking at it wrong, where he thinks that there's no changing the future, like it's already set? Or is it because Clark is always magically able to get around Kryptofreak powers just because he's Clark?
These are excellent questions.
John and I have complained about that a lot. Would you call it a question asked, Jarrell, when you get to heaven? Because
yeah.
Clark.
Because if he is inherently weak to kryptonite, wouldn't he technically be like weak to anything created by kryptonite? Clark.
Yeah, it's Clark. It's almost this weird like
Clark
metaphysical thing or something, where it's just he's the hero, so the universe keeps throwing him bones. I mean, that's what it always feels like to me, because it doesn't logically, literally make any sense. I mean, it makes about as much sense as Jarrell's godlike powers, you know, where like the logic is very often this kind of weird, flowery, ethereal thing before it's anything remotely scientific.
Yeah, and the show eventually just does magic.
Well, and of course you can have a universe where you have both, but Jarrell can't be magic. But now, when you say the show eventually does magic, do you mean when it does full-blown magic, or do you mean... I mean, the stuff we're doing with the Kryptonian technology with the artifacts in Season 4 is basically magic.
Oh, I was referring to Zatanna and characters like that.
So I'm going to criticize the sheriff now. She said that everything is a big deal because she has a missing girl. But he just said that he was with the kid. So that means that kid has an alibi, so it's not a big deal. Because it has nothing to do with her going missing.
Yeah, she's doing that kind of typical I don't believe in coincidence thing. But
apparently doesn't believe in alibis either.
But John, you criticize the sheriff, but will you criticize the deputy?
No, you only criticize the sheriff.
Oh, okay.
Did not criticize the deputy. I did not.
I did not. Okay, here it is, folks.
Oh, hi, Robert.
Oh wait, no, maybe we get that later. I thought it was Lex playing the piano. I love complaining about this, but later on, Lex is going to play the piano, and we established earlier in the series that he does not know how to do that.
My question is, why is Adam walking into Lex's house like they're old friends?
Because everybody in the show has to make an entrance.
Wait, John, I don't know if you know this. This is a set.
Yep, this is where he starts
playing.
Wait, no, this is a mansion.
Or maybe he doesn't start playing here. I don't know. He's gonna play piano somewhere. Oh, I know what it is. There's a Kryptofreak that makes him keep playing the piano. Have we already done that, or is that later?
No, I don't think we've done that yet.
He's sad at a piano, but we can't count it, Cap.
Yes, Josh. Although I don't know who Zoe L is, but
Zoe L is Zor-El's little known sister. Zoe L. Lewis Cox, oh man, this version of Dr. Fate has a cool suit. We're not there yet. That's gonna be a few seasons.
He
that'll
looked
be
alright.
sometime in 2026.
No, we'll try real hard to get there before then. Some crazy people want me to try to force all 10 seasons into between now and when my next child is born.
Now we're gonna do 48-hour streams.
Oh no.
No, I don't think I can get through that.
That really is gonna be. I don't think I could even do 36. That's gonna just be us literally going Clark.
No, that's gonna be by the time we get to the 30th hour, both of us are just gonna be sitting in our chairs sleeping.
The writer's strike is gonna put counting Kryptofreaks on hold indefinitely.
If you have to go on hiatus, that's how you should announce a hiatus.
I just pretend like I'm with the guild. Yeah, but it would be weird that I was doing things all the way up until now, because they've been on strike for like 3 months. Oh, but I gotta go on the writer's strike now. I finally decided to defect.
You just got the news really late.
I just found out about it. Josh, we didn't mean to make fun of you, man. Typos are funny. Lewis Cox, I'm sorry, someone said something about later seasons of Smallville and Zatanna, so I was responding. I didn't realize why you were bringing that up. You said this version. I was like, Dr. Fate's not in this episode. Oh, you just mean in Smallville. No, he does look really cool. Absolute Justice is pretty great, or at least I remember it being great. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah, I was just talking earlier about like real magic being a thing later in the show, and like Zatanna, Dr. Fate, they do characters like that where just magic.
I mean, is that such a stretch from Superpowers?
No, it's just, I mean, like Cap said, he likes to keep you like the Kryptonian stuff to stay science fiction. You don't.
Well,
it's just about mixing stuff.
Even if it's not, just come out and tell me what it is. Like, they're just having their cake with it. I mean, they're just kind of.
Okay.
But I don't know, technology that can make that can make you have to trade a life for a life. I mean, it's ethereal and ridiculous, right? Like it's.
But on the flip side, haven't you ever heard of space magic?
Yeah, that's true.
But has Jor-El?
Jor-El invented space magic. Are you kidding?
I think he did. I think Jor-El might have invented time.
Midichlorians.
Jor-El invented Krypton.
Well, there's a reason that I'm going to talk to him when I get to heaven.
It was me all along.
I mean, that might happen in the Krypton show. You don't know. That's apparently a convoluted prequel.
Oh, it's so you don't even know, man.
I'm gonna defend the season 5 death thing with him.
Nobody's gonna watch us do that, but I want to do that
because he can only. It seems like he can only see deaths that are coming soon.
But he saw Lana's.
Nope, he saw Lana's when she was like 80.
She's like an old lady.
Oh, I thought that was just...
No, he sees the end of your timeline.
He didn't see that coming.
And if Clark, honest to God, actually dies... Like I've argued this with people that have been like, well, like, he actually does live forever, so it's a death that doesn't count. But, like, if he actually dies and comes back to life, it doesn't make sense that the power would see past that. I
mean, I know the real answer is they just weren't thinking about it.
Yeah.
But if it's the end of his timeline, I mean, if he comes back, it's not the end of his timeline.
Yeah.
Plus, he couldn't even see a punch coming. Are you gonna trust that guy's visions?
Well, he has to touch people to do it, and that doesn't help you with reflexes? Josh says the Jarrell hologram is all-powerful. Yeah, I was making the case earlier that the only way you can possibly make later Jarrell make any sense with what the previous showrunners do is that this Jarrell is a rogue AI and nothing like the man that built it. But we're not told that. He certainly doesn't seem to mesh with the teenager Jarrell that we get in the 50s.
I mean, I think the answer is obviously it was Palpatine. Somehow he returned.
Oh. Does that make the Jarrell hologram Snoke?
Yes.
There are probably many of those.
Zod is Anakin Skywalker.
Yes, it is. You can't be good at too many things. Just ask Clark Kent.
Isn't this Adam storyline riveting?
I know. It's real hard to talk over, isn't it?
And look at all the purple. And the blue.
It really feels like just kind of a way to be, like, mildly creepy and create what seems like maybe an intriguing mystery. But, like, once you know what it is, it's really not fun to go back and watch again.
Clark!
I don't think we committed to that bit as hard as we could have.
Okay, so he says he's been looking for him all over
I think it's
town.
your fault, Robert. When it's me, just me and John, we are all over the Clarks, man.
I don't understand how it could take him all night to find someone when he has super speed, X-ray vision, and super hearing.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me he can't see, hear, or find him?
I mean, talk about not committing to a bit.
No, that's one of my biggest pet peeves with shows like this, and especially The Flash, when you have a character with super speed and they like get like hit and knocked over, and then someone just goes around the corner. It's like, oh, they're gone. I lost them. It's like,
oh no! Stop! Come back!
Why don't you super speed up onto a roof or a clump of trees or something and look above for a minute? Like, figure out where they went.
Winter Soldier has a minor issue. Example of that. Like a tiny bit. It's when the Winter Soldier blows up Nick Fury's car and Nick Fury escapes by like cutting a hole in the ground and going down. He can't be that far.
Yeah, just go down there and look
Like,
for him.
Yeah,
but at least Winter Soldier doesn't have super speed. If he was the Flash, you'd really cry foul on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Be like, get your ass down there and go really fast. Look around. You'll find him.
That gets so bad with that show in the later seasons.
Yeah, so now things...
Yeah, see, but this is what I was saying earlier, is he had a second vision of Lana dying in a fire.
Yeah,
which means her timeline changed.
Yeah, but why would Clark's?
Because Clark can do anything. I don't know if you've been watching this show, but he just kind of does whatever the plot needs him to do.
Well, no, that's true. But I'm just saying, as my focus, stay with me for a second. As much as we can keep it within the confines of the fiction, there's nothing that happens post this that would change the direction of his timeline. And that's also just kind of the like, framing I was putting it in saying timeline. I don't full on know how exactly this works, but...
Well, and I mean, I think in End of the Timeline where it works, right? So, like, I could see it working since if according to this, if fate is all predetermined, he is already predetermined to die and come back. So that wouldn't be the death he would see. It would be he just keeps going because he will come back.
Yeah, but the problem is I just don't know exactly how the power works. So because we go real literal with this stuff a lot. So if the power is he can see your death, I would think he'd see his death. But, like, if I frame it as his timeline, then yeah, but I don't know for sure if I'm right about that. And they don't know either. I mean, we're thinking too hard about this, but it's either this or we talk about Adam. And
these are excellent questions.
Power is within. You just have to believe in the morphin grid. Or the heart of the cards.
Did we count Lana getting captured yet?
Oh yeah, this is Lana getting kidnapped. Her parents' friends kidnapped. Almost
see, again,
killed.
I was really only counting the parents before. Like that, this should probably be like 49. You know, I kind of just want to add,
which is really impressive because he only has 2 friends.
Were we counting fire?
I was gonna say we should have counted specifically real fire. It would bring the number down a little bit because there's enough fake fire in this show.
Heat vision doesn't count.
Darren Root says Clark can do everything except wear red and blue with an S. That's true, because even when that finally happens, it's going to be CG with a head on it, you know.
Well, hold on. Does the red jacket count? Because he's wearing blue underneath it and then the red jacket with the S on it.
I think he means specifically a Superman costume. Just say Superman costume next time. And then we don't have to listen to John quibble over semantics.
Hey, Cap?
Yeah.
At least that was a real head, not to make any reference to anything recent whatsoever. That was a real head.
Now, look, you're dating this very long stream.
Oh, no.
I think he really just wants to talk about a certain movie.
He does. He's trying to transform this into the spoiler cast for that. It's premature, okay? I'm not ready to do it.
Which is impressive, because I haven't seen it.
His power is very strange because he ends up with, like, mind Polaroids. Like, it looks like he's taking pictures with a Polaroid camera.
Do you think this is the episode that Christopher Nolan watched when he wrote his hit film Memento?
No, because that came out before this. But also...
Did it?
Memento was what, 02?
I mean, it could have, but it's definitely around.
I have no idea.
Well, Begins is 05.
Yeah, and we're at 04 at this point.
And he gets that job because of Memento. This is...
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, it's definitely come out by now. But to answer your question, John, no, because there's no way he watched this show. Well, do you think this is the episode he watched? He didn't watch an episode. Hey, look, that
Josh,
might be real fire. I think some of that is real fire.
Josh, we actually have been counting characters getting personality changes, brain swapping, stuff.
Yeah,
like
we do a lot of
Did
that.
we miss that in this episode?
No, nobody's really been out of character this episode.
No, nobody's out of character.
Yeah,
I think maybe he just didn't see it on the count, but we do have it. Yeah, characters who aren't themselves is how I've always phrased that.
He's dead, Clark.
It might be clunky, but that's how I've written it since 2011. So there we go.
He's not dead, Clark. You know, I know they couldn't do this because this is technically like a family show. And this is like a boys gag, but I could see like, what if he could control the streak while doing CPR?
Yeah.
What if he could control what?
What if he could control the strength while he's giving that kid CPR?
Yeah. Yeah, then his heart would burst out of his chest.
That's like a boys skit.
Well, that's the thing is he's been spending his whole life being really careful about like how much, impact he puts on anything. So I don't know if he should really be that afraid that he's going to accidentally crush Lana when they finally sleep together. When we get to that, like, he's afraid that like his heat vision will go off or whatever, but it's like, you know how to control yourself now, like.
Yeah, but don't we do that a lot with Superman when like he's first getting into a relationship for the first time?
Yeah, no, we do. But when you say that, it just makes me go, how much would he really have to control himself up to now? Like a lot, right? Darren Root makes you wonder, does Clark have any medical records? It's less likely that medical tools can even work on him. This show actually deals with that a little bit.
Yeah, they just... had him shoot laser beams into his eyes, and they got all their medical results that way.
I mean, they kind of skirt around it a little bit, where they kind of avoid bringing him to a doctor most of the time, but then a couple episodes ago, they took him to a doctor, so clearly doctors have seen him. But they're really careful not to let anybody put a needle in his arm, because then they'll see that it breaks. But it's like, aren't you massively risking having to do that if you take him to a doctor for anything? Because you don't know if they'll want to draw blood.
Just take a piece of kryptonite with you, and then like he'd be vulnerable.
Yeah, but then he'll look really super sick,
That's
so
true.
they'll want to run all kinds of tests. And then they'll start running their tests, and they won't find anything wrong with him. They'll be completely fine.
We should have been counting Lex on a laptop scenes. We've been doing that a lot this season.
Yeah, that's true. You could add that as chapter 900 in your book. I'm really looking forward to reading that, by the way. You can make endless day calendars out of it. When this came out, I kind of thought this might be another Ryan. Like, this might be another character that comes back.
Then he didn't.
Did I count the Kryptofreak here?
I
don't think I did.
I
don't remember.
But Cap, all Kryptofreaks are bad. Clark's never known a nice one.
They turn into a psychopath, and they try to kill Lana, except for this guy. Why don't we have a conversation about that, where Lana's like, oh, you know what? They're not all bad. I don't remember any of the other ones that were fine, but this one's fine.
Do you guys remember that really awkward episode when Clark and Lana finally do have sex and they cause an earthquake throughout Smallville?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for bringing that back.
Well, that's not the first time, though, right? Because doesn't she have
That's
powers?
the first time.
No,
when,
he means the first time with powers, because the first time they sleep
yeah.
together, he's lost his powers. That's why he'll sleep with her.
Yeah.
And then they have a really awkward relationship through part of 5.
Because he still won't tell her.
Yes. It's riveting.
Captivating.
I'm sorry, sometimes...
That's another way of saying we're not doing that, Robert.
Sometimes I say riveting and I mean tedious. Those words are, like, really similar.
No, each time that Robert suggests something else we should count, you should just be like, I'm sorry, I can't do that, Robert.
I can't do that right now.
Whoa, zoom in.
Zoom in on the cookies.
We were counting those.
Why? Wait, it cut from Lana looking all like suspicious and troubled to cookies.
Cookies, yeah, that was quite the transition. It's better than dissolving from an upside body to a right side up body. That's kind of weird.
Is that saying that Lana is cookie?
Yeah, are we making a point with that? It's like, no, Lana, it'll be okay. There's always cookies.
We need Connor's expert film analysis for filmmaking techniques. What is the transition to cookie mean?
Yeah, we need him to explain why that's either brilliant or the dumbest thing he's ever seen, because I don't know which it would be. I don't know, it's one of those two things. Probably.
Or both.
Is it both?
It's so dumb, it's brilliant. Which is where I prefer to live, honestly.
That was a charming scene.
Yeah. Best Kent.
Martha has also had very little to do this season.
Yes. But I still
What do you
remember
mean?
her
She
name.
just made cookies.
But mostly just because Batman's mom is also named Martha.
Yeah, she won't get anything to do till season 11 when they bring in Batman.
Which they wanted to do so bad on the show.
Yeah.
Like they were talking about it as early as like 4 and 5, I think, maybe even
Clark,
before
you
that.
wasted those cookies.
Was this our first big Jonathan fake out?
Yes. Yeah, and I never thought about it like a fake out, but the fact that we end on it like this does kind of watch that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
why are you shouting for your mom? Just take him to the hospital.
You'd have super speed.
And strength.
I mean, if it's more dramatic this way.
Yeah, a lot of cliffhangers.
I think you mean more stupid.
Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of cliffhangers. But yeah, that's... No, I guess maybe that is supposed to make us think that he's gonna straight up die. And you know, if that was the end of a comic book, it would all of a sudden be like scalped for $50 and everybody would call it the death of Jonathan Kent, right?
Oh, yeah.
And even if he didn't actually die, people would still keep it at that value somehow.
The Walking Dead issue, I think 100 has that.
Yeah, I'm referring specifically to the quote-unquote death of Donatello.
I mean...
I remember when that came out and people were throwing a fit.
He wasn't dead. I mean, he was, like, right on the brink, but he wasn't dead.
It was the death and return of Donatello.
He did have to... He did have to temporarily move his consciousness into Metalhead. And so it looked like maybe he was going to be dead, but his body stayed alive. And I don't mean to make this all about a technicality, but at the end of that issue, he wasn't dead. Like, the next day, he's like, again, he's on the brink. He's lying there, and he's, like, in really super bad shape, but he's talking. Like, he's not dead. I think he's talking. Maybe he's not, but he's not dead.
Donatello, why are you a robot?
Cap, we have never seen a turtle beaten near death in that series before. That was completely unprecedented.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've never seen it in multiple iterations in different continuities.
I'm gonna give this a light green.
Yeah, I'm gonna go green with this one too. I still like it quite a bit.
Yeah, that's right.
Are you ready for velocity?
No.
You guys can have fun with that one.
We can't even pretend like we don't know who Pete is, because we have to talk about how much they're ruining him.
Who?
Guys, I want to take just a couple minute break. We're not gonna take a full 5 minute. We'll come right back, but I've got to change discs out. So give me just a minute, because I'm watching this on physical media.
What's that?
It's how I can make sure we don't have bandwidth issues. All right, guys.
And I'm...
Hey.
And
sorry, Robert. I was just gonna say thanks for being here, man.
Oh, no problem. I was gonna thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna get going and try to take a nap.
Oh, sure. Now that we're on this episode, he's leaving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is a classic. What's his face episode?
Who?
It's nobody's favorite Pete Ross episode. No, Josh, that's way later. The gum thing, yeah. But it does sort of feel like a double beat, because he's essentially the Kryptofreak of this episode, even though he doesn't get powers. Because the car is the Kryptofreak, and he's driving it.
Oh my god.
Oh, so it is Christine.
It would be more entertaining if the car was talking. I would take that, absolutely. No, if the car was an actual Kryptofreak, heck yes, man. That'd be great. Okay.
Autobots, roll out.
Oh my god. That's wonderful. I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. And Robert, thanks for being here, and hope to see you soon.
No problem. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, man. Of course. No, you were great. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you much. Later.
Well, I hope everybody's ready for more Smallville, because that's what we're doing. That's what we're still doing. Got to get it to the 13th episode of Season 3. We are moseying along here. And it looks like
Wait,
Josh...
we're watching Smallville?
We are. We're watching Smallville. Always hang on to it, John.
Somebody save me.
Somebody save us, I think. What is this, Velocity?
Yeah.
Velocity.
I don't know if you saw, but I saw on Twitter while we were on break.
Yeah.
The kid that played Kid Barry Allen in the Flash show.
Yeah.
Apparently he passed away.
Oh, is that who that was? I saw that somebody really young died and was in those shows, but I didn't know who it was right off.
Can I tell you what really tripped me up because I'm like sleep deprived?
Yeah.
You know what that kid's name is?
What's that?
Logan Williams.
Oh man, you're like, wait, he's here. For anybody that doesn't know, my actual name is. By the way, I don't mean to laugh at anybody's expense. That's awful and super sad.
No, yeah.
So Captain Logan, that comes out of my middle name. My real first name is James, and my last name is Williamson. So my name is super close to that guy.
Yeah, no. What happened to him is a tragedy. He was so young too.
Man, yeah, that's awful. I mean, was he like in his late 20s probably?
He was 16.
16. Jeez.
Yeah.
No, that is shocking. Wow. Okay. We're gonna...
Oh wow, this is 2 years old. Why am I just now seeing this?
Oh, okay. I must have been thinking of somebody else that had died recently. Then I don't know.
I don't know why I'm just now seeing something from 2 years ago, but I see that from time to time. Like, I'll see something that I knew happened, and like it was like 5 years ago, and I'll be like, "Wait a minute, I knew that." And then I look, and it's like dated 5 years ago, but it's like breaking news.
Watch me do that at some point, and then do a Captain Logan show on it. It's like, Cap, that's from 2020, dude.
I mean, that would fit it. That would be part 2 of the epic trinity of fake movie trailer, old death.
Remember the time when I thought that the head of the Superman statue came off? Were you?
Yeah, so you need the last part of the trilogy then.
Yeah, I'm gullible apparently. All right, folks. Robert just wrote 5 years later. 5 years later. So this one sucks, and another viewing of it is not going to probably make me feel any differently about it. But we got to watch it. It's in the sequence. We will derive as much joy as possible. Is everybody ready? Everybody into the pool. Here we go. So timestamp 0. And away we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Well, John, how you feeling, man?
Smallville Medical Center.
Are you having some coffee?
I am. I went and got some while you're on break.
I had some a couple hours ago. Oh, look, he's not dead. We immediately devalued that issue.
Jonathan Kent's hospital room.
There's some green in this shot. We're still shooting on film.
That doesn't surprise me, though. I would assume TV in 04 was still doing that.
I was going to say, when would we have switched to full-on digital? Quite a while after this, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Walking Dead filmed everything on film until its last season? And the only reason it switched to digital was because of COVID restrictions. They weren't allowed to use film.
I'm really surprised at that, considering part of that show's problem is that AMC is cheap.
Yeah, it's weird that they fit the bill for that. Good call, because that ain't cheap.
Yeah.
And they get a lot of coverage in that show. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Discussing topics of importance in entertainment, and those two people are always taking out of the hospital in a wheelchair. I wonder what that issue. I wonder what their issue is.
Is it the same person? Oh,
I mean,
man.
that's clearly the same, like, establishing shot, just like the Luther Court thing, so it probably is.
Yeah, Clark is still blaming himself for everything.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the Jonathan Kent thing, kind of his fault.
Yes, but the way he's framing it is, I should have been there, not... I think, and we were talking over it, but just glancing at the subtitles, I thought what he was saying was, I should have been there, not like this happened because of Jarrell, but maybe that is what he was talking about. If it is, I retract that, because you're right, that absolutely is his fault.
Is it weird that sometimes this is like a better Spider-Man show than it is a Superman show?
I agree with that. But to be fair, I know we say this all the time, but like it isn't exactly a Superman show, because the idea is supposed to be he had to grow up to become that.
Yeah.
So, in some ways, every teenager is Spider-Man.
So, okay, I don't know much about drag racing other than the fact that I've seen way too many Fast
It's exactly like this. They got it 100% spot on. It's just like this.
But, like, did this just pop up overnight?
No, like, so with so many things in this show, they're going to retroactively say this has been going on for months. And, you know, you'd think you'd have some kind of sign that Pete Ross was doing this in his off hours in the middle of the night.
Okay, so can I suggest that that's why he hasn't been on screen? He's been off drag racing.
I'm sorry, I was so reading comments. I apologize. What did you say?
So I'm gonna suggest, and it's not in the show, but I think it's funnier.
Yeah.
That's why he hasn't been on screen, because he's
been drag racing. Yeah. Yeah, but so much stuff has been happening during the daytime.
Well, you know, when you get addicted and...
Oh, you think he's getting on airplanes and going to other places at night? So yeah, this just screams we gotta give Pete something to do.
Well, and it's weird because it's kind of derivative of the Whitney episode.
Yes, and that was awful in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Because, well, he's gonna run around with a bunch of, you know, loser bad guys.
And I also don't buy that Pete Ross would think this is a good idea. Granted, we don't know who Pete Ross is, but...
Yeah, the way they try to frame it... Pardon the plumbing in the background. The way they try to frame it is... Well, he needs to do something to, like, feel a rush, feel important. And it just seems... like, way too irresponsible for this character. And it also screams, we don't really full-on know what his personality is supposed to be. So we've decided now that he's kind of reckless like this. Like, he's always been a little bit free-spirited, and he'll maybe kind of, you know, take some weird risks. You know what I think they might be thinking? You look at what he was like when he didn't have his inhibitions in the episode with the alien worm thing. And they're probably thinking, well, if he leaned more into that, this is the kind of thing he would do.
Okay.
But I don't know that really felt like it came from a character place, because everybody acted that way when they got the alien worm thing.
Yeah, they just needed adrenaline.
That's true. It was a parasite that fed off of adrenaline, wasn't it?
Yeah. And what's really funny is he acts exactly like this when he comes back.
Yeah, this is what they remember about him. When he comes back, they're thinking, oh, yes, that's the fan favorite episode.
I mean, it's the only time he has a personality other than sidekick.
They do this in Voyager, too. They write off a character that was there. It's really interesting, the parallels, actually, because Kes was also on the show for almost as long as Pete was. She's there for 3 years. She gets written off at the beginning of the 4th season. And then the one time she comes back, it's as the villain of the episode. He did. He actually died.
He has the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman poster on his wall.
That is because this is an old theater.
Oh, that's right.
Not because he's a big fan of that movie.
I kind of want him to be a big fan of that movie just because it was such an obscure pick.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, discussing topics of importance and entertainment. I don't know who that is.
Pete, give me the damn keys, Roz!
I love I think it's in the Tina Greer episode on Talkville where they just constantly make fun of his line delivery when the body falls out of the closet.
Yeah, they can't stop doing it. What is it that he says? I can't remember now.
Oh, I think it's... Oh, it's damn, who dat?
Who that? Yeah, that's what it is.
And it's just like the most nonchalant, like...
Yeah, and it's a dead body. And by the way, they're still doing it in episodes you haven't heard yet. I think they're talking about putting it on a t-shirt.
Oh, I would buy that.
Robert says Attack of the 50-Foot Woman makes more sense to own than a movie poster of Battlefield Earth.
I mean, that's true. One's a B movie, one was a movie that flopped and nobody liked.
So the Atom name choice is as on the nose as the Atom from season 4 Buffy, yes?
I think the Buffy one is more on the nose. Because he's the first of his kind.
Well, that's what they're doing with this, too. He's the first one that was brought back from the dead, and Lionel's planning on doing a bunch more of those.
I know it's like semantics, but at least he's still human in this. Whereas Buffy, it's the first, like, hybrid Frankenstein.
No, you're right. It's a Frankenstein monster. Yeah. But I'm just saying it's obvious why he's named that. It's not an arbitrary choice is all I'm saying. In a show that hardly ever does that, like, they're never poetic or clever about their name choices, or rarely are they. They very often seem really generic. Not super literary.
Now, if only they named Alana Eve.
Yeah, what if Lana died and came back to life, and the rest of the series they had to keep they had to keep giving her a drug to keep her alive?
I mean, that would have been something.
So how do you feel about just kryptonite being used to make a car go a whole lot faster, and the fact that he's able to control it? Like, that's super insanely dangerous. I kind of don't buy that he's driving a car that goes that fast.
Yeah, especially because he has the same problem that Clark has. We have no, maybe more so than Clark does, is this guy has no hobbies, no, personality other than sassy black sidekick.
Yeah, and basketball. And
oh, yeah, basketball.
And, well, he's a black kid, so of course they gave him basketball.
And, if it's him, lashing out because he's, the secret's starting to take its toll on him, that's fine.
Yeah.
But this is just so out of nowhere.
Yeah, because I'm not buying the skill set. How did he get that good at that overnight? He's like, oh, I'm a natural-born, brilliant race car driver. I would buy that more if it was a normal speed car, but the fact that it's kryptonite makes it absurd.
He just woke up one day, he's like, I think I'm going to drive.
And by the way, I don't mean to say that he can't be passionate about playing basketball because he's a black kid. But I am saying, give him something else.
Give him something slightly creative other than...
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Well, and Clark likes that too, but what else does Clark like? Like, you see what I'm saying?
In what season do they finally just give up and swap the jacket and the shirt? I can't remember. Because I know at some point he starts wearing a red jacket and a blue shirt instead of a blue shirt and red shirt and blue jacket.
Yeah, is that next season? Is that in
It
4?
might be.
When was the last time you played checkers?
Oh God. I can't even remember.
Do you play chess, John?
I used to, but I was like very amateurly.
Yeah. Me too. I never got good at that.
Yeah, I'm just not that good at strategy.
I'm not either.
I love like the chess piece designs though. They're so like cool looking.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you want to do just because it looks good.
Yeah. And you instantly look 10 IQ points smarter just having a chessboard near you.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I want to have one like sitting out all the time, even if I'm not playing it. I'm glad that Lex doesn't have that. That's too on the nose, right? Like he's always he's playing chess. I mean, now we do the blatant obvious chess metaphor in this show, but at least he's playing pool. He doesn't have a chessboard in his office. Or maybe he does sometimes, but it's not always out. It's not always there. Because he's played. Hasn't he played chess with Lionel already? Or am I?
Probably.
I don't remember.
No, they fence.
They do fence, which is cool actually. I like that. Robert says I prefer Star Trek chess. I have been thinking about getting a 3-dimensional chessboard. They sell them. They're really pretty. It's like $150, but it's worth it. I mean, it's really cool looking. It's glass and. I'm sorry. Good.
No, this kid is in Final Destination 3, and he's really good in that.
Oh, is that an okay movie?
I mean, I like it.
I've only seen the first one, and I remembered liking it okay, but I never watched any more of those.
If you like one, you'll like the others.
Okay. Oh, interesting. They don't fall off?
4 is a misstep, and then 5 is okay. 3 might be my favorite, though.
Well, I might watch them at some point then. Let's try to... Maybe I'll do an review of the Final Destination movies, and 40 people will watch that video, but I don't know. Maybe I'll take a look at that. So... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you do that, that more than any other slasher franchise will run together, because it's the same setup every movie, just... It's like tweaks to justify it being a new movie.
I can't wait. It sounds great. So he's going to hit 88, and then he's going to go back in time.
Oh, yeah, of course. You think Pete Ross wishes he was Vin Diesel right now?
Does he wish what?
You think he wishes he was Vin Diesel right now?
For some reason, you're like cutting out on me, and I'm just not hearing that last word.
Do you think Pete Ross wishes he was Vin Diesel right now?
He thinks he is Vin Diesel. He's channeling his inner Vin Diesel.
It's all about family.
Now, see, that's a name that's indicative of the man. Diesel. Oh, gee, I didn't see this coming. Yeah, he wouldn't throw the race. Yeah, part of the, and I've talked about this, but when I reviewed this before, but part of the big problem with this is, like, yes, we don't love, like, Pete Ross being in this situation, and it's too much like the Whitney thing, like you said, but also, this is such a typical situation, and it's a really dull action movie plot.
It's Daredevil, but stupid.
Wait, how so?
Well, because Jack Murdock refused to lose a fight.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I guess I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking the origin when you said that. But before, when I said that was typical, I was actually thinking about that. But then that's not what I thought you were talking about, so I got confused.
Well, see, what's going to happen is that Pete's going to die in this episode, and then the next episode they're going to introduce his 10-year-old blind son, who's really angry that his dad died.
He's training on rooftops. And then Clark trains him because he remembers what it was like to be blind for one day.
He's flying on rooftops.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
Remember when Cap was going to watch through all the Fast and Furious movies this year?
Yeah, I was talking about it. Wouldn't it have been amazing if Pete actually did die in this episode? You have this episode called Velocity, and it looks like the most innocuous, dull, like nothing, like routine kind of, you know, pseudo-Kryptofreak episode. And then you get to the end, and it ends with your obligatory funeral scene. Pete Ross has died.
Oh my God, we're in 28 days later.
Do you remember when we got a funeral for Whitney's dad, who we hardly ever saw and didn't care about?
Yeah, remember when we didn't get one for Whitney, who we at least saw?
Oh, the memories.
We remember. Clark may not, but...
Discussing Topic says we're only a couple episodes away from where I have never reviewed before. Yeah, I'm excited. We're about to get there. We're going to break new ground!
It broke new ground!
So, this is one of those kind of tragic doctor characters that's over a barrel and is kind of forced to work for Lionel. Sometimes you'll get these almost like mustache twirling ones where you're like, I guess Lionel's just paying them a lot of money to do really stupid, abhorrent, you know, unethical things. And this woman actually seems like somebody, you know, with compassion that cares, but is just, you know, under the thumb of a ruthless billionaire. I can't wait to see if I remember anything past this point.
The only thing I remember is how we write Pete off, and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It's just sad that he gets so little to do before that.
Clark, I know I haven't really been here, but I'm leaving.
I just can't take it anymore. I'm sick of the writers giving me nothing to do.
You don't even know what my name is, do you, Clark?
It's give me the damn keys, Roz. Darren Root says the gravestone is "Here lies the fastest man alive." That's pretty
Careful,
good.
You'll summon Ezra Miller.
He means because he drives the super fast race car with the kryptonite coming out the back. You know, atomic batteries to power, turbines to speed. Hi, Noah.
Oh my God, it's Noah.
Well, Noah showed up and 4 people left. I'm sure it was coincidence.
You, Noah.
No, hi, Noah. It's good to see you, man. We're watching a boring Smallville episode. Like, give him a real cool character thing. Why not? Here's an idea. Whatever story you told, why don't you start it with, we're from Pete's perspective from the first time ever. We're at his house. He's talking with his mother over breakfast. Let's start there, yeah?
I agree with Robert Wilde. His headstone will just say, who? You know what would make Smallville better? If it was Superman through the lens of wrestling. They're all just professional wrestlers, and this is the storylines they tell through wrestling.
And it's actually a follow-up to the Whitney thing where they still have the tattoos where they can pass through solid objects, but they're wrestling?
Yeah. I'm gonna make this pencil disappear.
So, well, what they do is somebody comes at them with a folding chair, and then they phase through it.
Yeah.
You know, what if you told a story where Here's the thing that could have been maybe compelling, although this may have been, you know, a way to write him out earlier. But what if you told a story where his mother, who has you know, issues later where I think she loses her job or something, I forget, but maybe you have something where Pete makes a mistake and his mother accidentally finds out Clark's secret, and you have to deal with that.
Can't do that.
Why not?
Because that means they'd have to come up with some ideas.
Well, that's where I'm starting from, is come up with some ideas. Like,
he has never had a problem taking advice from Clark before.
that's true. I do really like the way this episode ends, though.
Just Clark look at Pete and go, "Who dat?"
No, but when Pete's trying to act like it's business as usual, and Clark dresses him down for all of the ethics he has to break in order to save his friend. And I like seeing Clark, who's going to be Superman, put in this position. That's the one thing that works about this episode, is what it does for Clark. Just putting things into a moral gray area. Well, it's Smallville. Every single time somebody finds a crime scene, and then you come back to said crime scene, it's been cleaned out already. Always.
What do you mean as usual? It's about as accurate as the weatherman. He's always right. What has he been wrong about? What are you talking about?
Could you imagine a spin-off with her?
The world's worst sheriff?
She's just really incompetent, but she seems, but she thinks she knows everything. She's just living in her own little world. Now again, I really like the way she acts it. There's just, like with everybody in the show, she's written incompetent half the time. Or at least a quarter of the time. So he didn't clean his face for dramatic effect? I mean, like, why would your face be that bloody unless you got beaten up right there? Am I wrong?
Say that again?
Well, look how bloody his face is. It's like he kept it messed up for dramatic effect. Like, wouldn't you wash your face before you got... Unless that happened right here, why would it look this bad?
Okay, so, I mean, I'm going to be honest, though. I don't know if it's just the effects, but it doesn't look that bad. It looks like he's just got, like, 2 cuts that have just oozed out a little bit.
Well, he's got blood all over his shirt.
That's true.
I mean, it's supposed to
But he
look
also
real bad. I'm just saying, clean your face.
Yeah. But, like, his nose doesn't look broken. There's no, like, his eyes aren't bruised.
That's a good point. What happened to him?
Do you think they just grabbed him and shoved ketchup on his face?
For dramatic, he's just trying to get Clark to put on a red kryptonite ring. I do like his acting in the scene. I mean, he's really trying because he's finally getting an episode. He's always trying. I mean, Sam Jones does a good job.
It's like, they're giving me this scene, I'm going to go for it. Okay, but like, if you just beat them up and leave them at the scene of the crime, then they can't come after you because they'll be under arrest.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. But then, you know, this episode would end 20 minutes early, and we can't have that. There was no delivering that line naturally. He really enjoyed those westerns. Yeah, this is so by the numbers. It's like, now we have to have our obligatory go to Lex for money scene because he hasn't been in this episode enough. And yeah, that's naturally, of course, what he would do, but like it just feels like the plot was framed this way so that we could have this scene land exactly where it is. John, I'm suspicious. I've never seen this guard before. I think we need to start looking out of the floorboards for broken glass. Something's been covered up.
Look for needle punctures on his neck.
Okay, so, again, I've talked about this before when I reviewed this, but I cannot figure out if he left those keys there on purpose or not. Because it just doesn't seem like Lex Luthor would be that careless. I mean, everything he does is with purpose. But then he does seem sort of, if memory serves, he does seem sort of surprised later that Clark takes the Porsche. And I'm like, he wouldn't leave his keys there. Like, it looks like an invitation. And
unless
Clark,
he left it there, but didn't expect Clark to take it. Like, he left it there on purpose for Clark, but, like, he's surprised that Clark actually went through with it.
Maybe so, but it seemed like he was kind of disappointed with him. I don't know. We'll see how it plays, because I may be wrong about that.
But that would feed into what I'm saying, because Lex has this, like, superhero image of Clark that does no wrong in his head.
So why would he tempt him like that? I mean, he wouldn't do it unless he wanted him to take it. Unless it really was an accident, but I don't buy that he would make that kind of mistake.
We need Noah's expert opinion on this.
Is Noah a big fan of the show?
I don't think he's seen a single episode.
I can't remember. Does Noah know the show?
I don't think he's seen a single episode.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get him in here.
He can come do season 8 with us all 24 hours.
No, Noah should come on here and watch the show he's never seen.
Yeah, no, I was severely surprised just how many people like that I'm friends with now just haven't seen Smallville.
Look, you guys, we gotta hold on to it. We gotta always hold on to it.
I mean, I don't care. It's one of my favorite shows.
Now it's just
numbness and all.
That one's just Lex double X. It doesn't have the unfortunate triple X thing with a space in it. Noah has not seen any Smallville.
Because Noah's a complete fraud. That's okay. Noah's seen like
he just said he's a fraud. He wrote it right after you said it.
Oh, my chat hasn't updated yet.
Oh, that's Clark on Green Cape. Have I missed any other count stuff? I wonder.
Should we count characters who aren't themselves?
Why?
Because Pete's not himself, but like, he's not under mind control.
I've always done that for. I mean, if we were counting characters acting out of character, that would be in the triple digits by now. What are you talking
I don't
about?
think we've missed anything.
We haven't had any walking away angry. Has Clark not walked away angry from Pete? It will happen at the end.
No, but Pete walked away angry from Clark.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's okay. No, we know you've only seen like 3 movies. Okay. They couldn't even get a cool song for this.
Yeah. Yeah, look how hardcore these guys are.
Like, this, you need like Metallica or something for this.
Yeah, and we got Metallica in the first episode of the season, so it's not unprecedented.
Yeah, and we got lame Metallica. It's Fuel. Metallica. It's Fuel. It's 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 Me
I mean, I don't hate that song, but
Metallica for me stops right after "And Justice for All."
am I supposed to hate that song?
I mean, I don't think it's very good, but I don't think they put out a good album since "And Justice for All."
I just think they're real hit and miss. Metallica's not a band I tend to listen to by album. It's kind of more specific tracks.
No, I'm with you, but I also think they have a point where they completely fall off and just start chasing the radio hits.
Yeah, and you're right about that, but there's still some tracks that seep through that I like past that period, I guess is what I'm saying.
That's fair. I'm more of a Megadeth guy myself.
Oh, I am? That's a car crash!
That is, in fact, a car crash. I mean, is it really a crash? More of a, like, total?
Well, it got all busted up. I mean, look, if I have to put all these caveats on, I'm not going to be able to fit it in that little green window.
I think he's dead, Jim.
He just said that. Did you say that because he said that, or did you get in front of him?
I got in front of him.
That's awesome.
I was making a Star Trek reference.
That's a bad guy death right there.
That's like one of two, like, Star Trek things that I know. He's dead, Jim.
I gotta get you to watch some Star Trek.
Yeah, Deep Space Nine is on my list.
I'll show you good Star Trek. But it'll be like Metallica. You gotta skip around tracks.
And I've seen some TOS, which I really liked.
That's good.
I don't remember any of it now, but I remember enjoying it.
Sure. I've been finally getting back massively into a Trek mood again, and I've been doing stuff with the kids all week with Star Trek.
Yeah, I just finished rewatching House. I love that show.
I could never get into that because this is gonna sound awful, but that was the show that my parents watch all the time. And it's just really hard to get excited about because they used to talk about it constantly.
No, that's fair.
I just can't get motivated.
I think that is my favorite take on, like, the Sherlock Holmes thing, like, story.
Yeah, I should sample it. I've never sat through a whole episode of that. And I like that actor.
Hugh Laurie's amazing.
I think he's great.
And it's also got, have you seen Dead Poets Society?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, and funnily enough, the first season is, like, produced by Bryan Singer.
You know, I think maybe I knew that at one point.
Yeah, I'm a little ashamed of how long it took me to realize that it's, like, supposed to be an adaptation of Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, I didn't know that for the longest time. I thought it was just, like, vaguely inspired by that in the same obvious ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it adapts any, like, direct storylines, but you've got the parallels. You know, he's Sherlock, he's got his Watson. He recovered quickly.
Yeah,
What
well,
if he opened the door?
Well, that's because of the stuff he's injecting himself with, but it's about to what's the word I'm looking for?
Right?
It's gonna backfire on him because his eyes are gonna get all bloodshot and start bleeding.
What if he just opened the door and was like, oh.
See, then immediately the audience has got to be like, oh, we've got another potential psycho killer that was a love interest for her. And weird because they never full-on dated.
Yeah, I think at this point you just go tell Clark. Like, hey, I think there's a crazy man living upstairs.
Or the police, or anyone. Like, there's not any reason.
Smallville, you go to Clark Kent.
Yeah,
go to
yeah.
the police.
But you're right. There's not any reason to keep this from anybody. Hey, look, it's Clark and Lex in the loft. Under the loft.
Under the loft. It's very specific. Noah says DS9 is the best Trek.
Writing-wise, that is almost objectively true.
Oh. I've seen bits of that, and I was like, oh, this is cool.
it is not surprising to me that now everybody just wants to talk about Star Trek and not this show.
Yeah, apparently people want you to show Jason or DS9.
Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure how he's playing this.
Oh.
As far as, like, he knows Clark took the keys, and he's like, I understand why you did it, even though you're not telling me that it was you that did it. Often that can be the test of true friendship, but I don't know if he left it there on purpose. I cannot tell.
I read out that comment saying you need to show Jason where DS9, and you were like, I don't know how he's playing this. I was like, playing what?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
No, you're fine.
I'm doing a commentary here.
What's a commentary?
I think that was walking away smugly. We haven't been counting that.
We should really have started counting establishing shots, because they use the same 3.
Yes.
You got the kid farm, the hospital, LexCorp.
Well, and there's also the mailbox. Don't forget the mailbox.
Yeah.
And there's the marquee at the Talon with the sign that changes.
Yeah. You know what's kind of like BS about this show? It's called Smallville, but he technically doesn't live in Smallville. He lives outside of Smallville. 75% of the show takes place outside of Smallville.
He's within the town limits. I mean, keep in mind that, yeah, it's a farm, but it's also a neighborhood. Like, I don't actually know if you're right about that.
I don't either. It's a neighborhood, but he only has one neighbor.
He's got a girl next door to a farm, and she's not living in a farm.
I mean, to be fair, she's also in a coma, and then we forgot about her.
Lana?
No, Lana doesn't live next door anymore.
No, I just mean,
but...
I was talking to the present tense, but I just mean she used to be the girl next door.
Yeah, I'm just making a joke about the Dream episode because that's the person that moved into that house.
Oh, I see. Okay. Boy, we got to work on our communication skills when we've been up all night long. We've been doing this for 12 hours together. I don't think anybody can begrudge us not knowing how to talk anymore. What sucks is I really don't like the skeleton of this episode, but there's some decent dialogue writing in it. It's not going to be enough to flip green. But, like, this scene with Jonathan is quite good.
This scene, and then the scene with Clark and Lex.
And the scene with Clark and Pete right at the end is going to be pretty good.
Ooh?
Because I like that we're not being flippant about this and just, like, writing it off. Like, I mean, we don't talk about it after this, which is, of course, a problem. But then again, Pete will probably get no screen time until he gets kidnapped next time, so...
Wait, I'm getting screen time. Crap.
Don't you think if he crashed that classic car right now, tomorrow he would just be driving another one just like it?
Yes.
Again, it's like Shuttlecraft and Voyager.
I mean,
where did they get them all?
That's the same truck, and we know he's crashed that one.
He just crashed it a few episodes ago. Those were people who died.
Villain death.
I counted it.
Okay.
I already got it. I forgot to do a ding, but I counted it.
Ding, fries are done.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to find some safer interests, you know, like ships and bottles, you know, latch hook kits, collecting antique phones,
living in your basement, not going anywhere so you don't get kidnapped.
I think that's a really good idea. Either that or move out of Smallville, you know.
Well, you know, in a few episodes.
But yeah, his delivery of "Not Today, Pete" is going to be quite good. And then we have Wonderwall. This is a good version of the song. By the way, do you buy that they were really going to play one-on-one with his car parked that close to that goal?
Not if he didn't want that car to be smashed in the pieces.
Yeah, exactly. See, I hate this because a couple of the better scenes this season are in that episode, but I still don't think they put it over the top enough for me to flip it green.
So I just looked ahead a little bit to peek, like on the wiki.
Yeah.
We're not going to get another Pete development for 7 more episodes.
Yeah, which is right at the end of the season.
Yeah, and it's going to be his parents. Well, we'll get there.
Yes, I am. I thought I was remembering that right. Because I mentioned something happens. Do they get divorced? Is that what it is?
They get divorced. And then I think either
does she
in
quit
the finale,
being a judge?
No, I don't think so, because that's part of why they move. She takes like another judge job.
Okay. A judge job.
Because, yeah, however you want to call it. Because he's kidnapped and tortured by an FBI agent.
Okay, I am going to ultimately go red on this, although it's a softer red than I thought, because I forgot about those scenes at the end. Where are you on it? Oh, okay.
Soft red.
Same place.
If you just get rid of the main plot, that episode would be great.
What we need is no story and just the talking scenes. Can we have that?
Who directed this? That Noah guy?
Oh. Why are you being mean to one of the only people watching right now, you know? Look, it's 20 after 10 on a Saturday morning. People have better things to do than watch mediocre Smallville. Even I have better things to do than this, but I'm doing it. Because I said I would, man. Obsession. I don't right away know.
I know Noah can take it.
I don't know right away which one this is. There's a TOS episode called Obsession.
This is the first Alicia episode.
Oh. Oh, I think I know which way my sign's going. We'll see, though. Well, you have fun talking about this. I'll just sit here. I'm not going to be a good sport about it.
Do you guys see the way Cap just deflated?
Like a balloon!
You were riding high, like, yeah, that episode wasn't very good, but there's things I liked, and then I was like, yeah, this is the Alicia episode, and you went...
This is one of those things, and this isn't fair, this is just how I felt about it at the time. So, like, I know there's a lot of people that liked the chemistry with him and her, but at the time, it was an actress I didn't know from anything, and I knew a lot of people that were, like, obsessed with her, and it really felt like people just liked this because it was that actress, and it was a big deal that she was there.
Oh, yeah. Which, funny enough, because I just looked at her credits, and she's in Final Destination 2.
What is it with all the Final Destination crossover? We got a reunion here. I mean,
every episode of Smallville, in somewhere or another, is a Final Destination movie, because it's people dying in weird ways.
Discussing Topic says I have a thing against the female characters in the show. Well, the men writing it don't know how to write them. So what I really have is a thing against the male writers writing the female characters in the show.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like you hate every version of Lois Lane. Like, you just don't like this one.
Well, and I don't hate this one either. Like, I'm just not high on her like a lot of people are. I think this is the best Martha Kent ever.
Yeah.
I
just went to Lois because we talked about her earlier, and I don't know how you feel about Lana in general, so I went with Lois.
Oh, yeah, sure. Lana is just kind of a blank slate sort of character to me. Like, she's different now in a lot of different things. I like the kind of traditional, or what I think of at least as the traditional comic book Lana Lang that's like the first confidant for Clark Kent. Where like
that sounds like a James Bond movie.
you think? Because I think it sounds more like a Grisham novel, but
I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna go with the James Bond movie.
oh, like political thrillers.
Oh, okay. I read like a little bit of Tom Clancy, but
Yeah, it's that vein. John
Okay.
Grisham.
no, I could see that actually.
Yeah, I mean, I should have said Tom Clancy, but that was the first thing that came to mind. I haven't read one, so I don't know for sure, but just anyway.
For all you know, it could just be blank inside.
I'm sorry you're feeling so blank inside. Oh, the delirium. Okay, everybody get to timestamp 0, Obsession at Season 3, Episode 14, and we'll take a break right after this episode. John, are you ready for another one, man?
I am ready for another one.
Can you handle it? Can you do it?
I can do it. I like this episode. At least I remember liking this episode.
Well, I want you to do lots of talking. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
If it makes you feel better, I do think the next episode is legitimately good. Where it's where that kid's like dad is in the hospital dying, so he like takes a bunch of hostages.
Yeah, it's okay. And I like that. I think that may be the last Counting Kryptofreaks I did.
I thought the last episode was the last kind of Kryptofreak you did.
No. I've done this one and I've done that one.
Oh, okay.
No, discussing topics was saying I was just getting really close to it.
Yes, you. Oh, my camera's like over here.
Chances are that's true.
He got a haircut. I don't know if he's had it before, but I just noticed Tom Welling got a haircut between episodes.
Oh, I thought you meant Glover. I was like, I don't think so. And slightly less greasy, but it might just be the lighting.
No, but like, am I crazy? His hair is visibly shorter than it was last episode.
It's in a completely different style than last time we saw him.
Yeah. Because for most of the season, he's had that like more shaggy look to him.
No, he looks like he's wearing the top of a Lego minifig.
He looks like he went to whoever styled Cordelia's hair in season 2 of Angel.
That's true. Let's just talk about superficial stuff this entire episode. His hair and wardrobe.
I mean, I like this episode, but it is kind of a superficial episode. Smooth Clark.
Yeah.
Elevators.
Yeah, that's a really good pickup line.
Is that...
It's like he just
lie,
walked out of an economics class.
Don't lie, that's what you used when you first met Sarah. You were just like, elevators.
Yeah, and she was like, we're not even on an elevator. Why are you talking about this right now? And I was like, but elevators, am I right? She was like, I guess. That didn't look great.
You know, as a kid, I thought elevators becoming broken was going to be way more of a problem than it really ended up being.
Because you saw it in every TV show?
Yeah.
And so you just assume that when you win in elevators, like 1 out of 4 times.
That and quicksand.
I'm reminded of a scene from the Patrick Warburton Tick Show where he stops an elevator like that. Except he does it, well, he starts his... He tries to stop the elevator's fall with his head, which is pretty funny.
Elevators, am I
right? Not enough supply of, functioning ones that aren't death traps. Also, like, what are the odds of that? And if they didn't have superpowers, they'd just be dead.
I mean, it's Smallville. What are the odds they don't have superpowers?
That's true. What is the percentage? I mean, of all the people running down the stairs right now, I'm gonna say 40%. Like, now don't get me wrong. I think she gives a good performance.
Yeah,
I do. I just don't like some of the choices. Some of it's just taste issue, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the Willowbrook thing from last season again. I forget her name, the Wolf Girl. Where it's like,
yeah, kind
he found. Well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? Like he found a girl that's got powers just like him, so he can tell her in a way he can't Lana. Except,
I think
she's gonna take advantage of him. So that's where the drama is, and he's gonna date just a standard Kryptofreak who's maybe a little bit more sympathetic than your average one, especially in her second episode. Well, not really here, because she ends up being a control freak nut job.
Yeah.
Why do you like this episode?
I
don't get it.
We'll see if I still like it, but
I don't get it.
And I do think a big chunk of me with this episode is I like this character, but I think I like this character because of that second episode.
Yeah, and I mean, it's better.
A good tragedy will make me like a character more than
And I can see the argument that you need this before you can do that episode, because you have to show her do the typical bad Kryptofreak thing and then let her be redeemed, which we haven't done yet.
Yeah.
And in the season where we have been doing that kind of tap dance around, are Kryptofreaks just inherently bad because they get infected by kryptonite?
Or you could have just let her stick around for a while and like she's trying to do good and like he's helping her with that, and then the sand guy happens.
If we gradually got there, yeah, you definitely could have made me like it. I like that choice a lot more. So are you suggesting like build longer to the like straight up typical Kryptofreak thing?
No, I just mean instead of having her even be a typical Kryptofreak, maybe have her, or maybe like hint at it, but like Clark is in this universe is such like a good influence that he kind of keeps helps her stay on the straight and narrow, and then the one guy shows up that kills her in the season 4 episode, but he still kills her because of his own prejudices, because he's kind of Van 2.0 where he just hates Kryptofreaks. And I think maybe that would have set up like this was another good Kryptofreak, and she was killed for it.
Yeah, but to tell the story they're trying to tell, she does have to make some kind of mistake with it.
Yeah. Well, or maybe she slips up and that's what gets her on the radar of Crypto Guy.
You know, you could have just made her a kleptomaniac.
Yeah.
You know, like just have her do illegal things because her powers make that so easy, but not go so close to psychopath.
And I think what helps is these two just have chemistry. I'd argue maybe even more so than Wolf Girl.
I don't think he and Wolf Girl got enough screen time, and that whole situation is so contrived that it was hard for me to appreciate their chemistry.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree that these two have chemistry or not. I always resisted it for some reason, like when I initially saw that, or you know the times I've seen this before. So I don't know. Like a lot of people feel that way about it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess, just because this is linked to that episode, what I really like in that other episode is you get to see Clark tapping into that dark side again.
Yeah.
He was going to kill that guy. And not like an accidental killing, like he was full on ready to kill that guy.
I think my problem with it is she gets so unsympathetic so quickly that I'm not seeing the chemistry. Where like initially it seems to be there, and then very quickly she starts being controlling and trying to tell Clark exactly what to do, and getting paranoid if he doesn't seem interested enough in her. And she's just too extreme. I'm not sure if I'm buying how extreme she is. And that's what makes her seem so typical Kryptofreak to me.
Lana's supposed to be the good guy here because, like, he's spying on her, but she looks like the bad guy because she's breaking into his apartment, reading his journal.
Well, I think she also looks like the bad guy because she's been insufferable this whole season. And sometimes it feels like Kristen Couric is playing it that way because she's like, well, what's on the page seems insufferable, so I guess I'll be obnoxious.
Wait,
that was backing out of a door angry.
Wait, when your landlord kicks you out, you can just say no? What?
She has a whole thing in this about tenant laws and how difficult it is to evict someone if they... I was going to say if they haven't done anything illegal. I don't know if she has anything on him. Yeah, Ren Davis, I like the Lana and Superman and Lois. So we've been talking over stuff. Has she found the syringe yet, or is that later?
Chloe found the bottle.
Okay.
I don't know if Lana's found anything.
So, again, talking about superficial things, the thing that always distracted me about this actress is how super sharp her teeth are.
All the better to bite you with.
Yeah, she's got the sharpest teeth.
I like that there's this...
She should have played a wolf girl.
She's almost playing it like this girl's really, like, naively innocent. And more... Like, I know she's gonna get controlling and, like, obsessive later, but it almost plays like she's never had a real relationship and she's not ready for it.
Yeah. And that works on paper in a way I'm not buying the execution of it. But it's like, how high should I hold the standards of the show to?
Yeah. I'm really confused what they're doing with the Adam thing.
Okay.
Like, it's just going in circles. He was, like, threatening her last episode, and now she's breaking into his house. Like, what are we doing with this?
Well, I think the idea is supposed to be that she's not taking his threats any more seriously than she thinks she should. Because, like, he lives there and she's trying to get rid of him. It's kind of crazy that all happens so fast.
Yeah, like, I remember them being together. Is that after all this?
No, they never are. The closest they get, really, is him moving into the upstairs of the tower.
Oh, yeah, because doesn't he end up, like, stuck in one of the Luther basements, like, and he's rotting because he's not getting his formula?
Yes. That'll be in the next episode or two. He might even get trapped there at the end of this one. I forget. Because whichever one it is one of the last episodes I did a Kryptofreaks on.
He's like, dang, I have to actually look at the stars now.
Yeah, I've never pointed it up before. That's new.
I am legitimately surprised that Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2 does not own a telescope to spy on, like, Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy.
Me too. Yep. They just decided not to play that many of their Smallville greatest hits. But see, he doesn't need to use a telescope anymore because he's got a hot chick just right there. Like, next to him now.
Yeah.
Okay, but to be fair, like, that was so he could save you, and then it turned out you didn't need to be saved because you have... Because you could teleport around. This is really going to an X-Men place, isn't it?
Yeah, I can see that.
Where it's like you can't have regular relationships because people aren't accepting you. You know,
I really like this song. I don't care how cheesy it is.
When I first saw this, you know where I thought that story was going? There was this boy that I really liked, and then I teleported with him, and I accidentally left him in a wall.
Speaking of in a wall, that episode where Cordelia gets her new apartment of Angel, and like it ends with the mother like walling up her son.
Oh,
that makes
man.
me shiver every time.
First season? Second season?
Yeah. Second season. I don't know. One of those two.
Yeah, I was hesitating. Well, no, it's got to be first season because that's Phantom Dennis, right?
Yeah, because it is first season because that's where Faith kidnaps Wesley.
That's real early, yeah. And that two-parter is my favorite thing in that entire show.
So good.
And I mean, there's great stuff later, but for my money, but I'm a big Faith fan. Like, for my money, that's the best thing that show ever does. There's stuff that almost ties it.
That's my favorite, like, episode, the two-parter, but my favorite season is season 5.
Yeah, the premise of that is the most fun thing they do.
I love Puppet Angel. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's great. Well, and everybody always talks about that with 5, but there's so much good stuff in 5.
There is.
There's the fight with Spike with the chalice and Mountain Dew. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, this goes on longer than I remembered it before she starts getting crazy on him, and I'll applaud them for that because they let us actually they let the audience like appreciate the romance of this before they go to that place. I still think it goes too extreme, but I'm getting what you're saying about chemistry. It's just what I always remember from this is, and then she's really forcing herself on him.
Well, this is the episode. I think this is another Red K. This is going to be another Red K episode.
And that's fun. I love the minimalism of that. When she jumps from downstairs to upstairs.
Yeah. Finger 11 don't have a lot of songs I like, but when they put out one that I like, I really like it.
Yeah, you and I have different tastes. I don't hate that song, but it was just on the radio too much. Like, I remember getting to a place where I started turning it off.
Well, and I got lucky because I stopped listening to the radio by the time when MP3 players came out. And it's weird because that's not my usual type of music. I tend to go for the faster, more aggressive musical styles. Did she come back for 2 episodes in season 4 discussing topics?
It's a two-parter.
Okay, so this isn't the Red K episode.
No.
Then. Okay.
No, that's when
I forgot her.
She puts Red K on him, and then they go get married in Vegas. Here she's going to get real controlling, and then he's going to spurn her, and then she's going to be a typical Kryptofreak and try to get revenge on him, I think. You don't understand, she could teleport. We do this situation way too many times in the show, by the way.
Getting caught?
Yeah. Remember, he's got to go down the staircase, and it's really awkward. We do it with Lana. We sort of do it with Lois before they're even together. If memory serves.
No, Lois, it's a fake out because, like, somehow they both end up in, like, coming downstairs at the same time, and it looks like that.
Oh, is that what it is? And that's, like, real early on when they first meet, right?
Yeah, because she starts living with them for a while.
Okay, Zordon, but he had a really good reason. Oh, and you probably escalated a fight somewhere too, didn't you, Clark? I love how smug he looks when he says that. Well, don't worry, because I didn't tell her about my weakness.
That might be the most teenage thing he's done all season.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you think I didn't think of that?
Yeah, and it seems almost out of character because we've never seen him make that face about anything.
And then this is where she goes over the edge.
Yeah, but I do like the... I like the framing of that shot a lot, by the way. There's some really good directing in this episode.
Yeah, and even with that shot, like, you can tell something's off, but she just looks happy, you know?
Well, what I was going to say is, yeah, usually the typical thing is you have the character that's listening in to a conversation and then hears something terrible and turns against the character. And rarely do you do it with good news.
Yeah, you turned her against me.
Now it does change the dynamic.
Yeah,
like it does further the story. But see, the thing is, as soon as I see this, I'm like, okay, I know where this is going.
Yeah,
because we've done this with other characters. We did this with that girl in first season with Lex when she got obsessed with him, and it was the same kind of thing too. As like, well, it wasn't that because this is pictures of her that he put in his locker. But anyway, sorry. What?
The dynamic was different enough. I think you can kind of do that obsession thing, but it will play out differently because of the differences in Clark and Lex.
What this first episode with her though ends up being is a better version. And I'll give it that it's better than these things of the like psycho killer guys that the girls have gone out with that they shouldn't have gone out with, because in none of those cases do I buy the relationships in the first place. Like I know they're gonna go psycho killer. I don't know that with her from the beginning.
Yeah, and I mean even right here you could argue, well, she was a little overzealous, but she had good intentions.
Right.
We haven't quite gotten to the...
They're being actually gradual with it.
It's a Kryptofreak, so naturally she's going to go after Lana. Even when it's about Clark, it's about Lana. At some point if I was Lana, I'd just be like, just kill me. Like, if it's not you, then it's going to be the next one.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think they're going too far the other way, where Clark is, like, jumping the gun and reading too much into her quote-unquote fixation with him?
Yes.
Do you?
I think...
I'm on the fence about it, because if a girl did that with me, where, like, she like, sneaks into your bedroom and like, jumps on you, flaunts everything, and then the next day there's pictures of her all over your locker... that's a bit of a red flag.
It is a bit of a red flag, but I think he's panicking too much too soon, especially because he hasn't tried to have a conversation with her, which we all know is Clark's weakness, is having a conversation.
Is communication, yes. But also how much of it is my parents don't approve and they don't like that she knows, so now I'm more mousy.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of it is supposed to be that.
Well, and I think this is also kind of the perfected, like, she doesn't have the best home life, and it's kind of manifesting into the relationship.
Well, and weirdly, it's kind of, it's not what you would expect it to be, where she's got a bad home life because her parents are awful to her. It's that, I feel like we've had a couple of Kryptofreaks that have had this, right? It's that other thing where you have the Kryptofreak that's, like, kind of controlling the household. I was going to say Tina Greer, but that's not really what happened with her.
I mean, it kind of is. She just kind of took over.
Well,
but, like, there's no good in her.
She threw her mom down the stairs and killed her, though. Like,
who dat?
But yeah, this is disturbing.
Yeah. I guess I should say, like, we're setting up, you know, her powers did drive her off the deep end, but she's the only one that I could see being rehabilitated. Which I think is what works about the season 4 two-parter.
Okay, so was I remembering this wrong? Did she actually kill that guy by putting him in a wall?
I don't think we know.
Okay, we're just told that it didn't end well. Yeah. Well, he's kind of nuts.
He's dead.
She doesn't know that. Look, the man's got no pulse, okay? There's a zombie living above the Talon. No, that's not true. He has a pulse. He just...
No, the zombie apocalypse doesn't start for 6 more seasons.
Strap in, folks.
Ren Davis says Alicia is the female cicada in The Flash. I don't know what that means.
Cicada. I don't know that character.
Oh, cicada.
So I'm not thinking of good examples right now, but this is an archetype of villain, right? Where you have the really creepy character that kind of forces everyone around them to pretend like they're happy and light and you know, under like pain of death.
I don't know about that, but there's an entire genre of movies about a woman that becomes obsessed with a man.
Well, sure, yeah, that too.
And goes crazy because of it. Okay, did they ever actually date? Because, like, they talked about it.
Yeah, I guess being in his room with in her underwear was enough that they're dating now.
No, I mean, like, did Clark and Lana ever date?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Acts like they did.
I see what you're saying. No, they did over a cliffhanger.
They dated over a cliff.
They did. Well, remember, they're like making out in front of horses, and for like a couple of days, they're talking like they're, you know, actually dating, and then
so she's
the one that pushed him down the stairs with her mom, right? And say again.
She's the one that pushed him down the stairs, right?
Yes.
That keeps happening. It's very strange.
Why is that the go-to for Kryptofreaks and their parents?
Now all we need is Pete to look at the body and go, "Who dat?"
I love how we keep pretending like we don't know who he is. We got the who thing, and then the big line everybody remembers from now is him wondering who someone is.
Apparently, Cicada is the second villain for season 5 of The Flash. And it's the niece of the
character
first Cicada.
sucked. Don't watch.
Don't worry, I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, John, you're so naive. Just look forward to the 24-hour stream.
You know, it's funny because...
He's like, I'm not showing up to that.
Because every time Austin says he's not going to go see a superhero movie, I'm like, aren't you, though?
Well, he skipped some. He has.
I think the only one he skipped is Ant-Man.
Is it? That was the one I was about to mention. Maybe so. He even saw Black Adam.
Yeah, he saw Black Adam.
He didn't see Shazam 2.
Oh, okay.
I don't think. And he's not seeing the Spider-Verse movies because he said he says he can't look at them.
Yeah, that's my jokingly like anti-Austin repellent. If he's just post a GIF of Spider-Verse to make it go away. Yeah, I kind of want to see that second Spider-Verse movie, but like, I don't know, the first one was okay.
Say again?
I thought the first one was just okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's the second coming of Christ like a lot of people do, but I still like it a lot. But that second movie is my favorite Spider-Man movie right now. Like I was very high on it.
Yeah, I'm mostly curious just for like the surrounding characters because I don't like Miles and I get annoyed that we have to put Miles in everything now. But
yeah,
I'll have to check it out. Miles Kent, that'll be the sequel to Smallville. the half Spanish and half Spanish guy from Kansas.
Dude, I was gonna say half Hispanic, half Kryptonian.
That's the word I was looking for, half Hispanic. Hey, do you remember Nightcrawler?
Yep, I had the same thought. The Incredible Nightcrawler.
Oh, that's the Incredible Hulk.
No, he says that next to.
Oh. Are you ready for Marvel to finally put out a Hulk film with the Hulk mythology we have now?
No. Oh, it's a ruse.
You've been bamboozled.
That was correct. That was the right thing to say. That was good.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, the locker thing was creepy, and yeah, she may have pushed her dad downstairs. I'm pretty sure she did. But she's not as bad as I remember.
She's gonna go more nuts toward the end, though.
Yeah, but I like it even at this point. Like, she's willing to put herself in danger to help Clark, even though it is a ruse.
Yeah, they're trying to do a relative thing with it where she's supposed to be sympathetic enough within the like, I don't know if I want to say psychosis, but like the mental issues that she has. Like, they're not playing it like she doesn't have that, or that she is totally one-dimensional evil. So like, it is a step up from some of these Kryptofreaks, but she goes far enough it reads kind of juvenile at the end.
Well, you know, she's no Van, but few people can be a Van.
I think the other thing that frustrates me with her is I still can't tell, because of, if I remember this right, how crazy I think she goes at the end of this, if the kryptonite got to her brain, or if it's because she has this power and she can't help but take advantage of people with it.
Ren Davis says, Into the Spider-Verse was the second Virgin Mary. Across the Spider-Verse was the second coming of Christ.
Oh, okay. And I guess the third one will be the resurrection?
I'm going to be honest.
Or no, the second coming of Christ would be the resurrection. So I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what the next one would be. The rapture?
Homecoming and the first Amazing movie are still better.
In a pure storytelling sense, I don't agree with that, but with like what I want from Spider-Man movies, I'm kind of more there with it. But then with the second one, there's too much in that's tailor-made for my personal interest from Spider-Man is the problem.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the second one, so I'm mostly comparing it to like the first one, which my favorite part of that first one is Spider-Man Noir. It's Nick Cage.
Yeah, and they do a somewhat similar thing with Ben Reilly in the second movie that I think is even funnier than that.
Why are they in like the Freddy Krueger boiler room? Okay, this is a little cheap. Like, was she... So she's just standing there long enough to hear everything? And she happens to know exactly what meteor rock he's talking about?
Yes, it's super cheap. And also, that meteor rock looks just plastic. Like, it doesn't even look like the props have looked.
It probably is. It just went thud.
Yeah, that is a toy. Like, if they sold toy kryptonite from Smallville, that's what it would look like. Like, that is a Power Rangers toy.
She's kind of the opposite of Tina Greer, right? Where Tina Greer wanted to get rid of Lana to be her. She's very similar, right? Like, she kind of wants to also be Lana.
Yep. Well, kind of.
Maybe not for, like, Lana's life, but, like, she wants to replace Lana in Clark's life.
Yeah.
So many people want to be this woman.
No, she is similar in that way. You know, something else we could have counted is just, like, people popping up out of nowhere, like, jump scares. We could have counted
Spooky
jump
clowns.
scares in Smallville.
Spooky clowns scare me.
That's not a real knife.
I feel like that's just showing off your teleporting powers. Like, you could have just taken 2 steps to get in front of her.
And see, now she's being a serial killer.
See, yeah, now we've just devolved into full-on slasher build.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, like, the rest of this episode is so good that it's fine.
Like I
Except
said,
I wish that
it's a
knife didn't
step
look
up,
like a
but it's
toy.
still that formula. It's that formula just slightly better written.
But I want to see what happens if she stabs Lana, because I don't think that knife's going to do anything.
No, it's not! That is a prop knife! It's gonna fold in half! Well, I do appreciate that at least the power she has lets her jump around the room like this, because we've had other episodes with people do it somehow that don't have that ability. Okay, so after this, she's really got to press him harder, right? Oh, convenient unconsciousness, folks.
Yeah. Oh, and Clark on Green Kryptonite, if you didn't count that.
Yeah, I did get that.
See, folks, I'm not actually here to count things. I'm just here to make jokes about the show.
And just mention things that I counted already.
Yeah. It's up to you guys in the audience to find things that I don't mention. Is that too easy?
Yes.
Lead paint.
And I feel like we've done that before. That knife is comically not made of metal. Bullet time paint. Oh, yeah, and then he gets the paint all over. They're trying to do a poetic thing where lead is her weakness, and it's the thing that helps him get around his weakness. I don't really know what we're saying with
Carrie?
that. But say what?
Remember Carrie?
Yeah, definitely. That effect looks great.
I've seen worse. Well, it's funny with the prop knife, because one of the things that really works, like we were talking earlier about Friday the 13th, is they would use real weapons and then cut before it would hit the actors and then switch it out with a prop weapon so it looked like it was a real weapon hitting them.
Well, yeah, that's what you tend to do. This show has done that.
And Savini talks about you need to make sure that the real item hits something. So like there's a kill with an axe later on in the film, and they make sure to shoot the axe hitting like the hanging light.
Yeah.
So you know it's the real axe before they switch it. I love Tom Savini's special effects. That man is a genius.
So is the visual metaphor, I'm going to read too far into this, is the visual metaphor with the lead supposed to be that at the end of the day, she's another weakness of his, like kryptonite, and he's got to put lead around her? Is that the idea?
I think you're just reading too far into it. I think just having her covered in paint was a cool visual.
No, but it's
Sorry if you can hear that. No, I mean, I think there could be something.
But I mean,
there.
you're doing something when you make it lead.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, you just had the lead paint, like, disrupt the kryptonite so that he could even go up there, and then he used the same thing. There's something inherently there, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. She's not in the show yet.
She's about to be, but it's going to take you 5 years before you even begin to cultivate anything romantic with her. Discussing topics. So do they just leave her covered in paint until they can make a lead cell? I don't remember how the bracelet is introduced.
She already has it by the time she comes back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
But, like, they'd have to develop that, so they'd have to find some way to get it. So, yeah, they probably just keep putting paint on her.
There's another joke. Lex, you gotta be careful. She had a prop knife held to her throat for 2 minutes.
So, A, Lana should turn on lights wherever she goes. And B, Lex should knock.
Well, to be fair, he was here first.
He's always there first. Yeah, I know he owns the building, but, like, you know, that's
maybe
where she always...
he secretly also has teleporting abilities.
Yeah, this... I thought this was at the end of this, where he's going to be trapped down here now. And I don't know why Lionel doesn't just have him killed. Because he's going to deprive him of the serum he needs, and then just, like, let him rot down here? I guess because he's just that sadistic. Oh my god, he's very sadistic. John Glover plays these things way too effortlessly, John.
He does. And he has range. Like, he can go from this to Batman and Robin.
Well, and he does that super cartoony thing in a few places.
Yeah.
Because that's the opening of Shazam, too.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen that.
It's hilarious. That movie's not near as good to me on a second viewing, but...
That sucks.
Yeah.
Do you have a moment to talk about Magnavolt?
Magnavolt?
That's the RoboCop 2 commercial that John Glover
Oh, yes.
That was my first rated R movie, and I saw it way too young, but I love RoboCop 2.
I saw the original RoboCop young, too, but I didn't remember very much about it when I finally watched RoboCop as an adult.
So the main thing I remember, because I was like 4 when I found my dad's copy of RoboCop 2. yeah. Is the scene where they dismantle him freaked me out and scarred me.
It made him the man he is today.
It did. It got me into super violent movies.
That's good. He's better for it.
How does I care about the stream? What are you talking about?
Because you don't want to count things. He read that as you're forcing the viewers to do it for you.
I mean, that is kind of what I was going for now.
So, I'm assuming you're going green, probably?
I am going to flip it green, but it's not going to be like a solid green. It's kind of a medium green. I think it's better than the last episode.
It is. I still can't go green, though.
Are you going ghost?
It's a higher red than... I mean, like, it's closer to green than I thought it would be, honestly. Like, I am a little conflicted in a way I didn't think I would be, certainly. You know, mostly for performances, and if I'm comparing it to early Kryptofreak episodes that use that formula, it is a step up until you get to the third act where it just degenerates into exactly what those are.
Yeah.
But we're past most of that now. So, like, I feel like I have to hold it to a slightly higher standard. Like, if this is a season 1 episode, it's probably green.
Yeah.
But we're past that now.
Well, you know, it was very traumatizing. She had to hold that prop knife and, you know, pretend it's a real knife.
Yeah, that's the thing that tips it. The prop knife tips it to the red. All right, guys, the next episode is Resurrection. It is episode 15. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we watch it. We've got...
Oh, no, next episode is called Crisis.
We've got 8 left. Yeah, don't get excited. It's not that kind of crisis.
Crisis on Smallville Earths.
Once again, thank you guys for hanging out with us. I hope you're having a good time. And we will see you in 5 minutes. Everybody go get a drink or something. All right. We're still doing this, folks. We're on episode 15 of season 3 of Smallville. Oh, this way. Smallville. I'm sorry, what's up, John?
I thought we were on 13 for some reason.
Oh, Lord. Am I jumping the gun?
No, you're right. It's 15.
I hope to God that it's 15, because I don't want to be here till... My goal is to be far earlier than the 10 o'clock we started at. 24-hour stream is supposed to be a misnomer. It's not supposed to take quite that long. It's a shorthand way to say it. It makes us look, impressive.
I told Austin we were on 13 of 22 because I thought that's where we were at, and he goes, "Dear God, you're only like 2% done." So we went up a whole percent.
Buddy, he would have said that anyway. Well, that's true. That's probably how his math works. He thinks that the 2 more somehow gets you all the way to 2%.
Yeah.
He probably thinks that. I think the best way to keep ourselves going really is to insult him every chance we get.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
He can take it. Like Batman at the end of the Dark Knight. He can take it.
What are you drinking?
I am drinking this espresso mocha from the Black Rifle Coffee Company.
Ooh, I almost got some of those like monster mochas. Jareth, don't do it. Don't do it. It's a trap.
Oh yeah, that is a trap. Just take my word for it. Okay. Just get ready to see some CG things that are haunting. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not even going to tell you what CG things. I will tell you it's in the first 5 minutes.
I've seen that clip. And
haunting.
Yeah.
It's haunting.
Yeah.
Speaking of haunting. I don't know why I said that. We're going to watch our next
Speaking
episode.
of haunting, now for Evanescence.
It's a good song.
Yeah. Evanescence has like an amazing debut album, and then they never live up to it.
Not true.
Oh, really?
Yes. Their self-titled album that they put out in 2014 is really good.
Ooh, I'll have to listen to it.
Oh, have you not? It is as good as that album, but it's the only other thing they made that is. Now, they've got a couple of disparate tracks here and there that I like a lot. Snow White Queen, killer track. Rest of that album, nonsense.
No, I listened to part of the album with Call Me When You're Sober.
It's awful.
And I didn't like it, so I didn't, like, keep up with them.
And I don't even like that song.
I don't like that song either. But, like, the first half of their debut album is perfect. And then there's songs in the back half that I like, but it's not as good.
Oh, that's interesting, because, yeah, I like that whole album. I think that's a Night Perfect album. But that self-titled album they did in 2014 is also Night Perfect. I like it a lot. You'll have to listen to it and tell me what you think.
Have you ever heard Amy Lee's cover of Heart-Shaped Box?
I didn't know she did one. No.
It's like a radio recording, but it's amazing. It's like an acoustic cover.
I'll have to listen to that.
So good.
Have you ever heard her cover of Sally's song from Nightmare Before Christmas?
I have. I love the Nightmare Revisited album,
The
which
Nightmare
is funny because I don't like
album, yeah.
Which is funny because I don't like Nightmare Before Christmas. And I almost said Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay, let's get into this, guys. It's episode 15, once again, of Season 3. It's Resurrection. And this is that episode that you were talking about, I think, earlier with the hostage crisis at the hospital, right?
Yeah, that's what this one is.
Yeah, there's a real good kind of somber attitude about this episode that I like a lot. And like I said, this might be the last thing I did a Kryptofreaks on. Because I don't think I got the crisis. This is also a crisis. Or no, maybe that was that episode. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Here we go.
If you know in the chat, let us know.
Everybody, we'll know soon enough. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. I hope you got yourself rigged up and all ready to go. And I got this handy timer here if you need to sync up with us. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right now.
But yeah, no, like, I love, and I think it's a bonus track, but there's two covers of the Oogie Boogie song, and one of them's done by, like, Tiger Army or El Tigre Army or something. That's an awesome cover.
That wasn't on the disc, so I've never heard it, because I bought the disc for that, but I haven't listened to it much outside of that.
God, I can't remember the last time I bought a CD.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago. It was back when that came out, but...
Yeah. I had the Space Jam soundtrack.
Part of the reason I got that is because it was just a neat box. It was a nice release. Mm-hmm. And I mean,
that's.
I buy vinyl occasionally. Like, that's how I would get that now, probably. But I don't play a lot of vinyl. I tend to just collect it.
I really want to get a vinyl player because I have all of my dad's records, and, like, they're the original. Like, he bought those back in the day.
That's wonderful.
Like, I've got Master of Puppets on vinyl.
Have we seen... I'm sorry, do you mind if I talk about this episode? Have we seen this doctor before?
No.
Okay. Yeah, this is that episode.
Cold drinks. Don't you love cold drinks?
I mean, there are generic dispensers like that, soda machines like that, but the soda inside of it is not so generic.
Yes, I've never seen one of those. Usually, like, the soda machines around here have a specific, like, brand on them.
Darren, it's not Snow White Cream, it's Snow White Queen. Queen.
Killer Queen?
Queen, like the band. So we've got a high par this season. I will give it credit for this. For caliber of actors coming in and playing Kryptofreaks and guest star bad guys.
Yeah.
Even when they're not written the best, everybody's quite good this season.
Yeah, I can see that.
Or at least most of them.
It's interesting because when you first pitched this idea to me, I was like, it's been a while since I've seen Smallville. One of two things is going to happen. Either this is all going to fall apart and I'm no longer going to be a Smallville fan.
Yeah.
Or it's going to make me reappreciate the show. And so far, it's actually made me reappreciate at least the good stuff of the show.
I am...
Like, obviously, there's episodes I don't like, but...
With this particular stream, I'm somewhere closer to that first thing you're saying.
But maybe...
But no, I'm
part
still
of it
having a good
might
time.
also just be nostalgia. You know, like I said, I think on the last stream, this was my introduction to a lot of the Superman mythos.
I also might be having a different experience with this if the last thing I reviewed wasn't The Flash. That just made me want to cancel this stream and the next 5. Like, I just need a breather from superhero stuff. I just don't want to, you know, I'm just going to read Zoo magazines.
Well, we're going to do Crisis next, and Ezra Miller's Barry Allen is going to show up, and it's going to be great.
No, I've already done a stream on that. I don't have to do that again.
No, we're going to do the episode Crisis.
Oh. But you just said the thing I did a stream on. This is different.
No, not Crisis on Infinite Earths, just Crisis.
But why would Ezra Miller show up in that? It was probably made before he was born.
Because it's a crisis.
You're making me have a crisis.
Lewis Cox, Cap, what if Power Rangers and Smallville crossed over? It would be fun, I guess.
It would be appropriate. You know?
It would be interesting.
Well, then I would know what standard to hold the show to.
I don't know if I've ever heard you mention it, but how did you feel about that Power Rangers and Justice League crossover that they did a few years ago?
It's not good.
Oh, I remember enjoying it, but that might have just been like wish fulfillment, like my 2 big things from a kid mashing together.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fan service and novelty, and that can be good. I like it with some of the Batman Ninja Turtles and stuff. With that, and like Power Rangers Ninja Turtles, I have not been super impressed with, but I haven't read the second one yet. But I mean, I liked it better than Justice League. Justice League, some of it was an art thing. I don't think that writing is great even for that kind of thing. And this is some kind of lame choices and just really weird counterintuitive stuff. There's this bit where the Power Rangers can't morph and they all grab like costumes from Justice League members, and the choices of what they put on are baffling.
Oh, interesting. It's been a while since I've looked at that. I had this beautiful hardcover though.
So I know we've talked about this before, but we spend just way too much time in the hospital in this show.
Especially in this specific hospital.
There's well, I mean, it's supposed to be a small town. You're gonna have the one hospital, but you're right. I mean, we do go to the Metropolis one now, so at least they varied up the hospital sets. It's probably all the same set, but they just painted the walls different.
Well, you know, we gotta make sure that we can just keep reusing those establishing shots.
Yeah, well, and in that way, it's like Power Rangers. We've got all this stock footage.
Yeah.
You know, it's like 60s Batman, like atomic batteries to power. We gotta get that same shot over and over again. Just that little like crane shot up underneath. It's not a crane.
In some ways, it feels like a small room drama, right? Like we just move from location to location, but it's always confined to one place.
Yeah, it's shot like a soap opera.
Yeah. In
that way.
That's soap opera dialogue. I see him out there, and he's lost.
Well, previously on Lost.
Somebody get that kid a map.
Good job, Jonathan Kent. You've made the right choice. So he's gonna go get surgery now, John. I don't know how much of this you're paying attention to because you've been spending a lot of time telling us about how you have the Space Jam soundtrack.
No, this is following up on the heart issues he's having surgery for.
I thought you were gonna say the heart motif. It's not Iron Man.
No, he'll show up in Crisis.
Stop it! It's not that kind of crisis.
Whoa! Fast forwarded footage, Batman.
Did we really do that? We need that stock footage every other episode. Just loading up a body onto a helicopter.
And why did they only fast forward it to like to the helicopter?
They had to cut 2 seconds somewhere to get to the runtime, and they couldn't figure out a place to actually pull it, so they just sped up that footage. But you see what I was talking about before, where everything's lit lower to kind of create more of a somber mood in every set. Like, it's nighttime. We're at the Kent house. Why aren't there lights on? They got lamps, but like it's usually a lot brighter in here. Even in the nighttime scenes.
To be fair with this, my grandpa would light his house like this. He hated turning on like the big overhead light. He would only use lamps.
Yes, but this seems unusual for them.
That's true.
I think. I mean, I don't know that we've done a ton of nighttime stuff in this house, but I'm pretty sure we don't usually light it like this.
Well, and most of the time when we do stuff in the Kent house, it's in the kitchen and you got more windows.
But like when Clark was laid up, it was in this room, and I'm pretty sure even that we lit brighter than this.
Yeah, that's true. That kid's haircut is super distracting.
Why? Because he looks like a member of the Monkees?
Yeah. He looks like a runaway beetle.
So, a member of the Monkees.
Yeah. You leave the Beatles and you become a monkey.
That just means he got cast in a TV show. Are they speeding up that footage too?
Meanwhile, on the set of 28 Days Later.
Do you know there's a zombie apocalypse in the future of Smallville? Oh yeah, this is coming back to me now. So this kid's brother gets resurrected the same way that Adam did. And he's not going to accept that the only way to keep his brother alive is the serum. And so he's going to try to get an organ transplant done because he doesn't realize that his brother's actually dead. And I bet you can guess where it's going. He's going to insist that the organ is taken from Jonathan Kent.
Yeah. So, you know, it's funny that you mentioned, like, the actors in this have been a higher quality.
Yeah.
This kid feels like he's out of season 1.
Well, I was liking him until he started yelling.
Yeah.
I was actually just about to say that. Yep. I might be rescinding that just a little bit.
I'm tired of this world.
He's not like that. He's not why so bad.
I need somebody to deepfake Tommy Wiseau into Smallville.
Well, I think that crossover makes as much sense as Power Rangers.
Just imagine Chloe walks in, but it's like Tommy Wiseau's head on Chloe. Oh, hi, Lex.
You know, I forget that. I want Wiseau in Power Rangers. Wiseau as Zordon? Or Lord Zed, either way.
Oh, hi, Rangers. Behold, the viewing globe.
the viewing globe.
I'm tired of this world. Let Rita destroy it.
Rangers, you must never escalate a fight.
So, how many years do you give it before Lex's liver fails because he's always drinking?
Well, but you've forgotten his potential superpower.
That's true.
See, his liver will never fail. He can take as much alcohol. He can't even get drunk, it turns out.
He's Wolverine.
Well, that's not true, because he'll get drunk in the 100th episode. When Jonathan Kent dies, he's going to get way drunk there.
Well, that's because we forget about the superpower.
Oh, okay, okay. I think they never land on whether it's real, and then they just abandon that whole plot thread. And like I said a million hours ago, I kind of like that idea. I sort of wish they'd run with it.
Yeah, like it's the, at least in my opinion, like not a 1-to-1, but it's the Batman is here, so Joker has to elevate himself up to here.
Yeah. There's always this sense that Lex is like nice superhuman in the comics anyway.
Yeah. He's just a dog chasing cars.
Sort of. You know, I mean, just because he can survive so much stuff. I mean, you could say this about a lot of comic characters, of course, but he's got that Batman thing where he can push himself so far to the limit, but more with, like, you know, gadgetry and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just it's a take I can see with that character, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I just want to see the green mech suit adapted finally.
This guy I've seen in other things, and I feel like he's a CW staple. Like he's in other CW stuff.
Probably.
He's got that face, right? Like there's a CW face.
He is, yeah, stock CW man.
Like Ian Somerhalder has that, except with like real specific eyebrows.
Well, and it's funny because Ian Somerhalder, I've seen a little bit of like Vampire Diaries, and he's very much in that show modeled after Angel.
Okay.
He's crying blood.
So how do you feel about... We haven't really talked about the premise so much as just the execution of how boring the Atom stuff is. How do you feel about the idea that Clark's blood can be used to resurrect people? Like that it's that powerful.
I don't mind it in something like this because we're already in a heightened, like, pseudoscience reality. It depends. I think at the end of the day, it depends on where we go with it because I don't remember.
Well, I have a couple of major questions about it. One of them is Clark has his abilities because of the reaction that the sun does to his blood. So, like, what if there was an eclipse or something? Like, would somebody that was resurrected with it just die?
No, it's better than that. The eclipse happen, they fall over dead, and then the sun comes back out, and they get back up again.
Oh boy, that's awesome. Never mind, they should have done that.
That's Smallville's Resurrection Man.
And then the other big question is, and this is very connected to things we had to talk about last season, but we haven't brought this up at all yet. The other question is the spaceship. Like, what is the properties of the ship that can do the very same thing the blood does? The blood is susceptible to kryptonite, so is the ship. The blood can resurrect people or cure their illnesses, so can the ship.
I counter your question about the ship with, what does God need with a starship?
Well, that's just a question you're going to have to ask Jor-El when he gets to heaven.
Yeah.
I think the answer is that's his source of magic.
Space magic.
Like, think about it. If God didn't just need a starship in Star Trek V to get off a planet and leave, but to do virtually anything you can think of, that's why he needs a starship.
Well, see, he needed a starship to get off that planet in Star Trek V, go to Krypton, take a new identity as Jor-El, start a family, realize that Krypton was about to explode, and send his only son to Earth, and to Smallville.
It's all connected. Now, now the question with all of that is then, how is the Kryptofreak in the first season in the wheelchair that gets young with the lightning involved in all of this, because that actor played the God face in Star Trek V?
That's Kal-El. That's Jor-El before plastic surgery. So later on, we're going to get to the main conflict of this episode for Clark, which is he chooses Jonathan to be like the organ donor. Is that too easy of conflict?
Yes. Straight up. I like the way it's shot. I like the weight that it all has. But yes, it's too easy. It's contrived.
He chooses Jonathan Kent.
Say again.
Yeah, of all people, he chooses Jonathan Kent.
Because he'll go, you have a man lying right there in the ER. I'm like, is that the only person in this hospital?
Well, yeah, it's a very small town. Clark's killed like half of them, so we're running out of options.
But what about all the people he saved?
No, but okay. With all the Kryptofreaks, I really wish they'd done a season like Freddy's Dead, where all the teenagers are just dead. Because they've all been turned into Kryptofreaks.
Well, that'd be an interesting thing to do with Clark Kent, where like he accidentally kills all these Kryptofreaks and fights with them, and then he feels really bad about it. He finds out that his blood can resurrect them, so he brings them all back to life with his blood. See?
The Amazing Spider-Man 3. I mean, The Amazing Smallville. I mean, Smallville Season 11.
I mean, Star Trek Into Darkness. I mean...
He's the yellow guy from Sin City.
Are you worried that you can't say bastard on the channel? Is that...
I did censor myself a little bit just to be on the safe side.
It's in. Oh no, I appreciate it, but it's in the man's name.
See you, Thomas. Have a good night or morning.
He wrote that like 10 minutes ago, but we were talking and I didn't get a chance to say. Anyway, sorry, Tom. He'll be back. You sleep well, man. Retroactively.
Lewis Cox, Cap. This episode is called Resurrection. Who resurrects? That is the question. I mean,
well, we saw the guy get resurrected already. It's CW Pretty Boy Face Man. That's who got resurrected.
I don't think you understand the point of. I don't think you understand the meaning of, he's gonna die.
Try not to die.
That'll be the next Arnold movie. Try Not to Die, Part 7.
Oh, I don't want to hear anybody but Keaton say it now.
I mean, Keaton's cool, but, like, Arnold is on another level.
Oh, it's not that he's cool, it's that he tried so hard. Anyway.
Well, I mean, the good news is that Michael Keaton will also be in the next episode. I'm just going to keep throwing people into the episode.
Oh my god. Stop it with Crisis, okay? It's not that kind of crisis!
It is a crisis on many Earths, that I can tell you.
A crisis on all of the Earths.
Crisis on the limited Earths.
So we've got this this Dr. Garrett, I think is his name, and I'm trying to remember how far back he goes, because he's like the one doctor we see most of the time when we go to the hospital. He's this recurring character that comes back over and over again that, we never do anything with. He's just there to be the doctor, but like I think that actor does a good job.
I was really hoping they'd fast forward the footage of Clark walking to the helicopter.
And then this guy climbing down it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about this plot point. So he finds the guy who illegally brought the body.
Did you ever read any of the, like, Smallville novels back in the day?
I think I read like half of one once and I just didn't like the writing. I own 2 or 3 of those. I think.
I used to try to get as many just like novelizations of stuff that I could get. I know we still do them, but I don't feel like they're as common as they used to be. Do you think some of the issues with the show, maybe not writing wise, but just setting wise, would have been better if it was just like right out of college Clark? Because we kind of write him sometimes like we forgot he's technically a sophomore.
Yeah.
Or a junior.
I can't decide how much of it is they just are out of touch enough they don't know what that looks like. I mean, Gotham Miller and some of the writers. And how much of it is they cast a guy that's this old, and how much of it is they're just writing around that so that they can, you know, have more adult situations, or so that they're not always stuck in a high school, all of that. But yeah, if you made him right out of college, can you set it in Smallville? Because you kind of expect Clark in college, right out of college, to be a Metropolis. Like, how do you even... What's the premise at that point?
Yeah, that's true. Oh no, that monkey is infected with rage!
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that this was a backdoor pilot for Planet of the Apes. They're going to soft reboot. They're going to do a prequel reimagining of Smallville and Planet of the Apes at exactly the same time.
Planet of the Smallvilles. Or Smallville of the Apes.
You know, that's still better than 80% of the Arrowverse. Have you seen the full box set that they just put out for the whole series of Legends of Tomorrow?
No.
It just has the giant Bebo on the cover. That's all it is. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the giant, like, stuffed bear.
Yeah.
I feel like they think that's gonna sell to somebody.
It seems kind of perfect for how that show just, like, didn't even try to take itself seriously after the first season, which, you know, in certain ways I kind of wish is what it did from the beginning, because it's so Saturday morning cartoon, but then it still does the typical, like, you know, CW character drama stuff. They probably never lose that.
Yeah, and I mean, I made it through season 2, and I like season 2 more just because it stopped taking itself so seriously. But yeah, that show is a show. Unshelled Pity says, "Crisis on every Earth except this one." That's the real crisis, is that there is no crisis happening on this
Wow,
Earth.
look at this Pete Ross cameo.
Ooh.
Well, you know the guy who can drive fast cars. You remember that guy?
No.
Oh no, Garrett is his name. I don't remember what that doctor's name is. I had it a while ago.
His name is also Garrett.
Yeah, see, really generic naming conventions in this show.
If you're not a Kent, you're a Garrett.
Ooh, ominous piano music. So, we gotta have one of these this season, right?
Have we had a bomber episode before?
We've had a hostage situation episode. Well, yeah, Jitters was a bomb, was it not? Maybe it wasn't. It was just a gun. But
yeah,
then season 2 had one of these, I think. Oh yeah,
season 2 is.
It was the thing in Luthor Corp, where it was a hostage situation with Martha and Lionel. Remember? That's Insurgents.
That's also a gun. This is the first bomb, but yeah, hostage situation every season.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
No, the real crisis is the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Found Legends of Tomorrow to be one of the more enjoyable shows of the Arrowverse. I mean, it's in third place for me. But that's not saying much, because there's 4 shows.
If we have to rank it, 5, right?
Oh no, 5. So it would be in 4th place. Because Supergirl had a good season.
Yeah, Supergirl's solid at the beginning, and then it all goes downhill from there.
And it moves to the CW.
Same thing with Flash, but that show gets bad in, I think, kind of a different way. And Arrow is is good through the middle of season 2, and then it gets very convoluted, and then it just gets bad. And Batwoman is unfortunate from the beginning, and Legends is unfortunate from the beginning, but like is more fun than that, I guess.
I just love how deliberately worded that it was unfortunate. Okay, where did he get all this meteor rock this quickly? Like, I know it's supposed to be
Smallville.
Like, that's true.
You just go to the quarry, man. Just head on down there.
You just hit the shop on Main Street. They're selling it by the bucket load.
Well, Darren Root, you can't rank Iron Fist because we were just talking about the CW shows.
My name is Iron Fist. I am the defender of the CW.
So he hates Iron Fist so much he's got to make it dead last on any list, no matter what we're ranking.
Well, you know that there was that one episode where Iron Fist crossed over with Arrow. You know, they
don't say it's Crisis, which we're about to watch after this. Don't say it. Shut up.
Oh man, this is gonna be an interesting last few hours.
Starts telling me freaking Ezra Miller's gonna show up hanging out with Iron Fist. Don't say it. So this is an episode that I'm loving the production of. But that's most of what I'm liking about it. I'm having not as good of a watch as I did when I did the first Kryptofreaks commentary on this.
Yeah, the story is not as good as I remember.
Well, the bomb-ass kryptonite in it, how are you gonna... Oh, she's telling him that. Good. Why do we spell kryptonite with a lowercase k in the subtitles?
I mean, it's not... Well, I guess it's a thing.
Yeah, maybe it would be a lowercase. I've always spelled it with an uppercase K just because, you know, Krypton itself would be a proper noun. But I guess if it was an actual element, maybe regardless of the fact that it comes from space, you would still spell it that way.
So, the sheriff is like, you know, there's too much at risk. If you get a shot, take it. Is that really your first resort? He lets go of the hostages, so you plan to shoot him?
When he's got a bomb?
Yeah.
Maybe that is what you would do, though, because you're minimizing risk to your men. Like, what else would you do? Because if you run in, he might pull the pin. I wouldn't know the protocol of the SWAT team or a bomb squad.
That's kind of a good little bit of drama. Like, it's messed up because of him, because of the kryptonite.
Yeah. Wow, suddenly it's a Nike commercial. 2 people said just do it right in a row.
Yeah. Next thing you know, Michael Jordan's going to show up to promote Air Jordans.
He's going to show up and get no dialogue at all. And his parents are going to speak for him the whole time.
Oh my god, he looks dead.
Hey, you know why? Because he's dead.
He's dead.
He's a person who died.
Those are people who die.
He was a friend of mine, and he died! Yeah, I completely rescind what I said earlier about this actor. He's trying out. I don't love what he's doing. Oh, that's Clark on Green K.
That's such bad logic. You still have a mom, so I'm gonna kill your dad.
Yeah. Like,
And, like,
do we buy that this kid is that far gone?
I buy that he's desperate because he doesn't have any other family.
Yes, but logicking it out
also...
like that, I would think you would just say, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this. Like, just leave it at that. Don't...
Yeah, he's escalated too quickly.
That's the kind of thing that somebody with like a break with reality would say.
Clark, move out of the way.
Get out the way. Darren says you shoot the guy with the pin.
That sniper is an idiot.
Uh-oh. Okay, wait a minute. Even at bullet time, that's just open exposed kryptonite.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought he was going to run to it. That wouldn't have worked. I mean, we play so fast and loose with how close he can get to kryptonite. Nope. That's not made of lead. Is there lead in it?
I think it's one of those lead things you wear during an X-ray.
Oh, is that the idea?
I think so.
Well, that's the only way it makes any sense, so I guess we'll go with that. That was bullet time.
Can anybody please confirm if a sniper that works for the police would shoot somebody who has a bomb on their chest? In the chest?
I'm still just not sure what else you would do.
Shoot him in the head.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you just meant they wouldn't shoot him at all.
Like, the way he shot him there, he could have easily hit the bomb.
Well, and if Clark hadn't been there, then everybody would have been screwed, so...
Yeah.
We've got incompetent police everywhere.
I think the moral of the story is listen to Clark.
Clark!
He should just be the sheriff, the mayor, the post office man.
Like Batman in Return of the Cape Crusaders. He just clones himself a million times and takes over every position.
I'm gonna take your word for it.
Dr. Tang, you sound like an orange drink. Oh no, that movie's wonderful though. It's a whole satire of the I'm Batman problem.
We've kind of separated the main trio from like last season, right? Like Clark, Lex, Lana, and Lex are all doing their own thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're never in a room together.
Renamed the town Clarksville.
Don't go back there. That's an REM song. Don't go back to Clarksville.
Oh. Is that where he lost his religion?
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you keep referencing the two things you know about band? Why don't you get a little culture there, John? Okay, so we're handling...
From orbit, it's the only choice.
We're handling this weirdly kind of the way we handled Helen, right? We're like... I mean, I realize that they're not together. Like, it's not the same thing, but just the way we're rushing the subplot and how it seemed like it wasn't really going anywhere at the beginning, and now we're kind of rushing to where it's going. Like, has this lasted long enough for her to be, like, this freaked out about it?
Yes, because she found out he was stalking her.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but, I mean, she should be used to that by now.
Well, you know, you'd think so.
I feel like she's been used to this. I mean, I said before she should be more traumatized by things, but, like, they're being very selective about what she's traumatized by.
Well, you know, it's selective trauma. The girl that can shapeshift can stalk me, but the undead zombie can't.
Well, you know, you make your own rules, like for what you can handle, and
she also looks like she's been punched.
Well, I thought that nurse was going to get run over by an ambulance.
I thought you were going to say run over by a reindeer.
Yeah, did you see the ambulance, though?
Yeah.
Are you even watching the show?
What's a show? I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea to have him on his feet this soon after surgery, especially a heart surgery.
I don't know where I'm flipping my sign on this episode.
I am kind of leaning one way more than the other, but this episode did not hold up on rewatch.
No, not even to the last time I watched it, which wasn't that long ago for the old Kryptofreak show.
It is the story that I want them to flesh out feels so rushed, and nothing else is interesting.
Do you mean with the resurrection of the dead people, or with the heart transplant?
I kind of want them to flesh out the brother stuff. Like, make him more sympathetic so that the ending is tragic.
Yeah.
And this is another idea we're going to drop, right? Like, we're never going to mention his magic blood after this season.
Yeah. I don't think we really do that.
What, did Ortsy and Kurtzman work on this season?
Exactly. Like, the idea that maybe Clark can get closer to saving everyone instead of just being reactionary is kind of a classic thing to explore with Superman. But, like, you ultimately have to create limitations for him and make him realize that he really isn't God and he has true limits. And so, I don't know how you do that with this. Maybe the limitation is supposed to be just, I mean, yeah, you can resurrect people, but they're not going to stay resurrected. They're just kind of like, perverted zombies walking around. It would be kind of the Joss Whedon thing to do with it, really.
Yeah, I mean, that could be interesting. Like, yeah, you can bring people back, but it's a temporary solution.
And I think that's ultimately what they're doing. But it would, I don't know, would it be going too far to actually to have a situation where Clark did it on purpose to learn that lesson?
I mean, would it be too far to have him do it with Jonathan?
Oh,
like, that's
boy.
how he learns he can't save people.
That's
like, he
twisted,
tries.
Man. That, like, the guy who becomes Superman resurrects his own father, and he's a zombie, so he has to just let him die? No, that's not too far for this show.
Twisted for this show.
No, not for this show. We impregnate people with spaceships and we had a love triangle with Doomsday. Sure. Do that in this show.
Remember the episode where Clark meets drunk Santa?
Yes.
I do.
Yes. That is
a fun little episode.
Season 5. That's
not season 5.
That's Lexmas.
Because he's working at the Daily Planet.
That's Lexmas.
Is it?
Yeah. He's not working at the planet. He's helping Chloe at the planet. She's working there.
That's right. Because Chloe apparently just goes from high school directly to the Daily Planet.
She gets that job, yeah, at the beginning of that season. And, like, barely is able to manage it. She has to bring the editor a story. And I think the editor is played by...
Ezra Miller?
Stop it! No, Princess Leia. Carrie Fisher. I think it's Carrie Fisher.
Mark Hamill?
No, Mark Hamill never shows up in this show. Carrie Fisher does.
Yeah, I know. I was just picking like a different Star Wars
cast member. I thought you just weren't believing me.
Matthew, it's I think it's going good. We're on Crisis.
Stop it!
It's the name of the episode.
I'm ready to be done with John, I think, more than the show. I'm just kidding. Hey, John, where do you sign flip this?
I am gonna go a light. I'm gonna go full red.
Full red.
I was pretty disappointed with this.
You know, this viewing I was too. I gotta be honest with you. I can't decide if I'm just being too critical all of a sudden or what. But like, I'm having a time with. I've had 3 reds in a row. Because you liked Obsession and I didn't.
Yeah, mine was more spread out.
Now overall, do we have the same number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for you? No, we're tied for reds. I turned some things green that you turned red early on, but now I'm doubling down on red.
He's going full red. Noah says if you say Ezra Miller's name 3 times, the Flash will appear. Well, yeah, Noah, that's why he's in this episode.
I was gonna say I think we're gonna get demonetized if you keep saying it. Like, I don't know if you're allowed to keep saying that. You have all these Flash reviews that can't make money because we keep saying Ezra Miller.
I didn't know that. Are you serious?
No, I'm joking.
Oh.
But
nothing YouTube can do would surprise me.
I was gonna say I can't make up anything that is unbelievable.
Next episode is Legacy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
That's true.
It's Superman Legacy.
Yeah. Yep.
You think James Gunn watched just that episode for his Superman movie?
No, I don't. I loved it when you're like, do you think that's the episode he watched? I was like, I don't think he watched an episode.
I think he's seen some Smallville.
Yeah. No, he probably has. But earlier you were talking about Nolan or somebody, and I was like, I don't think the person you're talking about.
Yeah, I was like, do you think Nolan watched this episode before writing Memento?
No. I'm surprised there's not a Smallville episode called Memento, though.
Because on the podcast with Rosenbaum, he said that Rosenbaum was still the best Lex Luthor.
Yes, he did.
And then people gave him crap for it on Twitter.
Well, that's fine. People give him crap for everything. Hello, Unshelled Pity. Good to see you in the comments.
With the vampire article,
I guess you already read a comment from him, but I didn't recognize that name, so. I like to say hi to folks that I don't usually see in the comments.
Matthew Bass, the Flash, just Beetlejuice? No, that's Batman. Batman is Beetlejuice.
Right. The guy that played Beetlejuice is in the Flash. Yeah.
He's not playing the Flash.
I don't understand that. Hey, John, your video's lagging quite a bit. I'm gonna hang up and just call you right back and see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Give me just a minute. Bear with me, folks. Oh, something went wrong. Oh, pardon that. That's loud.
I was like, the video, where did the thing go?
I have to screen share it.
No, I was like, couldn't find the answer button.
Well, I accidentally tried to call the whole group we had earlier, and that didn't work.
You should have called Austin randomly, but like, get back on here.
Just get back on here.
Get over here.
God, we could be doing that. Let's just play Mortal Kombat for the next 6 hours.
I do kind of want to replay, like, because I think we only played a little bit of 10 and 11. I just want to go through, like, the campaigns before 1 drops. Somebody teach the people at Mortal Kombat how to count, speaking of counting. 9, 10, 11, 1.
Well, it's a reboot.
Yeah, you can still name it Mortal Kombat 12.
No, it's Mortal Kombat 1. They're using, like, I was gonna say PlayStation. At some point, we're gonna reboot the PlayStation.
Yeah, when we get to the PlayStation 10,
it'll become the PlayStation 1, like the Xbox One was, which was a very strange name for a system. But you know what? Now they just go, we don't even need names for our systems at all. We'll just be Series.
Yeah. Well, the Xbox One, you say that's a strange name, but when you go back and watch that original reveal, it makes so much sense because they wanted that to be their all-in-one system.
Yeah, I get what the point of it was, but you don't do that when your main rival is numbering their systems.
No, yeah,
it's confusing for anybody that's not paying as close attention to you as video games. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, and I mean, everything with the Xbox One was a complete disaster.
Yeah, like grandmothers are going, well, wait, it's the first one, right? Like, it's too confusing. You don't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't. All right. We're going to watch Crisis. I don't right off actually know what happens in this episode.
Well, you know, it's a bunch of people show up and things happen.
Boy, that sounds great. Let's watch that. All right, here we go. It's time to watch things happening, people showing up, and not necessarily in that order. Here we go. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now. John's video's still lagging. I don't know if that's my end. I don't know if that's his end, but as long as the audio's still good, we'll be able to get through it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Right now.
As Rick Grimes would say, stuff and things happens in this episode. Hey, they said the title already. Crisis.
Wow. It was like 5 seconds in. Oh, this is the phone call from 10 Minutes in the Future episode.
Future.
Yes. And I think I did do a Kryptofreaks on this, and this was probably my very last one.
Let's fact check Captain Logan.
Unless I watched the episode to do the review and the review never happened. Because that's not beyond me either. Oh, I think John's looking it up.
I am looking it up.
I've considered volunteering at a crisis hotline like this. I question how useful a service that is.
So the last one that you have uploaded before we started these is actually Hereafter, at least in your playlist.
Okay.
Which is the boy with the visions.
Oh, weird. Well, that just means they didn't all make their playlist, because I definitely did the one we just watched. I'll look it up real quick. I guess I like that we're doing like a...
Whoa, that was like a rewind and then playback.
Because it's like foreshadowing time travel. No, I'm kidding. But I think I like that we're doing kind of a real simple like touch our toe in time travel before we start doing full on time travel.
Yeah.
Yes, I did do this one.
Okay.
But it looks like it is the last one I did, and it was 1 year ago. Oh, wow, I can't believe I worded it that way, given what I just now said. My description for this episode in my video was Captain Logan tackles Smallville's first toe dip into time travel with Crisis, and then I wrote, don't get excited, it's not that kind of crisis. John.
Yeah, Ezra Miller's gonna show
No, he's not.
Super Billy says at Geekvolution, hey Cap, I don't know if you were aware, and I realize this is a tad off topic, but a trailer has been released for a new animated Babylon 5 film.
I knew that was coming, but thanks for letting me know about the trailer. Yeah, I'll take a look at that, and then I'll try to finally finish that series.
Babylon 5 is also going to be in Crisis.
We've lost John. We're gonna have to put up with him just like saying the same thing over and over again, like a busted wind-up toy.
I am probably a busted wind-up toy, honestly.
For the next 7 episodes.
It's not 7.
It's well, we just started this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess it is.
So
I guess we are on 16.
16 into 22. It's gonna be 7 episodes.
Dang.
How about some math?
I don't like math.
John.
It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere.
That's so good. We're just gonna start calling him John Busted Up Wind Up Toy Sandoval. John, I'm having a rough viewing of this season, but I've really been enjoying hanging out with you.
Yeah, I've been having fun. And I've been enjoying some of the episodes a little bit more than you have, I think. But this season has really, like, made me annoyed with the sheriff.
Oh, really? I still really like her. Is it just the writing where she's stupid?
Yeah. Like, it's a good performance, but she just exists to make Clark's life difficult. Like, I swear to God, if Clark said the sky was blue, she would argue it's pink. Noah O says Babylon 5 and DS9 will be in crisis.
Yeah, I miss making that show.
See, that's what you can, when you reboot that to do, like, Star Trek and other sci-fi, and Crisis in Sci-Fi Earth.
Well, and I mean, we've had shows with the word crisis in them on the channel. The old Primetime Crisis show. Back when we were watching
Crisis on Babylon 5.
Crisis on Babylon 5. That's great.
You remember when they do the Legion of Superheroes?
Yeah. Yes, I do. No, they do okay with that in the show. I just don't like Legion.
And it's weird because, like, the Legion come from the future, but they also seem to come from a more, like, comic booky universe where, like, Chloe doesn't exist and he's a superhero.
Does Chloe just not exist? So do they say that...
Yeah, they don't know Chloe.
Well, I thought the idea was that she wasn't important enough to be in the history records.
I mean, that might be it. It's been a while, but it's just, like, the general idea was, like, they don't remember her or don't know about her.
Oh, he missed too many Linkin Park concerts. You're supposed to go to those.
But, I mean, even then, I would argue, at least in this show, she's more important than Lana. And they know Lana.
Are they from another universe, like, once removed or something? Because we do parallel universes in this show, but our introduction to them is Earth 2.
Yeah.
Which is just this show's version of the Mirror Universe. This is a fun sci-fi plot.
It's Crisis on the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, it is kind of Twilight Zone-y. It's a good point.
No, yeah, this is a good setup. Let's see how they screw it up.
I can't wait to see how they make me not buy this at all or go in the least possible interesting direction. Okay, I'm trying to decide if you're just holding your feeling it sign to hold something, or if you want to keep, or if you're trying to, like, keep letting us know where you're probably landing on episodes. Like, because I just keep seeing not feeling it.
So I'm just, like, holding it.
I keep seeing it constantly. I'm like, why is he telegraphing his sign flip?
No, I'm just kind of, like, mindlessly spinning it.
That is not a line of tie.
Now it's broken.
I don't buy that tie on him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is a crazy thing to bring up to Lionel. Hey, I feel like we're kind of jumping around a lot on the serialized, like, overarching stories with this season. Like, we set up Chloe investigating Lionel real early in the season.
Yeah.
And we haven't been back to that in episodes and episodes unless I missed something.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's me, but it doesn't feel like anyone has a definitive arc this season except maybe Lex. The others are stuck in a more episodic, like, Adventure of the Week story.
Yeah, but when you get to the end of the season, it's going to feel like it's cheating where it goes. The first couple episodes, Clark is dealing with running away from his birth father and not being sure like how to handle his human father, and then we'll get back to that at the end, but Jor-El just does nothing in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, Like, why isn't he
Well,
more in a
fact, the
hurry
next
when
episode
he
is
was so
gonna
much
get
in a
back to
hurry
that.
at the beginning? It was just, hey, Jonathan, I'm going to give you superpowers. Go get my son. And then, yeah, you can go back to status quo for a season so you can make your show. And then when we get to the obligatory, second week in May, which is when cliffhangers happen, while school is letting out, I'm gonna take this girl that I've had sealed in a cave wall, and I'm gonna make her show Clark the ropes and turn him into Kal-El now, finally. Kind of convenient he got to go to a whole year's worth of school. Now, I'm assuming, and I just can't remember if they talk very much about the connection between this. I'm assuming that Lionel's experiments last season with cloning and resurrecting the dead are hand in hand, deeply related. Although, one I think he just did with Meteor Rock and didn't have anything to do with Clark's blood because he didn't have it.
Yeah.
So maybe they're not that connected.
So where is she from that doesn't like the Western Devil in 2003-4?
I think they said, and I'm just going off of memory from when I was doing the old Kryptofreak show. I think they said North Korea.
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
Or if not, it's an oppressive draconian country like that she doesn't want to get deported back to.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's healing so quickly.
I can't put my finger on how exactly Adam should have been handled, John, but I just feel like there's a better way to introduce this character to us with where we go with it.
Yeah. Well, and his whole story just feels like we're wasting time. Like, he's not even a boyfriend for Lana. He's just the creepy guy that moves in and then starts acting creepy.
Wouldn't you rather just have 22 disparate fun anthology stories than wasting my time between episodes with serialized stuff that doesn't really go anywhere?
I mean, I'd rather just the serialized stuff go somewhere.
Yeah, but when they're better at the individual episodes, but are they? I don't know. Sometimes.
And the thing is that sometimes the serialized episodes aren't bad. It's just, it's not going anywhere. They watched Donnie Darko once and went, let's do that.
That's great. Yep. I think there's a research project to be done here where you could probably trace back most of the episodic plots to specific other stories that they ripped off. And
Lewis Cox says, I feel like Chloe should have died in season 8 when the Legion of Superheroes showed up because she had a piece of Brainiac in her for some reason.
I forgot about that. She should have been stepped on by Doomsday.
Well, I mean, she was busy, dating him.
That's what I mean. It would have been a really amusing end of her of her character. She has a love triangle with Doomsday with Sam Witwer and with Jimmy Olsen, and then
the other Ash.
He just turned and then he just turns into a monster and steps on her.
Yeah.
And she's gone.
I love the fact that the person that wins that love triangle wasn't even competing.
That's true.
Why is it always these shots of monkeys?
Yeah, we really like that. Is that stock footage now? Is that one of these establishing shots that we just keep using?
Somebody recorded 28 days later on their VHS tape and just threw it in there.
And wait, you know what we need for the Smallville episode? We need 28 Days Later meets Donnie Darko.
I would love that.
We'll call it 28 Days Darko.
So like, because this is supposed to be Adam did this, right?
Yes. And he is naturally, inevitably going to... We're going to contrive a reason for him to go nuts and try to kill Lana. Which has already happened in the future, and that's why we got the phone call about it. From the future.
Okay, but like, how did he do this barehanded? He was never shown to have super strength or speed. He's gone.
Well, and we do that with Kryptonite a lot, where if we think that the power is lame enough, we'll just add super strength to it, but this is not... He's not a Kryptofreak. Oh!
Yeah, that's what I mean. He doesn't have any powers.
It's every episode. It's every other episode, at least.
It's the loading screen for the script.
I want a screensaver that does it.
You could probably get DJ to make one for
Goes
you.
on a loop, and it cuts abruptly every time too. Like there's not even a good transition back to the front.
If he makes it this, if he ever watches this and makes it this far, shout out on the thumbnails. He's killing it.
Yeah, they're great.
I'm excited to see what he does for season 4.
Well, to be fair, I'm putting those together. He gave me the initial graphics, but I'm picking the images and putting those together. So that is partly me, but I mean, I'm only going to take 25% credit for that because he came up with the initial images.
I thought you were going to say 12% credit.
No, I think I deserve 25. I mean, I'm picking the sizes and the image of the background, and
I was making an Avengers reference.
I know, but I decided to ignore that and take it seriously. I apologize. Anyway,
I like that we got a little bit of Clark and Lex teaming up again. It feels like it's been a few episodes.
Yeah, that's true. It feels like it's been a long time.
Clean up your own mess. I'm Wally West.
I love the absurdity of Lionel has been cloning people, and he's resurrecting people, and he is investigating the cave and finding the secrets of aliens and all this crazy stuff, and he just boldface denies all of it to Lex constantly.
Yep.
And those scenes are always fun. And, like, I should get tired of them, because it is kind of the same thing over and over again, but there's, like, an absurd escalation to it that I'm enjoying. It's like, what's the next crazy thing he's gonna lie about? Like, no, that wasn't me that tried to bring the moon to crash into the Earth. I would never do that.
The question is, did you see that painting that was in his, like, on Lex's way out that was just, like, black lines with a smudge of color on it?
It's modern art,
hideous.
John.
Modern art is hideous.
Not even ugly, hideous. Oh, I like that line.
Hey, look,
I like that
season's
line.
winding down, so we're all coming together.
He said, or a really different time zone. I like that. There's a DS9 episode that this vaguely reminds me of, where there's a woman that's like from like 10 years in the past that Cisco's talking to, but thinks that it's not the same premise except the time displacement thing. But like Cisco's talking to her and she's in the past and we don't realize it until toward the end of the episode, and then it turns out he's been talking to somebody that's been dead for like 10 years. It's great.
Lewis Cox, without Smallville, Supernatural wouldn't have lasted as long as it did. I mean, Supernatural went on for another like decade after Smallville went off the air, though.
Maybe he's just saying it had to establish the precedent of a series going this long, but I think Supernatural could have established that precedent itself, maybe, as popular as it was. But then the real question is, does Supernatural get that big in the first place without Smallville?
Yeah, maybe.
If that somehow was
was
even made. Like, I don't know if that even happens or gets greenlit if it's not for the show, but
I don't know. Was Supernatural, because that's such, like, a lot of that is, I think, is taking, stuff from Buffy. I think Buffy is what gets that greenlit. Supernatural probably helped it get to 15 years on the air.
You mean Smallville?
Yeah. Yeah, no, Supernatural helped itself.
It helped itself get
years.
that far, yeah.
That and CW agreed, because the original concept was a 5-season show.
Well, they've never come out and said exactly how long they were trying to make this show, because they clearly had no plan. But
yeah.
I'm sure they were thinking 3 to 5, and that's all it should have been. And I know you like the later, more bombastic Superman stuff, but like that was not the premise of the show.
No, yeah. Well, and it's interesting because when you start Talkville, they all talk like they didn't anticipate making it past season 1.
Yeah. They were excited just to get the pilot out, which is true of a lot of stuff, of course, but no, let me suggest this, though, John. The reason I say I don't know if that show even gets greenlit without Smallville is because of the ambition of the show making. Like, this sets a precedent for how big they'll try to make, like, more cinematic type shows. And I think the success of this is why a thing like that even gets conceptualized for that network.
Okay, no, I can see that.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's not about the inspiration of the kind of show it is as far as the genre goes. Because you're right about Buffy,
God.
But Buffy was, if memory serves, was that even a network show?
Buffy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on WB.
It didn't start there, though.
No, it starts on UPN.
It got there later. Yeah, and UPN...
Or no. It's the other way around. It starts on
Is it?
WB and goes to UPN.
Okay, I thought it was serialized, or not serialized. What is the word I'm looking for?
Syndicated?
Syndicate. I thought it was syndicated in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. No, because Angel stays on WB for its entire period. But they were both on the WB, and that's why they were allowed to cross over until Buffy moves over to UPN for its last few seasons.
Okay. Well, then retract what I said, because maybe you're right about that. I mean, that's not any more or less ambitious than Supernatural, I don't think.
And I think there's also an argument to be made this show gets greenlit because of Buffy.
Yeah.
Like, they were looking for that next Buffy. And, like, Buffy's better, but in some ways you could argue that this was the next Buffy with how long it managed to stay on the air and retain viewers.
Definitely. And still kind of shocking that it never had a spinoff.
Yeah, they should have done a Green Arrow spinoff.
And that when they tried to do Aquaman, it wasn't a spinoff of this. But when you say they should have done a Green Arrow spinoff, where I'll meet you halfway is if they'd done it like during season 7 or 8, sure, but not when the show's over.
Yeah, no, like, I can see that, like... Well, because, I mean, if you greenlight a show after the first show is over, is it technically a spinoff? At that point, it's just, like, a sequel, right?
No, it's still a spinoff. I mean, if it's different characters.
Green Arrow starring Stephen Amell, but it's a spinoff of Smallville.
Oh, they just recast
very
it?
Strange. It's a very strange choice.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. But, like, trying to do an Aquaman show by the same showrunners, but not in this continuity, was also very strange.
Yeah, Aquaman was the wrong character to pick for a TV show at this time period.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a bad pilot.
Oh, and I haven't seen the pilot.
I kind of liked it.
He's turning into a Simpson.
Yeah, we're not even talking about this episode because who cares?
Yeah, this is.
I'm like, there's some nice atmosphere.
There's
some nice camera work and stuff. I'm sorry, what?
No, I think that's definitely been part of the struggle with me. Is like nothing interesting is staying long enough for me to have any thoughts about it. It's just kind of washing over me. He's the bad guy now.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I appreciate that a character like this is not the season big bad or something. And we don't really start doing the season big bad thing until we go to, like, actual comic shows. I mean, Lionel is essentially, you know, just your general Dr. Claw for the whole show for a long time.
Zod is the first big bad, right?
Well, but he's not a season-long big bad.
Well, no, but we build up to him.
That's true, but he doesn't have like a big master plan that he's working in the background. Like we do more of that kind of stuff later.
And then he's the big bad again in season 9.
Yeah. But then that is that kind of thing where he's around that whole season doing stuff.
Yeah.
And
what this show is
I've never seen all of that,
like...
I don't think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think there were episodes of 9 that I'm missing. Yeah, 9 and 10 I came in and out of because I thought they were bad. But now I'm watching this and kind of feeling the same way sometimes. So I don't know. It's not all bad. Don't get me wrong, but I'm having not the best viewing of the season.
This episode is kind of like, it's not bad, but it's also just I'm watching it and like being entertained, but there's nothing like interesting to say. Things are just happening.
This is an atmosphere episode, isn't it?
Oh my god, he's glowing in the dark.
I mean, it's background music.
Yeah.
Lana, your line is, what? I have no idea what you're saying. It's raining, and I'm way over here.
I don't even know what he wants.
Does he need more Clark blood? I think he needs more Clark blood.
Clark! I need your blood.
I feel like we used this guy a couple of times.
Yeah, he looks vaguely familiar, but...
Are you having that thing where you're like, do I know him from this? Or something else?
Yeah, this guy looks familiar. Like, he kind of looks like he's straight out of a Saw movie.
Oh. There's a look for that? There's a type? There's a Saw type?
Yeah, Danny Glover has a partner in the first Saw movie that looks a lot like this guy.
Wait, Danny Glover is in Saw?
Yeah.
You just said the only thing that would ever make me remotely consider watching that movie.
Yeah, he plays the disgruntled detective that's obsessed with finding Jigsaw.
What? It's Danny Glover playing a disgruntled detective? That's my favorite typecasting.
It's always really funny when I'll bring up like a horror movie because I know you're not a horror guy.
I'm not.
That's just like common knowledge to me, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, I mean, you sometimes have the same thing with like some sci-fi stuff.
No, absolutely. But that's not funny to me. That's funny to you.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, and then I'll kind of laugh. God, I might actually consider watching that at some point, but I don't want to. But it's Danny Glover. I love Danny Glover.
And Tobin Bell's awesome for what little he's in that movie.
I don't know who that is right off.
He plays Jigsaw.
Oh, okay.
And he was Savitar in season 3 of The Flash.
Good old gamer, have you guys ever listened to the 1940 Superman radio show? So, I mean, I've listened to snippets of it, but I've got some of the scripts, and I've read a little bit of that. He says he solves most of his problems by punching people out, including knocking out his friends like Lois and Perry White. Look, whatever gets the job done.
HB Haga, I don't know why you're quoting Dragon Ball Z abridged, but I approve.
He's trying to find some way to entertain himself while we're sitting here not talking about this episode. You know, all we promised was that we would stream while this was on.
Yeah. We're here watching Smallville with you guys. That's all we promised.
That's all we promised. Now we try to stay on topic as much as possible until you put Adam on the screen, and then just my mind blanks. Like, usually I can analyze anything, but, like, who cares? Nobody actually wants to listen to us talk about this. Even John. Like, he's not even watching this action scene.
Yeah, because we know how it ends. No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just after Clark blood. He's got to get a lifetime supply. He's got to break into the chocolate factory. But yeah, I like the minimal use of the time travel conceit.
Was it just me? Because I was looking at it, but I had gotten a message I need to respond to. That action scene with him and Lana was completely pointless. Like, it just ends the same way that it began. She's his prisoner.
Well, at least she's trying to be proactive, I guess. I guess that's the idea. You know, she's trying at least. Because they're trying to show you everything that led up to the phone call.
Yeah.
Oh, we could have made a fortune. Why didn't we bet on this game?
So, I know we've joked about how dumb Lana is.
Yeah.
But I think this is a new level of dumb. You know that you've made a phone call to Clark and it sounded like you got killed, yet you still surrender yourself to the bad guy.
And you call at exactly the same time you did the first time around because, I guess, fate or whatever. I mean, she does say it's happening, so I guess this is supposed to be like a closed loop. Because she says exactly what she said the first time around, so there's no first time around. They are doing that kind of time travel where it's happening this way because it always happened that way.
I figured out why they call it crisis. The doctor's gonna show up.
Wait, what?
Because the doctor's gonna show up.
Yeah, well, they tried to make it like a double entendre thing because you have the crisis hotline.
Yeah. David Tennant's doctor's gonna show up to open the loop.
I'd watch that.
Man, when I was okay.
That was a weird commercial break, wasn't it?
Yeah. And now, electricity.
Their electricity effects always look great.
Well, that's because it's not an effect. They really just shove their actors into some electricity.
Well, I didn't realize that in real life electricity looked so drawn on.
It's method acting.
The electricity is method acting? This looks kind of cool. Yeah. I can't wait for them to talk about this in Talkville so that Clark, while doing this crazy stunt in the rain, or while Tom Welling can say, I don't remember doing this. So now he's just extreme and crazy over the top.
You know, I'm going to say this is probably the best, like, bad effect they've done.
What do you mean by best bad effect?
Like, it looks bad by today's standards, but it holds up better than some of the other battle effects.
Back then, probably kind of impressive.
Yeah. And it holds up better than, like, the sword or the window breaking.
Well, let's see. We got some
bullet
time. Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. Bullet time.
And villain death.
Yay, I couldn't be more excited. You know, sometimes in television, I root for murder. I do. Or just
as one should.
Death. Yeah. Yeah, I feel justified.
Well, and I mean, it's Adam. Who cares?
Oh, I care. I wanted him to die episodes ago.
Oh, no, I meant just, like, who cares that he's even here?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Oh, this is an unfortunate way to go, though. He's got his face, like, impaled on these... I don't know if he's supposed to be impaled or if he's just right next to these jagged pieces of metal.
I think he's just kind of laying on them. Like, they're not jagged, it's just like a walkway.
Oh. Well, yeah, but it would hurt if you laid on it.
Somehow I think that's the least of his problems.
It's like, Clark, just give me some of your blood. Of course, he doesn't know that it comes from Clark.
Okay, so I'm going to complain a little bit that they don't bother to explain the main conceit of this episode. How does she call into the past?
It was just something electricity and kryptonite, I guess.
So now electricity and kryptonite can change your physiology. Time travel.
It doesn't change physiology. It just basically turned a phone signal into a Kryptofreak.
But it also turns humans into Kryptonians. Apparently.
Yeah, but not if you're holding a cell phone.
No, if you're holding a cell phone, then you can make a call into the past.
Right. And not end up with Kryptonian powers. Well, yeah, but what if you're Here's a question. What if you're holding a meteor rock, a cell phone, you're touching Clark Kent, and lightning strikes?
I think the entire town just explodes.
And what if in a fanny pack you have on, there's a snow globe?
I think just the whole town, I think the whole planet at that point explodes. Like, whatever calculations decide what your fate is from that can't determine that many variables, and everything just explodes.
What if you're also in freezing water and drinking a kryptonite milkshake?
Well, then you bring all the boys to the yard.
See, that's a Luther thing, man. If there's two doors, they're gonna open both of them every time.
Yeah, look at that painting. That thing is hideous.
Who's hideous?
That painting.
Oh, I thought you meant like someone in the scene. Like, this person is hideous. What are you talking about? What painting? I missed it.
It's behind the door. I'll try to point it out again. When somebody opens the door, look for the painting, like, in the hallway.
Oh yeah, this is the revelation that he's dying. And gives him...
Remember how they cure this?
Finally a clear motivation for why he's been doing all of this. It's kind of odd that they choose this time to reveal it to the audience. It feels kind of arbitrary. Now, I do feel like that isn't...
become a scientist.
That doesn't read as horribly retroactive as a lot of other things, because, like, I'm glad to finally know why he's been doing all this beyond just generically he's power hungry.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that. I think, if I remember correctly, I have a problem with how they resolve it.
Well, you know how they resolve it, right?
It's the body swap.
It's transference, yeah.
Yeah, that's too easy.
His essence goes into Clark, and then when he goes back to him, he brings something from Clark with him that cures him and makes him not want to be a bad person anymore.
Oh no, not his essence.
Is it his Evan essence?
Yes. That's why he's my immortal.
I'm going to make up a character and put him in a book. His first name is Evan, and his last name is Essence.
And he can be...
What's his middle initial?
He can... E.
Evan E. Essence? Kind of redundant, really?
Well, no, because so his
his initials are E.
Yes.
His friends call him E.
E. No, Austin showed me this Nicki Minaj song, and she does that in the song, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but it's so funny. It's such a bad song, but it's so funny. Do we, though? I don't believe you.
I'm not sure if that's what you should have taken from this, because it seemed like a closed loop. It seemed like what happened was always going to happen. So why do you feel like you have more control?
Well, see, this is a parallel universe.
Oh.
Good Old Gamer says, that's how you end up with that Crisis EP where an unintimidating alternate Lex finds out Clark gave up his powers. So if all the people in Smallville dies by the time Clark becomes Superman, he doesn't start wearing glasses till the end of the show. Well, no, because we have the comics.
Okay, I have to talk about this. It's so weird that this is the episode that I left off on, because I always wanted to talk about the end of this episode versus the beginning of the next one. Lionel, since using Clark's blood isn't going to work, and he's tried everything else, he's out of options, this episode is going to end with him, okay, we get it. It's he just told us that. Why did we need that scene where he explains it? Why not just have us learn it from that? That's good visual storytelling. Anyway, he's going to put a gun in his mouth. That's what's in the box. And in the beginning of the next episode, they will have changed the position of the gun for no reason. It's supposed to be the same scene, but it's no longer in his mouth. Now it's at his forehead or temple or something. Okay. I thought that was weird.
I feel like I've seen that, though, in other stuff where, like, we have a character that's going to do that. They chicken out of doing it in the mouth and, like, move it up to the temple.
Yeah, but show him do that. Don't get into the next scene and it's just in a different place. It looks like a discontinuity.
They should have fast-forwarded the footage a little bit. Just imagine.
Where he goes like this. It's really fast. That's a sleek-looking gun, though, Lionel. Like, if you're going to commit suicide with anything, that's the way to go.
Like it's been spray painted.
Hey, how else are you supposed to paint it?
No, I know, but, like, I've seen guns. They shouldn't look like they've been spray painted.
So, like...
What a cliffhanger.
Yeah, like... Obviously, we didn't find that episode super compelling, and it was hard to even think of things to talk about with it, but I've always really liked the ending of that episode.
I'm going to give it a light green, because while it is, like, super nothing, it is watchable, which is more than I can say for some others that I've given a red.
Yeah, and, like, it's not horribly formulaic. There's a lot of good atmosphere. The directing was really good. There's not any super bad writing in it or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, except for maybe some of the, like, you know, yelling stuff between Lana and Adam at the end. But most of that was just, how are you even hearing each other?
I just like to imagine it was, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you hear me now? What?
Yeah. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm going to go green on this, too. Again, it's light. I mean, I don't love this episode. But I like it better than the last three.
Forsaken.
We've been in a real slog here. Forsaken. That's 21. That's way down.
No, I know. That's just the first one that caught my mind, like, as a title.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure why you just now said it. It's like, no, we're not doing that yet. Stop it.
No, we're doing Legacy, the one that James Gunn watched.
Okay, let's go ahead and break for lunch now.
That works for me.
So give us at least 15 minutes, guys. Could be a little closer to 20. We're gonna try not to be too long though, because we don't want to be super late tonight, obviously. How many total episodes do we have left now? 6.
So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Yep.
So about 6.
6.
So it'll probably be about 7 o'clock when we finish.
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's not horrible.
My time.
Will at least not be a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
But like I said, John, I've really been having a good time with you, man.
I have. Yeah, this has been a blast.
I'm finding that I just like hanging out with John. Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys. We'll see you guys in about 15, if not 20 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Stick around. Hey folks, it's me, Captain Logan. I just ate some lunch, and we got 6 more episodes left of Season 3 Smallville, and we're just going to wait a little bit for John to get back. He is finishing up his lunch, I'm sure, and I thought I would just hang out and chat with anybody that happens to be in here while we are waiting for John to get back. Next episode is called Legacy, and I don't right off remember which one this is, but I'm sure
we have amazing timing. I was just sitting at my desk as you came back.
Oh, wow. Spectacular. Yeah, I was just going to sit here and ramble till you made it back. So, thanks for sparing everybody that. Well, John, we got 6 left, man.
We do.
It's the home stretch.
It's the final countdown.
So I am just setting my episode back up right now. Make sure you're watching Legacy and get it to timestamp 0. Oh, this is the second Christopher Reeve episode. Okay. I knew that was in here somewhere, but I'd kind of forgotten about it. I mean, I mentioned it toward the beginning of the stream, but...
Yeah, I can never remember if he came back in Season 3 or 4.
That was a lot of hours ago. Well, he passes away very early on in Season 4. Or during Season 4.
I gotcha.
And then we got to sit through Truth, which is an episode I do not care for.
Yeah, I remember I remember that episode, but I don't remember if I liked it or disliked it.
Yeah, it's Chloe turning into another Kryptofreak.
And then she'll turn into another one later.
Yeah, she's like a living lasso of truth. Does she have the record for like main character that gets the most crypto powers, most temporary crypto powers?
Yes, because I don't think anyone. Well, because her second one isn't temporary.
Yeah, but didn't she have one even before this?
No. The only other time she's had anything happen to her is weird wise is the worm.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess it was Lana who had that weird thing where she was seeing through that other guy's eyes. Which barely counts as a power, but I think it was kryptonite induced. Anyway, alright, let's watch this, folks. We get to see Christopher Reeve one more time in this show, and he's only going to have screen time with one other character. Do you remember who it is?
Lionel?
Yes! That is right. And Annette O'Toole was sad that she didn't get to... that they didn't contrive some way for her to be on screen with him. And if not the first time around, they ought to have done it here.
Yeah.
Alright, folks, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Meanwhile, back on the farm, of course, Jonathan's got to be doing chores he shouldn't be doing. Did that get knocked off, or did you just finally decide to buy one and put it up there? Oh, yeah, because they had the... Maybe he's slowly still rebuilding stuff because of the shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible.
That must be what happened there. This is really just a way to get him up here. Oh, and now the key's calling not just to Clark, but to Jonathan. She was right. This is a bad time to be on a roof.
Yeah, it really is.
Ooh, that's a good stunt. That was a weird cut, but a lot of that fall looked really cool. Oh, God. We just got to make it as violent as possible. There's immediately kind of an attempt at that sense of, like, urgency and specialness, I think, that we had with Rosetta, because they know that it's Christopher Reeve again. So, like, they're not going to fully recreate that, and it's going to be a little bit more of a normal episode. But don't you feel that same kind of sense of energy? At least an attempt at it?
Yeah, I mean, it's at the very least, like, we start out with an action scene. And we're getting right down to, back to the Kryptonian stuff.
Yeah, and mythology stuff. And we haven't had any Kryptonian stuff in episodes and episodes.
I mean, the last one was that I remember was the flashback.
Yeah. And that wasn't even anything present day. Like, it was a flashback about Jor-El, but it was all about the mystery from the human's perspective. Like, I would have had a scene where Clark goes into the cave and tries to talk to Jor-El about it. But maybe he's afraid to even meet back up with him after what happened with Jonathan with superpowers, where he's like, if he even steps foot in there, Jor-El's gonna be like, oh, you gotta come with me right now. See, look, it was in his mouth, now it's under his chin. That's not him. I forgot it was under his chin. That's not him chickening out, and he can't, because that's just as awful.
Well, and to be fair, we don't see him put it in his mouth because it switches to that like weird camera view of the gun moving up towards the screen.
Oh, is that the idea that, like, it was always underneath it? Maybe you're right. And this is the first time I've seen this episode in a very long time.
Yeah. Cap, are we still watching Crisis?
No, we're not. Quit making fun of me. No, thanks. I'll fix that. Okay, so yeah, he is finally confronting him again. There's that why now question, right?
Yeah.
What was this? 16?
Especially with this, because he's been silent for so long and so much has happened.
No, this is 17, isn't it?
Yeah, this is 17.
Yeah, exactly. I still don't understand why he didn't reach out immediately after Jonathan brought him back. Can I have my kryptonite key back? No? Okay. Matthew Bass, that pan-up shot of LexCorp is getting kind of funny now. Well, Luthor Corp, but yeah, I can't stop making fun of it. It's in every episode. Could we get... just shoot 2 other angles? Now, is that a straight-up CG shot?
I don't think so. It doesn't look like one.
They're probably, like, adding the logo in post, so it's, like, you know, modified.
Yeah, probably something like that. I don't imagine they built, like, a building set for an exterior shot.
Lewis says Legacy is one of the best episodes of Smallville to date. I'm sure he means, that we're watching so far. I remember being a little bit disappointed with it, just in comparing it to Rosetta, and like, how can you not? If Reeve was able to be more of a recurring character, where we had, like, where he was able to be on the show like once a year or something, I want to say it would probably become a little bit more routine, but then it might not be. It might be that kind of big deal guest star thing where it's like, every time Q shows up and it's an event, or every time the Smoking Man shows up and it's an event. Like,
no, I could see that being a big deal, especially with the context around, like, this is the first serious, for lack of a better term, Superman adaptation since the Reeves movies.
Yeah. Pretty much, as far as live action goes, yeah. I mean, Lois and Clark, for its day, was kind of billed as, just a drama, but I mean, it was a cheesy comedy thing and everybody knew it.
Yeah.
I guess it straddled the fence a little bit, like Hercules and Xena sometimes did, but...
I still need to watch those because it's rainy.
They get very silly, and they degenerate into self-parody by the end, both of them, real hard. Well, you used to want conservative-ship of the cave, Lex, but I guess he's downplaying that. He's like, look, I've had all these other things going on, like dealing with my sanity this season, so I don't care as much about trying to find the secrets of the universe. Although he has had moments where he's still looking at the footage of the car wreck from the pilot and stuff like that. But he's been kind of in the background the last few episodes.
Lion or Lex?
Lex. I mean, he hasn't had as much to do, right?
Well, no, because he had the last episode was him and Clark investigating the facility Adam escaped from.
Oh, that's true.
But no, he hasn't had like a major storyline in a couple episodes. He's mostly just...
But I guess what I mean is he hasn't been doing his like three-dimensional chess thing. He doesn't have some big thing brewing in the background right now.
Well, he did with the scientist, but then that got messed up.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That shot inside the film was a little rough.
Yeah.
It is not necessary to do that stuff, guys.
3D chest.
Just don't do it.
You don't do that.
What is the point? John, I think maybe a lot of the reason that I haven't been enjoying the season as much as I have in the past is just because it doesn't binge great.
No, that's possible. This is much more episodic than season 1 or 2.
Well, it's weird that you say that because 1 is a lot of one-offs.
That's true.
But it does still kind of feel that way. I don't know why.
Yeah, I would say season 1 is more episodic than this. But maybe it's more tolerable there because it doesn't have an episodic arc, whereas this does, that we're putting off to do these episodic one-offs.
Yeah, and at least one major serialized subplot we did not care about. And we had that with Helena too, but it's worse here because it's kind of that again in its way.
Yeah. This show loses a big chunk of like what makes it so special when they lose Johnny.
I'm sorry, I missed some of that.
This show loses a big chunk of like a big something when Jonathan Schneider leaves.
Yeah, and he was apparently really upset to be killed off.
Yeah. Well, and it's tough, right? Because that is something that has to happen, but you also don't want that actor to go.
Yeah, I feel like there's a version of this that you can certainly do keeping both of his parents alive. Like, you don't always lose one of them, but we certainly do that quite a bit, and it is a good, life lesson for, your Superman to deal with. We talked about this earlier, but the fact that he can't save everyone, and that he's got to take the lessons that one or both of his parents taught him and go forward on his own and forge his own, destiny and all of that. But, like, he's got both parents in Lois and Clark. I mean, there's versions where he does it, and even in the comics, he doesn't always lose his dad.
Yeah.
Through the 90s, he's got both of his parents. Yes, discussing topics, he is reading random fact books again.
He has hobbies, he tells you.
Yeah, right. He's into nonfiction, just generally. I really like speaking of Snyder, I really like the pathos in his performance, that last scene when he's talking to Clark about the chances he didn't take. And I like that he's a little bit cryptic there, where he's trying really hard not to make Clark feel more guilty about things, because, he's real sensitive, and that's very easy to do. But he's like, I don't know, I think he's dancing around the issue a little bit in a really understandable way, where he's like, I had ambitions, there were chances I would have liked to have taken, I didn't take them, I don't regret where I'm at, but I'm looking at my own mortality now because I don't know how much longer I have to live. And he doesn't want to come right out and say that, but he knows there's a chance he may not be around too much longer because of his condition after, the superpower thing. Christopher Reeve, right away! Not taking our time.
Another Dukes of Hazzard connection. The FBI guy is a henchman in the Dukes of Hazzard reunion a few years before.
Oh.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, and they do a lot of callbacks to that show.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. Now, it is very clear that they had more plans for Swan, given the fact that, like, I don't know if they've got anything like Veritas thought of by now. I really don't think they do. That comes off super retroactive when we get there. But I do get the sense that they had maybe some specific plans for him, given that in the next season they bring in Margot Kidder to kind of, like, pass the torch and keep some of the stuff going on. Like the mysteries of Krypton and what he knows about it.
Is this, I mean, between this and Rosetta, this is the first thing he'd done in years, right?
Yeah. I think so. I don't know that he did any other, like, actual acting.
The only thing I've ever seen him in besides Superman is he is in John Carpenter's remake of Village of the Damned.
Yeah, and I've never.
It's
seen
not
that.
a great movie, but it has a crazy cast.
I've always wanted to see that movie where he plays a paraplegic before he became one. Do you know about that?
I do not. I don't know a lot about Reeve. I have this, like, complicated relationship with Reeve as an actor because, like, I fully respect him as, like, important to the genre and as a good Superman, but he's not my Superman. So I haven't really looked into his other career. But
Okay.
I would be curious.
I really like how mortally ambiguous we're playing him, where you can tell that, especially compared to somebody like Lionel, Swan's heart is in the right place. Probably, but there's this big air of mystery about him where you don't know what kinds of things he's willing to do in pursuit of the truth.
Yeah.
And I just love how much presence he has compared to Lionel, even with Lionel looking down at him. Just everything he does with his eyes is such sophisticated acting. And I think this was kind of a big deal because I don't know that anybody expected him to necessarily come back.
No, yeah, like, one time is a huge deal. Two, I think, is still a big deal, if not, maybe not as big deal as a big a deal. But, like, it's still a big deal.
Well, because now he's a recurring character on the show. I mean, like, what makes it exciting is the potential for, like richness in now developing this character. He was certainly like mysterious and a intriguing character first time out, but now we can use him for more than just exposition.
So this whole episode, like, I'm glad we're finally getting back to this, but it does have to, like, what took you so long?
Yeah, it makes everything between. In some ways, it makes everything between the first couple episodes and now feel kind of disposable and superfluous, yeah?
Yeah, it's all just filler. I mean, I guess you could say, like, there's been developments and, like, changes, but those weren't necessary to get us here.
Well, and again, the big thing is I just need a concrete explanation for why Jor-El himself waited this long. Like, is it because Lionel is getting close to the truth about Clark and or Krypton, and Jor-El knows that? You have to stop making him so cryptic and amorphous by this point. Because it feels like a lot of cheat, where it's like, I just don't believe that you guys know what you're doing with this character and what his
So wait,
end
why are
game
they
is.
searching the farm?
Are they looking for the
Wait a
key or
minute.
the blood? I can't remember.
I remember, this isn't really the FBI. These are Lionel's goons that are looking for the key.
Yes.
Because there's no way FBI agents would be this reckless.
Yeah, no, they're not FBI. Or at least well, yeah, they are, but they're, like, working with Lionel. I can't remember now. But also, John, it's Smallville. Everybody does everything, like, real extreme and over the top. So this probably is what Smallville's FBI is like.
Smallville doesn't have its own FBI. They're countrywide.
No, I mean the show. I mean the universe of Smallville.
Smallville's a universe? Thought it was a city.
Where's my eject button? Well, the show thinks it's a town, but it is much closer to a city.
Well, you know, he's just a small town boy. Yeah, Clark, you never have to apologize for opening up to me. Except for those times where I snap at you for it.
Well, she snaps at him for not opening up, really, right?
It's kind of both, just depending on what the episode feels like.
That's true. He really just needs to become a mind reader. Like, ironically, one of the only powers he doesn't have is the one he needs in order to date her.
But you know,
yeah,
to be fair, he does keep, like, taking 3 steps forward and then 1 step back.
Yeah. Well, everything you say sounds like innuendo about your relationship. So, like, you know, that's a place where Adam was right about you. Like, you need to talk more, like, plainly, I think.
I think they're all dead.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. I'm responding to Matthew.
Oh.
He's talking about, like, where's the Native American characters from earlier, and I, like, at least all the important ones are dead.
No, we are going to get more from Willowbrook. He shows back up toward the end of the season, I think.
Oh, wait, he is still alive, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still alive.
I, for some reason, thought he died.
Nope.
That is not a person who died.
Died.
So,
meanwhile, back at Dry Ice Cemetery.
Apparently talking to people in the cemetery in the middle of the night isn't just a Lana thing, it's a Smallville thing.
Everybody does it. It's really the only time it's open, actually. Like, past 10 p.m. You know, usually you see signs where it's like, you know, these kind of public places close at 10 p.m. This one opens at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Discussing topics, the kiss of forgetfulness would be helpful in dating Lana, too. Yeah, if only you could wipe her memory of every time you put on red kryptonite, or...
Yeah.
It's too late for them to be having this conversation.
Well, they've already had this conversation.
Have they?
Or at least that first part where he's not my father, you are. I feel like he said that 3 times already.
Well, I missed it if he did, but... And his weird voice.
I love the fact that we're talking about here, whatever his dad's name is, but is never going to mention that his dad purposely didn't tell him that aliens exist.
And he'll never know that. Only the audience is privy to that information.
No, I think Clark told him that he had the vision of Jor-El meeting his grandfather.
Oh, that's true. No, he did know that. What am I talking about?
Have you been watching Smallville?
Well, I've been looking at it periodically. It's a real haphazard gravesite here. Matthew says he does like Jonathan Kent's arc in this. Like with everything, it ends up being kind of drawn out. I think this season overall it's fine, but it does start to spin its wheels after this. But I like how kind of uncertain and lost he is right now, and that seems to be like naturally building on what we started with Rosetta, where like now that Clark is in an odd way in contact with his birth father and they're in such uncharted territory, he's starting to wonder just how relevant he'll continue to be in moving forward in Clark's life, and if he can really help him navigate the weirdness of maybe he was sent here to conquer the Earth.
Well, and it'll be interesting because this is called Legacy, and so is the James Gunn movie. I wonder how much thematic overlap there will be.
Well, I won't be surprised if it's a similar kind of adopted son story, where it's like not just a father-son story, but a father-father-son story.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a great story to tell with that, where you find that real balance between two fathers, where like one doesn't ultimately win out. You know, he needs them both.
The day goes to Clark.
Stop it, Austin. This episode's important, and more importantly, I'm liking it a lot more than the last 4.
Austin, this episode is called Legacy.
I kind of wonder, John, what it would be like watching Rosetta in this back-to-back.
Probably very discombobulating because of all the status quo changes.
I kind of wonder if you wouldn't miss a beat, really, actually. Because I'm kind of surprised looking at this again, just how much thematically it's building on, in relationship-wise, on what's done specifically in Rosetta. It feels a lot more like an honest-to-God sequel to that.
Yeah, no, I could see that.
Than I remembered. Particularly with the Jonathan stuff. I mean, yes, you have to know what's in between. I don't mean that a person that's never seen these before should do that, but if you are familiar with it, I just wonder how they watch together.
We're not doing too bad. Yeah, we've got about 6 episodes left.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that John's gonna fall asleep before the end, and I will probably get all the way there. It's kind of what I think is gonna happen. No, I'm joking. We're doing great.
Austin, you should come back and watch the final 6 with us.
You should, or at least the last 5.
Yeah.
Come on, Austin.
Come on, Austin.
Do it for us, man. We need somebody else rambling in the mix here.
We're tagging you in.
And once again, the best episodes are popping up during periods where people are busy. Because on the weekend, we always do better in the evening. Like, if I broadcast on a Friday or a Saturday at 9 or 10 o'clock, we usually have a pretty good crowd. But, like, 2 in the afternoon on a Saturday, like, people are doing stuff.
Yeah. No, Noah, you come on here and watch Smallville with us.
Yeah, I'll bring Noah in. Oh, this is a good confrontation here. And once again, I love how this is lit. Oh, Austin's busy.
Practice proposing? What?
He's got to practice his friend propose?
What does that even mean?
The only thing I wish I had practiced for when I proposed to my wife, if that's the kind of thing you're talking about, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, I would have been ice skating. Because I'm not very good at that, and I proposed to my wife on an ice skating rink. I wish I'd gone and ice skate. Not that I, like, fell or anything, but I could have been a little bit more graceful than I was, certainly.
You should say no, you have to watch Smallville.
See, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday or a Saturday, people are too busy. They just got better things to do than to watch ridiculous amounts of Smallville.
No, he should just tell his friend that he can't help him propose because he has to watch Smallville.
Yeah, Noah should give up his fangs. That's what he wrote.
We see how it is.
He said he had things to do. Well, it's going to be you guys' fault when nothing we say in the next 5 episodes makes any sense at all. I'm turning into Lana, John, with how passive-aggressive I'm being. But this looks like an X-Files episode. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Yeah, I'm a broken record, but where have these confrontations been this whole season?
Oh no, Austin's calling Noah a bigot.
Oh no. Oh, this is really escalated.
It has. I think we're up to racism now.
Oh, okay.
Noah, how do you plead?
You were right. So they were not FBI at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
See, this is all real intriguing and exciting, and you just wish it happened like 10 episodes ago.
Senior Stick says there's he says nay to too much Smallville. There's no such thing apparently. I think that's spoken from by someone who's not watching 24 hours of Smallville.
That's right. Okay, that was unnecessarily melodramatic and an unfortunate thing that Tom Welling had to yell at.
You turned her against me.
Had to yell at Christopher Reeve walking into this room. You betrayed me. I don't like the word betray, generally speaking in conversation and a thing. It's just it's too extreme of a word. There's very few points in like everyday life that a person would actually use that word against another person.
Yeah, Austin betrayed
too big
us.
A word.
That's my example of how to use betrayed.
Okay, see, and now he's finally confronting Swan with specifically the conquering thing. I'm telling you, watch these back to back. They probably watch pretty well together. Well, not exactly the same. You know, because I'm pretty sure that Jarrell didn't, etch a giant S on Virgil Swan's chest. Like, it's a little different.
Everybody betray me.
See, that's a good case in point.
You know who they should have had cameo to replace Brandon or Christopher Reeve? They should have just like CGI'd in Superman 64.
I think I'm glad that you're not in charge of TV shows.
I'm fed up with this world.
Everyone betray me. He gets to do a screen thing too. He's got that everywhere he goes.
Yeah, because everyone betray him.
No, not Christopher Reeve.
No, that's where you bring Tommy Wiseau into this movie. Christopher Reeve passes away and they replace him with Tommy
stop
Wiseau.
It. No.
Clark, I teach you about Kal-El. But how did you find it?
He's just got sensors that pick up all the messages, no matter where they're from, John. He's got the best satellites.
He spared no expense.
Jonathan's like, I've got to get a different ringtone on this Kryptonian phone. It's driving me crazy.
I mean, I'm with him. Like, they couldn't have picked anything else.
Any other sound?
Yeah, that's like the most annoying sound in the world.
It's the kind of sound that, like, when you're a kid or, like, in high school, watching anything in your parents' house really sucks because, like, your parents might walk in and be annoyed at you about the weird sound coming from your... I'm just watching a TV show. They picked this stupid sound.
Yeah. Kal-El, no.
And Martha says, well, take me there. I'll talk to him. So I can actually be on screen with Christopher Reeve.
Does Jarrell have call forwarding?
Because for anybody not aware, of course, Annette O'Toole was Lana Lang in Superman 3. So that was like a little bit of a stunt casting thing, getting her in this in the first place. And she has a lot of stories about how great he was to her with that movie on set and taking her places and stuff, and really wanted to reconnect with him and work with him again. And I think it would have been really easy to contrive it.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't do it.
I really don't get that.
At the very least, just like let her go up there to see him.
Yeah, fly her out there.
You better be careful, Lionel. Jonathan has superpowers.
Well, no, not anymore, but he's gonna have like an adrenaline super strength thing fighting a Lionel like this.
I like that we are consistent with he's not stupid, but he's hot-headed.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, this is a bad idea, and he knows it.
And he knows it, and he
he's
doesn't
angry.
care because he's letting his emotions get the better of him, and that's what he feels like he's got to do right now.
Yeah.
Because he's fed up. Now, I can really relate to this. I've known a lot of like good men in my life that have that kind of temper.
You're gonna say I've seen a lot of flying discs in my
life. I have, yeah. That's the scene I can relate to the most, with just this floating disc that pops up from the ground and then flies into a wall behind me. Discussing topics as Margot Kidder was also too late for a reunion. That's a case where it might have been a little bit convoluted trying to force them together, unless they just had her as... No, maybe not. I mean, if they had decided to make her his assistant in the first place and like they were working together.
Well, because don't they mention that they had a relationship at one point?
Yeah, but they don't cast her until he passes.
Yeah.
So like,
oh my god,
they would have had to have the foresight to think to put her there in the first place, and you've only got so much time in an episode, so like you got to then give her enough dialogue to warrant her being there, so that it doesn't look lame that you got Margot Kidder for 3 lines.
Yeah,
you got to give her enough to do.
Realize that with each episode we finish, we get closer and closer to season 4.
I know. I know. I mean, I need to go to bed at some point, but at the same time, I want to push that off as long as possible. And I'm nervous because I've had a rough enough watch with this, and the last time I watched 4, knowing that eventually I was going to review it, I binged the back half of it, just like we're doing here, but alone, and it was just awful. It was rough. Yeah, looking at that stuff back to back to back. So look forward to that.
Senior stakes. Who?
Oh yeah, Pete hasn't been in this episode.
Who? Ugh. I don't know who that is.
You could about write him out now, and I think it would be several episodes before a lot of people would go, oh, wait a minute. That guy's in this show. Where is he? How many times has he said that?
Over 1 billion.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's the number. You nailed it. I think it's half his lines of dialogue.
You know, there's no villain in this episode. I mean, it's a Lionel episode.
Lionel, but again, he's kind of the big bad of the whole show. Like Rosetta doesn't have a villain either.
Yeah. We should count Christopher Reeve cameos. That'd be really easy.
Well, yeah, we just did it. 2. I'm not going to put it on the screen. I think everyone can memorize that. Is there anything at all to count in this episode?
No.
I don't think there hardly was with Rosetta.
Oh, wait a minute.
Either.
Walking away upset.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Gotta have one. I mean, I'm sure
Well, we found out, Austin, that he wasn't watching movies. He was drag racing.
He was drag racing?
Yeah.
Well, he was probably watching movies during the day and drag racing at night.
He's watching movies about drag racing.
I don't think that's what that blaxploitation movie is about that he was talking about.
That's what you think.
I mean, I haven't seen it. I guess it's possible.
Senior Stakes Cap is 2 Lanas too much in Smallville.
I don't know what he means by that.
Are there 2 Lanas in Smallville?
I don't know what he's talking about. Somebody else said something about 2 Lanas too. I don't know what they're talking about.
Is it because what's her name played Lana in Superman 3?
Oh, is that what? Yeah, well, it's not 2 Lanas. It's a. So I don't know if you guys understand how acting works. So you got this woman that when she was younger, she played a character named Lana Lang. Very different character, not irritating, didn't have love triangle phase or any of that. Wasn't passive aggressive, and then she got older. Whoa, that was weird.
What was that?
Right there. You like stalled out and then you came back.
Oh.
And there was
weird.
beeping that happened. But yeah, then she got older.
An actor can only
played
play
a different
one character. Clark's mom is Lana. Well, this whole show just got a lot weirder.
Oh man. I mean, given the weirdness of that 50s thing, like
they should have just had him come out and say, "With great power comes great responsibility."
Yeah, you guys really need to get on the same page here. Once again, we've lost the key. Where is it? Who's got it?
Lois isn't here yet.
But I always liked this ending, but I don't totally know how he got his hands on that.
I have no idea. Nothing. The key just kind of ends up somewhere.
And I think that's the last we ever see of it, right? Well, no. I think it does come back with Margot Kidder.
Yeah, because he uses the key to make the fortress.
Is it? No, he uses a crystal from the cave, right?
He uses the 3 stones, and then he has to use the key to like unlock it.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay.
All right, I am on episode 18.
Now, when I say those would watch next to each other well with that and Rosetta, like I said, like thematically and some of the character building, obviously that is not a total story in and of itself. I mean, Rosetta isn't exactly either. You know, it's setting so much stuff up, and this is kind of doing that too with mysteries. So I mean, it's kind of like if you were just watching the mythology episodes of X-Files.
Yeah.
But I'm certainly flipping green on it. I mean, it's definitely one of the better episodes of the season.
Oh yeah, we have to do the sign. I will also flip green. I quite enjoyed this one.
John's ready to go to bed. He's like, God, no, we have to do the signs.
We have to do the signs and the things and the show and.
Why are we still here?
Wait, what? There's 2 Aquamans? Who? What?
I'm gonna go as far as to say that Christopher Reeve's performance there is actually in some ways neater, I think.
I thought it was about the same. And no, the Day Ghost. This is better than the CW Flash.
I mean, it depends on what part of that we're talking about, I guess. Like, it's probably better than season 3 of that show.
I mean, it's better than anything after season 1.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. With the exception of like 1 or 2 of the crossovers, because there's some decent stuff with those, but.
Josh.
Yeah, why'd you call
There's
him
no
Josh?
Josh here.
Okay, anyway. John, we gotta keep watching this.
We gotta keep watching Smallville.
Yeah, we really do. Hey, we have not named an honorary Kryptofreak this whole time. I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah.
Who would you nominate of just folks that have interacted with us a lot?
Let's see, we've got Dagonsphere, which I haven't seen him today unless I'm hallucinating. We got Robert Wilde. I think we nominated Austin because it was funny.
I'm seeing a lot of discussing topics.
I'm seeing a lot of discussing topics. Darren Root.
Oh, yeah.
And
some Lewis Cox.
Yeah.
Earlier in the stream. Oh, yeah, Darren Root going all back pretty far, too.
Yeah. I'd say Darren.
Okay. Darren Root, we're going to make you an honorary Kryptofreak. And what kind of Kryptofreak powers do we want to give Darren Root?
He has tree powers.
Oh, tree. We haven't even had that in the show.
Yeah.
Tree powers? Because his name is
his last
Root?
name is Root.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so
I'm very big brained.
So is he
Yeah.
so smart me. So what exactly can he do with trees?
He can just talk to them like Aquaman can talk to fish.
Oh, talks to. Now, where I'm from, that's not generally considered a superpower. So much as potential schizophrenia, but it's more what that's looked at. But Darren Root, you take that any way you want to, buddy. You have the power to talk to trees. You have the power to talk to trees. I think we've lost John. I think he's done here.
Oh man.
Are you gonna make it, buddy?
Right. Yeah, I'll be all right.
Truth.
Justice in the American way.
So you can't say American way, not just because it's kind of considered outdated these days, but also because it's too many words.
Too many words?
It's too many words. It's more than one. It's Smallville episode titles. Don't you know how Smallville works?
Dago says he can talk to the trees and control the brains of women.
No, you need magnetism for that. Catch up.
I don't think he saw that episode.
He was there for that one.
Oh, was he?
Wasn't he?
Okay. Austin, were you there for that
one?
Yeah,
because I told him it was going to suck, and he was like, no, but it'll be great. And then I think he agreed with us.
No discussing topics of importance and entertainment. He's not Swamp Thing. He's a Kryptofreak.
No, because Swamp Thing's not schizophrenic.
Guy thinks he has superpowers, but really just schizophrenic.
That sounds like a potential Kryptofreak to me. Yeah, that was his last episode. That's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
John, let's get into it, man. We gotta start knocking these down.
All right.
Okay, I'm very excited to carry this one all by myself. We are losing John here. True. Oh, I'm actually not excited. I hate this episode, but see how we go. Here we go. Truth. Episode 18 of season 3. Everybody get ready to press play. Here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
Split doesn't talk to trees, dummy.
No, there's different kinds of schizophrenic.
Okay, so I'd just like to remind everyone that she is still a high school student. But I like how we're shooting this.
I'm with you. I really don't know that the people making the show remember that they're in high school. There's never a point where you forget that in Buffy. Like, there's not one scene where you go, oh, they kind of just feel like normal adults right now.
Yeah. No, this whole season they just feel like adults, and then I think we may even have that in season 4 because by the time they graduate, you kind of forget they're in school.
Yeah. Well, they never go there. They're not going there much this season either. They only go there when you have a really obligatory kind of Kryptofreak episode or something centered around the school.
Yeah.
Or if we want to have Clark play football. I guess we're going to see more high school in 4 because he's actually going to play football.
Well, and even like with Chloe here, she's got this different haircut this season, and it looks like it's designed to make her look older.
Yeah, and that's not a good idea. You should do everything to make them look younger. Once again, feels like X-Files.
No, this is the L-Files, because it's Luthor Corp.
Oh. Luthor Corp's behind everything. Like the government in the X-Files.
Yeah. Which is ironic that the government's banned everything in X-Files, because the two main characters work for the government.
Right, well, that's kind of a, big theme in the show. Is, like, you can trust authority, and if they have your best interests at heart, and people that work for the government, like, if they should go against the authorities.
We're back on the set of 28 Days Later.
Yeah, we love that movie that hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, it has.
Or I guess it's just come out. I keep thinking we're in 02, but we're already to 4 by now, or
yeah,
close to
28 Days Later is 01, isn't it?
No, it's 03.
Oh, it's 03.
Because I saw that in the theater while I was working at the theater. That's 2003.
Okay. What a year for movies.
Yeah, 03 is a great year for media in general. Like, that was a big music year.
It's the X-Styles. What was that from? Austin, what are you referencing?
He's referencing the TV network that Perry White worked for.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I know I've heard that recently.
Yeah. Yeah, but it probably feels like it was like a week ago now.
Yeah, it kind of does.
So, this is a fun kind of corporate espionage sort of scene, but it's made less fun when you realize that it's just a way for her to get a very irritating power so that she can go around and be like, I can find out anything I want about anything. Because isn't it, all poetic and fun to see a journalist be able to get any information from people that she wants to? And I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Well, and I mean, it's interesting because Buffy also sort of did this. But it wasn't like truth power, it was mind reading.
Yeah. Now that you say that, I remember that.
The Dago says, who would win in a fight, David Duchovny or an electric eel?
Close. Too close to call.
And that was a $6.99 Canadian, so
now,
like $1.
Is there... thanks, Austin. I don't know why you did that, but I appreciate it, buddy. Is there kryptonite involved, is the question. Because David Duchovny could be stealing the powers of the electric eel.
He has the power.
Right, by the power of Grayskull. See, if you're... Hear me out for a second. If you're Chloe, and you had that whole plot early on where you're feeling bad about getting information out that might, hurt the lives of Kryptofreaks that haven't done anything wrong. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be a little hesitant to use this power? You'd be worried about the actions and the consequences.
Yes, however,
yeah,
I think at this point we've kind of established that it messes with your mind.
Well, that's the big question mark, is I don't know if it does, and because of that episode. Like, it can't decide if it does.
If I remember correctly, the main time that she decides to use this on purpose is because she gets angry.
If memory serves for me, they play it up for comedy, and she just walks around asking people all kinds of questions, knowing that she can get any answers from people she wants to. And that seems really irresponsible, unless she's supposed to be out of character.
Austin wants you to spin that funky wheel.
Oh, yes, that's why he's doing that. Pardon me, I totally forgot about that. Okay,
does
here we
that
go.
count? Because it's $7 in Canadian. That's like $1.
Nah, we'll do it. Thanks, Austin. Oh, I have to work out my desk for 5 minutes. That's boring. I'll give you a better one. Oh, I gotta make dramatic gestures constantly.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. It's like germs that spread.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but why is that interesting?
I don't know, because usually it, like, only other time I've seen this is like the Purple Man, where it's more just like psychic energy. It's different.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like there's another place where we do kind of like spores or germs or something with kryptonite, where it like comes out of something.
Well, you have
in people's mouths. And... Sorry, what?
You have that flower episode.
James Marshall directed a ton of episodes of the show. He's usually pretty good.
Captain Strange.
Yeah, because see, I'm making dramatic gestures.
But yeah, the flower episode is the only one I can think of.
Oh yeah, that's true. Which was very original.
John, who more 24-hour Smallville, yourself or Cap? Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, I feel like even in the state I'm in right now, I can talk slightly more incoherent or more coherent. No, I can't. Never mind. Never mind. You win. Senior Six wins.
I can talk more.
I can talk more incoherent. Yes, I can. We both equally 24-hour Smallville yourself. Equally.
It's a draw, really.
That's the face you make when you're sad that you're not in your own TV show enough.
I don't know who that is.
I forget when Lex finds out that Lionel is sick.
I don't think he finds out until prison.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, but I wasn't totally sure if I was right about it.
OAW Entertainment is here.
Thanks, OAW. He says congrats. 6 for the win. Yes, we're done after that. I'm gonna be the father of 6 children. I'm currently the father of 5 children.
I don't even want one, so I don't know how you do it.
And now I'm gonna have like enough for a Power Ranger team with a 6 Ranger, which is pretty cool.
Who's gonna get to be the Green Ranger?
Probably. Well, see, I want to say Jason, but Jason has to be the Red Ranger because his name is Jason.
See, I half expected just to go directly to you.
Then, yeah, but now we're gonna have 6, so. No, I'm the Gold Ranger. I have the tattoo. But I also have a Lord Zed tattoo, so I guess I could be like a good guy or a villain.
But you can't have a Gold Ranger and a Green Ranger. Those are both 6th Rangers.
Oh, that's true. Well, no, it's okay, because one of them is just a loner from Triforia, you know, so he's not even using the same.
We just borrowed this one to make a full team.
Exactly. You know, I've probably been doing this for more than 5 minutes, but it's actually kind of like keeping me awake. You know, it's like kind of keeping my energy up. I feel like I'm doing like an interpretive dance.
Why does this set up like there's going to be a bomb and then it just cuts to black?
I don't know. I have not been looking at this episode. I probably should watch it. She needed Glad trash bags. Actually, I'm not sure if that was trash bags or if those were Ziploc bags.
Oh, congratulations, OAW.
Oh, he has a kid. Cool. Any advice for a new dad? Well, that's a very small baby, so, you know, make sure it's not, like, on the floor. No, don't step on it. That'd be bad. I'm just kidding. I think the most useful advice I can give you is don't accept superpowers from an AI in a cave wall. Even to try to save your son. I think just in the long run, it's a bad idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna defend her a little bit here with this.
Yes.
Because right now she's doing on an accident, and we've established that yes, well she feels bad about it. Now she's accidentally gotten like a snippet of it. I think it's the natural evolution of this story for her to try to get the rest. Because both Pete and Martha have slipped up and led on to something.
Yeah, you might be right. Again, it's been a while since I've watched this, so I mean, I'm gonna be open-minded.
I feel bad for Martha. She just kept going. The clerk was like, "Hey."
I feel like Martha's makeup is a little bit odd this episode.
It looks a little like caked on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Although I do find it kind of funny, like Clark trying to keep everyone away from Chloe so they won't spill the beans.
Well, that's true, AW. Jonathan's heart was in the right place, but you know, he can't be very helpful to his son if he has a heart attack and dies, or he falls off a roof.
I think his heart being in the right place is the least of his problems.
That's true. It doesn't really matter where the heart is. It's the fact that it might explode. That's really... Austin OAW said that it was a boy.
Austin doesn't read.
He said he.
You know, just shout out to Austin, because, like, we could have a serious conversation and then easily just transition and insulting each other and go back and forth. Hey, remember the convenient fact that she lives with Chloe?
Yes. Doesn't come up all that often, does it?
No. And I can't, like, it's really weird, because it's not like, I don't know if I can call that too convenient, because it's not like it just happened.
No, it happened in first season, second season, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not convenient. It's just kind of odd that we don't see them together more because they live together.
I recognize this actress from something. It's driving me crazy.
Me too. And I don't think it's this.
No. What's her name?
Who?
The teacher's name, like in in
Oh,
the
I don't
show.
know. I mean, oh, Mrs. Taylor. Yeah, because see, she's gonna find out.
No,
Yeah,
I forgot about
like a
this. I'm gonna
closet thing?
concede to you on this.
Yeah, that's where I thought this went. And that she's gonna totally take advantage of this. And she's not gonna be out of character. It's not gonna be a, mind altering thing.
Is it supposed to be she's been tempted with this power and she gives into that temptation?
Yes, but she should be smarter than that. Or she should resist it more. If it was just about her using it to try to find out what Clark won't tell her, I could appreciate that a lot more. But she's gonna not appreciate anything she's learned from other episodes where there have been negative consequences for her just irresponsibly publishing whatever she finds out. And that's exactly what she's gonna do. And she's gonna go, well, freedom of the press.
Yeah, no, this is too far.
And she has this godlike look in her eyes where, like, oh boy, look what I can do with this. And she's all smug about it. Like, I hate this episode. For a split second, I thought maybe I wasn't remembering it
that
right.
I've seen her in is Jumanji.
Oh, okay.
And I don't even
She's
remember
probably a
who
character
Mrs.
actor
Thomas
that just
is.
pops into stuff. Chloe, you are a Kryptofreak. And what I want to know is if you're psychotic because you have crypto powers. We'll never know. Yeah, so, I don't know. I was trying to be open-minded in case I was missing something or forgot something with this. I'm doubling down on everything. I don't know if kryptonite turns you somewhat psychotic. Because sometimes...
I don't know, it is playing like she's on a power trip.
Yeah. But, like, is it chemically induced, or is it just, this is what she would do if she got this power? And by the way, everybody on this show acted like this was one of the big, standout, great episodes of the season. I think it has a commentary.
Weird.
No, I know it does, because I know that John Glover is on it. Or at least that's what I remember from years ago when I listened to it. Discussing topics, ask Jarrell about Chloe when you get to heaven. Yeah, or just about, in general, the effect that kryptonite has on your psychology. Because even if we're saying now that it definitely always does that, it doesn't always, and it hasn't always in this season. John, I'm so frustrated. And see, he's going to be immune because he's always immune to these things.
It's still better than Velocity. I will stand by that.
It's at least related to what she does. Here's the thing. I think
Wait, you mean we didn't invent a hobby for her in the last... in the first 5 minutes of the episode?
We find out that she secretly, for the last 4 months, has been, like, going to culinary school, and she's using kryptonite to make, like, the fastest possible meals.
No, even better. She is also drag racing.
She's doing it on with motorcycles.
And she's the one that got Pete into it. Because he has no original thoughts. He just does whatever his friends do.
Oh, no. Well, if you do that, you have to make it a follow episode next season in about the same placement. Without Pete in it. It was like, wait a minute, you've been doing it all this time? You didn't learn anything from what happened with Pete? She's like, no, I always throw my races, man. Like, I know how to do this. I throw the races.
Cap, apparently you're Zordon now.
Yes, he's not actually the only person in the last 24 hours that's told me I'm Zordon.
You should just reply, behold the viewing globe.
Yeah,
and then,
because,
like, run away.
Because now that I have a full Power Rangers team with a 6 Ranger, people are telling me that makes me Zordon.
Well, that is how you fix the Ranger issue, right? You're Zordon and everyone else is a Ranger.
Yes, exactly. No, I don't need to be a Ranger. I'm good.
You're Golden Zordon.
Golden Zordon?
You're Zordon, but you just have the helmet of the Gold Ranger.
I already have 2 Power Ranger tattoos. Do I have to get a Zordon tattoo now?
No. You get a viewing globe tattoo.
Oh, that's a good one. That actually could look kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna, but that would look kind of cool.
Or just, like, behold the viewing globe somewhere.
Oh, what a weird thing to permanently get on your body, but then I'm going to talk with some of what I've got here. OAW, Ryan wasn't a psycho, R.I.P. Ryan. Yeah, we don't know if he was a Kryptofreak. We had this conversation earlier, where, like, he's got that power, it comes from a tumor. It's a lot like that John Travolta 90s movie Phenomenon. It might be unrelated entirely to kryptonite.
There's only one John Travolta movie in the 90s that's worth watching, and that's Face Off.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is in a completely different genre, but yeah, it's not a great movie, but I like it okay. It's got a fun Brent Spiner cameo.
You know, this is completely out of character for her, and, like, kind of or not out of character, but kind of irresponsible for her. But I'm kind of digging that Chloe is the villain of this episode.
So here's my thinking. I think if we were going to do this premise, it has to be in season 1.
Yeah, I could see that.
And then she's got to learn a big lesson from
But here's
this.
the problem why we can't. Nobody but his parents know his secret at that point. So you don't get the stuff with Pete. She doesn't come over to his house as much as in season 1.
But also, you just tell a different story with it. Like, ultimately, she's not going to learn enough to even begin to start getting close to his secret, so who cares?
That's fair.
I just mean if she's going to be this obnoxious about it. Like, you do one of these stories or the other, right? You either do the story where she gets dangerously close and Clark has to do some clever thing to make sure she doesn't get to the secret. You could tell that story. It's not like a deep thing. I don't know how you really get much revelation about characters through it, but it could be a good, just kind of problem to solve sort of story. Or you do a first season thing where she has to be the straight up Kryptofreak in order to learn journalistic responsibility. You can't do both in season 3.
So Senior Sticks is asking the real questions here. Is DJ your Alpha 5?
See, now we're just stuck in Power Rangers. The short answer is yes.
Well, you know what that means. DJ has to start every Captain Logan show with "ay."
I thought you were gonna say it meant that he had a CD drive in his back that nobody knows about. Didn't know he had that. This is an odd angle, yeah?
Yes, but I think it's supposed to like indicate she's in over her head, maybe.
Who's reaching now? I think they were just like, this is a little stylistic. We've never done this shot before. Like, you might be right. I don't know. I don't want to take it away from you. But the problem is they're both framed that way, though. That's why I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Lex is so tired of everything at this point. It's that where he's just like, oh, I've gotta play chess when I just want to take a shower. I like how everybody wants to talk about anything but this episode. Oh, she just said chess move. It's not a game, Chloe. What you gotta understand is my dad has been doing all these experiments to clone people and resurrect people. Hey, here's a question. How long has he known that he's got this terminal illness? When he was doing those experiments back in season 1 with level 3, trying to make, like, giant vegetables and stuff, was that just for profit, or did he know back that far?
No, it can't go that far for 2 reasons.
Okay.
1, it's a liver disease. He would have been showing symptoms by now.
Good point.
2, this is not the kind of show to carry something like that from one season to another.
No, but it could retroactively say that was his motivation. Because it is being a little bit retroactive about that motivation. And again, I think it ultimately works, but...
But typically with this show, when you do something like that, it's really only retroactive to what he's doing in the current season.
Hey, I have a theory. Maybe even before he got that disease, he was doing genetic experiments to try to cure his own blindness, and then it just cured on its own.
Greetings. I don't know how to say that.
Yes, I can't say his name either because it's not English characters, but welcome. Hi there. Oh, he is from Greece. Hello, person whose name I can't read, from Greece. Everybody's just saying where they're from now. Lewis Cox, I am from England. I was watching a guy's Twitch stream last week, and he had a really cool accent, and I couldn't place it. And he was playing Donkey Kong Country, and I was talking to him. And I said, hey, just curious, where are you from? And he goes, are you trying to dox me? And I was like, I just want a country, man. Like... And this comes out of nowhere because, once again, we don't know what to do with Pete.
I'm going to play defense on that.
Oh, no. Don't take up for... Okay, all right, good.
He did that so he wouldn't tell her the actual truth.
That is not true.
You
No,
think so?
no, this is sincere.
Oh.
Yeah. It's out of nowhere.
Yeah, she just got kissed by this random guy she's never met. So weird.
They are playing that a little bit like the what is her name? The Xander Willow thing in early Buffy.
Yeah, see, I don't know. That always reads like he had a choice of either telling her about Clark or telling her that, and he chose to do that over telling her about Clark.
No, that's absolutely the reason he did it now. He felt like he had to. But just the fact that he's been harboring those feelings the whole time, that reads, again, very retroactive.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't even know who that guy is.
But this is a guy who, the only character trait we've been messing around with him lately at all is he likes to take risks and go after stuff when he really wants it. Why on earth has he not said anything to her? Like, why didn't he make a move when Clark made it clear that he was not interested? Especially because he keeps almost making fun of Clark for not telling Alana how he feels about her. Come on now.
I mean, he'd have to be in the show enough to even do that. But no, I agree.
You're just gonna stick with that shtick until we kick him out of the show, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be so sad when he's gone.
You're not gonna know what to do with yourself when this guy we never see is no longer in the show.
I know, right? It's a very strange phenomenon.
Discussing topic says, and once again, the kiss will never come up again. Yeah, that's also totally dropped. Because they'll look for things for Pete to do in the moment, like he's got a quota of scenes he's got to be in, but they don't continue with a thread anywhere. Lewis Cox says there's a lot of kissing that will never come up again in Smallville. There's a count for that somewhere. Robert's going to put that in his book. Awesome.
Yeah,
Will you notice when he's gone? Yes, actually, he's going to lose... John's going to lose sleep over it, but we're going to pretend like we never heard about him.
I remember when I think it was the first time I watched this. I had just finished reading...
I'm sorry. This is a really important scene, and we've got to talk about this. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hold that thought, because so this is where I've been wanting to talk about this the whole season. So she's recording on her phone, and she's gonna say, "Yeah, did you order Morgan Edge to kill his parents?" Of course I did, for their life insurance. So I mean, like crystal clear, definitely happened. He's not playing chess right now. And it's going to get her into all kinds of trouble now that she has that information. And then he's going to do this really curious thing in season 4 where he's going to seem super sincere, claiming that he never had anything to do with his parents' murder. And that bit, we'll talk about it when we get there, does not play at all like he's still doing this, tete-a-tete chess thing. It really seems like they've walked it back. I've always been so confused by it.
I love the way he delivers that I don't respond to blackmail.
It's so good. He does engage in blackmail. A lot. Oh, I love this blocking. The way he's circling her. Sean Glover, you're too good for this show. You were probably the reason this used to be my favorite season.
Just wait for it, chat. We're going to get to season 8, and it's going to be Cap's new favorite.
I don't think there's any chance of that happening. I'm gonna pick the season with all these stupid Lex clones so they can try to fill in for the fact that there's no Rosenbaum instead of just going some other way as my favorite season. Okay. That's gonna happen. Season 8 has a really cool, different sort of opening. I like the first few episodes a lot. It just all goes downhill from there.
Yeah.
Even though I think Whitwer does a really good job all the way through.
No, yeah, Whitwer... I really wish they had gone ahead and kept him to Zod. See ya, the Day Ghost.
Bye, Austin. Yeah, I wish Whitwer didn't have integrity and liked money more than he does.
Senior 6, Cap, if you had truth powers, how would you use them?
I don't know that I would.
I mean, if it's like this, you wouldn't have a choice. You just did.
Oh yeah, if you
it,
ever ask anybody anything.
Yeah, you can't.
That's true.
Which I think makes the stuff with Chloe, like, I get your complaints, but it also makes it murkier. It's like, so is she just not supposed to talk to anyone?
No, that's true. But the fact that she's being all kind of sadistic about it is what's problematic about it. Like, she's super smug even talking to Lionel.
That's true.
Now, in that particular case,
the Lionel part's probably got to feel good.
Say again?
That Lionel part's probably got to feel good because she thinks she's got him.
No, absolutely. But the problem is, he's so powerful and wealthy that her measly superpower is not going to be enough to deter him from getting her blackmailed or murdered, of which he'll try to do both, because I think he gets her father fired right after this.
Okay.
If memory serves. Lewis Cox, I do like season 8, and Doomsday looks like Doomsday, but the middle of the season is just okay for I don't know what that means. But he likes season 8. That's what I got out of that.
Apparently their Doomsday looks like Doomsday, and the middle of the season is just okay to why.
Well, that's a huge syringe.
Imagine stabbing your best friend with that.
We don't have to imagine. We're gonna watch it happen.
You don't have to imagine the fire.
You don't have to imagine the syringe. It's gonna be kind of awkward because he's gonna put it just like right in her chest. Do you remember the shot?
Yeah. It's the Pulp Fiction shot.
It's all coming to me. Oh yeah, I guess so. I didn't even think of that.
Imagine if this was a place where he lost control of his powers.
Well, that would just be embarrassing. God, I can't even thrust a giant syringe into somebody's chest.
It kind of went through her chest. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Oh, you mean the other direction? We're like, well, the good news is the syringe went in. The bad news is she has no heart anymore. Boy, he just owns this episode. So yeah, that's why John Glover is on the commentary for this.
He's here to sell Magnavolt.
He's here to make this episode watchable. This ends up being a difficult sign flip because I hate the choice of how Chloe handles this. But using it to spearhead this story forward is good. And the way Lionel immediately responds, just right away being proactive. I've been manipulated by superpowers. I don't get manipulated. It's great. I mean, he has no pause. He just rolls right with it. Move, counter move. It's great. There just aren't a lot of better TV villains, man.
Remember flip phones?
You know, it just feels like last Thursday for me, man. It just doesn't feel that long ago. No, it actually does.
I don't know how we lived with flip phones. Those things were so clunky and inconvenient.
They were, but it's also weird to think that was a simpler time. I mean, I remember when I was first in college, walking around campus and counting, like when flip phones started getting really prevalent. Counting the number of phones that I would see on campus, because some people had them and some people didn't, and I felt like I was watching society just transform on a day-to-day basis.
Have you ever read Cell by Stephen King?
I haven't.
It's an interesting one.
Is that on purpose?
Yes.
But why? Okay, that guy's nuts. Oh, he doesn't know what show he's in. Well, maybe they don't know what show they're making. But
that delivery.
Yeah. Oh, you just got there. My mother doesn't deserve to be in jail. But yeah, they've got her careening off the side, looking almost exactly the same place as where Lex's Porsche went off, and there's a camera angle from below that's look at that. I mean, it's the same thing. She's just not off yet. Or are they just doing it because they have access to that?
It's probably on purpose, but I don't think it's like a thematic purpose. It's just like a visual callback.
Well, I want to call back like that with some sense of purpose, man. Yes, I'm going to call that a car crash.
You're watching the wrong show.
But sometimes they'll do something mildly sophisticated, and so... Why are you look, the episode's not over, you don't need to flip your sign yet, okay? Giving everything away, yes, that is a car crash. It's close enough to a car crash.
Which way will I flip it? Nobody knows.
Ooh.
But no, yeah, Cell is pretty good. Just never watched the movie.
So I actually have seen the movie, and I found it fascinating when I was in high school. I've not seen it in a long time.
Cell? That movie's not that old. It only came out like 2014, 2015.
Oh, you know what? We're talking about different movies. No. Because I was sitting here thinking like I didn't know that was a Stephen King thing, but no, there's a horror movie from like 98 or 99 called The Cell, and I thought that's what we were talking about.
No.
And that's a different thing. And that movie's very interesting.
That's got Jennifer Lopez in it, didn't it?
I don't remember. It's been so long. Oh, thanks, Lewis. Oh, look, we can shoot a different angle of this building. Well, why do we always do the one if you have that?
Yeah, that's got Jennifer Lopez. I've been meaning to watch that.
If you ever see that, tell me what you think of it.
I'm on vacation starting next week, so I'm putting together like a list of movies that I haven't seen.
Oh, neat. Yeah, they do some really inventive stuff with like tapping into the brain and like being able to walk around in somebody's like surreal dreamscape.
Yeah.
And there's some horrifying imagery in that.
So Cell, the one I'm talking about, is a Stephen King book about basically cell phones turn people into literal like zombies.
Oh, well, now I understand why you brought this up, but I just derailed us completely. Wonder if there's any part of Lionel that is still thinking about putting a gun in his mouth right now. I love how all this stuff is coming to a head, but I feel like this season could have been like 5 episodes long.
Oh, they even say Pulp Fiction, didn't they?
Yeah, it's
Do you
cooler if
remember
you
Pulp Fiction?
don't say it. You know, like you said earlier, references are always better when you explain them.
Looking at you, Warner Brothers. That reaction was perfect.
Chloe, you're just awful. I hope you've learned your lesson.
I mean, honestly, she kind of has, because she never does anything like this again.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But it does feel like some degree of character regression in the moment. Boy, I'm actually kind of suddenly on the fence about this episode, which is weird.
You're seeing it, folks. I'm winning him over.
I thought it would. Yeah, you're not winning me over on the Chloe stuff. It's just there's enough other good stuff in this.
No, but I'm winning you over on the episode. I don't care what wins you over.
It's the best Lionel Lex stuff in the season so far, is the thing.
Yeah.
They're wonderful, and Lex is like back in the game finally, but really weary.
Yeah, I mean, the season finale is just going to be Lex and Lionel playing Space Jam. It's really weird. Lionel's going to replace Michael Jordan, and Lex is going to replace the yellow one on the Mon Squad.
Louis Cox, doesn't this have 22 episodes? And we're on episode 18. So if we do the math, we have 4 episodes left of season 3. Yep.
That is correct.
Yep. That's how the math works, folks.
Congratulations.
Did you say adulations?
I said congratulations.
Oh, I heard adulations, and I wasn't real sure why you said that.
Adulations and salutations. I don't even know what adulation means.
This was the one episode coming into this I knew for sure I was flipping red. Oh, and this is where Lana decides she's going to go to Paris. Which is setting up for 4
don't do
already.
it.
Don't do that. It's a bad idea. You're going to get possessed by a friggin' witch.
By a frickin' witch, man.
Isn't it weird how much lead time we're giving this subplot?
No.
Over some other things?
Maybe it's just because, like, I'm used to Clark and Lana being, like, the main thing that we focus on in this show. But it doesn't feel weird.
Okay, but they play it like maybe we're writing the character out. We've got 4 episodes to get used to that, and then beginning of the next season, she just comes back from Paris.
So, I mean, there's no yellow monster. Wait. There's not?
Austin, DJ, why do you know that?
Oh, no, it's orange.
Hi, DJ.
Lex will just replace the orange monster.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't have the recording. And so she's got to figure out some other way to get the evidence. But, I mean, I guess the good news is Lionel doesn't have any reason to murder her. Although I don't remember when her father gets fired, but I'm pretty sure that's about to happen, maybe?
No,
oh, yeah.
he's already fired.
Did that already happen?
Yeah, because that's her whole motivation for blackmailing him.
Wait, what?
She says in the hospital, after she takes the recording, give me my dad his job back.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I'm conflating.
And when Lex, she goes,
stuff, yeah.
It's your fault he can't get hired anywhere. He's orange. It's close enough.
Okay, where's your sign flip going?
I'm gonna go green. It is a bit of a character regression, but it's a fun episode. And obviously I like the thematic stuff, but as long as it's entertaining, I will probably say I'm feeling it at least.
I can't even believe I'm going green with this. God. I don't think the Chloe stuff itself is particularly fun, and I hate what she does to that teacher, and even though she has to pay for that by almost getting murdered by her son.
My mom doesn't deserve to go to jail.
Face it, you flipped green because that was so hilarious.
I mean, that definitely factors in.
But no, the Lex Lionel stuff is too good. The stuff with Lionel and Chloe is good there. And, the Chloe stuff wasn't all bad like I remembered it, so there's that one part of it that I friggin' hate. But her, considering using that to learn about Clark's secret and then deciding not to is part of what makes her so trustworthy later on. It's we are building on this, and yeah.
We're working our way up there, folks. He's going to discover that season 8 is his favorite season.
I don't understand how this conflates to that, but okay.
The best thing is I picked an arbitrary number and now I'm just rolling with it.
You're just gonna keep. I thought you meant that was your favorite season.
I mean, it's up there.
See, I thought yours was probably 5 or 6.
And part of that isn't even the writing. It's just the performances are good. I think that's some of the best we get out of Erica Duran's. Sam Witwer's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's goofy.
Okay. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and take another quick break. And let's see.
Oh, no, Lewis, not the last season of Buffy.
Yes, it is time for... I was sitting here, forgetting how many episodes we just watched. Yeah, we did watch 2, so...
Yeah.
So we've only got 4 more left.
Yep.
That's good. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break, and we will come back and watch the next episode, which is
Orange
19 Memoria. It's not orange. All right, we'll see you in just a few minutes, folks. Guys, we've got 4 episodes left of Season 3 Smallville. Been doing this since 10 o'clock last night. And for my own part, I'm doing okay, I think. I'm a little red in the face. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not tired. But I've gotten a 3rd, 4th wind here and there. I think I'm relatively coherent right now. We'll see where I'm at by the last one. Just waiting for John to pop back in. So feel free to chat with me for a couple minutes if you're so inclined. Still kind of a small crowd for this afternoon because it's a Saturday and people have things going on. But hopefully some people will pop in and watch some of this after the fact. Hello, John.
Hello there.
How you doing, man? Did you get some more coffee?
I did not, but after lunch I grabbed a Monster. I just haven't opened it yet.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it seems like that time is probably gonna want something. I'll probably get some more coffee right before the last 2, is what I'm thinking. Looks like we got some moody rain at the beginning of this one. It's all so dark and gloomy toward the end of the season.
Yeah.
I'm kind of enjoying that.
No, like, I kind of wish this was the tone of the whole show. Or, like, the look of the whole show.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the season. You mean the show.
Yeah, go with, a moodier Smallville.
Yeah, I mean, you maybe need a little bit of contrast.
Well, the contrast would be Metropolis when we get there.
Well, yeah, but what about, like, the Kent farm and all of that? Like, it can't feel too gloomy.
No, I mean, yeah, maybe just, like, for Smallville itself. But, like, maybe the farm is a little brighter because it's outside of the city, the town.
That's why I say I think you need a little bit of contrast. But are you thinking... Because I know with your sensibilities, you like the early DCU stuff a lot more than me. Are you thinking you just want kind of like Man of Steel the series, like as far as the look of it goes?
Actually, no. I think Man of Steel is the worst looking DCU film.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I want something more like BVS. That looks like
just to
BVS,
be that stylistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I mean, Superman and Lois actually kind of has that for their Smallville, and it's not oppressive or anything.
No, I really like how that show looks. My biggest issue with Man of Steel, because you could tell it's a different like cinematographer in that movie.
Yeah.
Everything looks just so washed out.
That's what I always thought. Yeah, I don't like the color palette with that at all. And BVS has the director of photography who shot Watchmen, which is a look that I adore. So
yeah, BVS looks more like I imagine a Snyder film.
The look was never my problem with BVS. Yeah, I don't think that movie makes any kind of sense, but like I like what it looks like, except for Doomsday, which is so god awful.
BVS is, I think, my second favorite of the Snyder trilogy, but I'm with you. I love that movie until you get to the third act. It should have just been Luthor in the suit.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that. That actually sounds hilarious, too. Like, I don't think I could begin to take that seriously. Imagine if he's in his big green mech suit, and then that Lex Luthor theme is playing while he's walking, like, bomb! Bomb! And it goes along with the stomping. Bomb! Bomb!
Yeah, I would legitimately love that. That's like the heightened, like, goofy stuff that that I love that Snyder does, because he doesn't make a big deal of look how goofy this is. It's just here this is. And
then you know what he does? The bizarre like candy in the guy's mouth toward the beginning is foreshadowing for the bomb that he puts in Doomsday's mouth. Tries to blow him up with a bomb.
Bomb. We should do a commentary on BVS. That'd be fun.
Oh, I don't think you'd be able to stand me. I'd have to like force myself to not talk about logic or reasoning at all. Because you'd be like, stop trying to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it is with that movie, but like I know that like I can't dispute a lot of the arguments that I've heard from your rewind. It's been a while, but it's like I don't care. It's so heightened that I don't care. I don't know. It's weird.
I just wish it wasn't so self-serious. Well, anyway, let's finish this up. We gotta get done. We gotta get done.
Yeah, we gotta get done.
John, he's so much fun to talk to, but he's just an absolute quagmire.
I like to keep people guessing.
We're gonna. Yeah, you do a good job. You do. Memoria. 19. Is this the flashback to Lex's childhood episode?
Yes.
Is that why we're... Oh, this is... I haven't seen this in a very long time. This is, like, gut-wrenching, this episode.
Yeah, I'll be curious.
And it pays off the Julian thing, because up until now, we think that Lex killed his brother on accident. And we're going to find out what actually happened.
Oh, yeah, that's this episode.
Remember that?
I do.
Oh, boy. And the woman that plays Luther's wife is really, really good. Lionel's wife, I mean. Okay. Let's get going here. Everybody make sure that you're at timestamp 0. The episode in question, again, is Memoria. And press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Like, see this? I love how this looks.
Oh, I do too.
But while this is doing its opening, it's funny because when I walked out of the theater of BVS, I went, that is the best DC film.
Wow.
And now I don't even like the theatrical cut of BVS. It has to, if I watch that movie, it has to be the Ultimate Edition.
So we're doing the same thing that we did in the pilot, where we're pulling his hair back, hoping that takes off 15 years.
Yeah.
But somehow he does actually look a little younger. This kid that plays young Lex does a really good job. I feel like we're hearkening back to some, like, deep psychological thrillers from, like, the 70s and 80s about child abuse and stuff with this episode. And this just does a brilliant job of informing everything we saw in Shattered and Asylum. And this is properly the kind of lineage for this season, even though I think that 50s episode was also kind of trying to do that. Because in hindsight, it's giving us all this extra information from the past that I'm actually buying. And it just makes me want this show.
Well, and then later we're going to make this more complicated, like with Veritas. That's what we didn't mention.
We are going to add too much to this stuff later, but right now with this edition, it's working great. Yeah.
That's what we didn't mention the last episode. So the thing that gives Chloe her powers is called Veritas.
Wait, is it?
Which is what we're... Yeah, it's Project Veritas.
That gave her powers from last episode?
Yeah.
That establishes what... Well, then retroactively, they're just calling it the same thing, because they weren't building it
later
that.
on, we're going to get Veritas a secret society.
What does that have to do with that serum?
It can't have anything to do with it, because Lex didn't know.
No, and Veritas was about waiting for the traveler from space to come.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with a truth serum? Show is dumb. But then sometimes it's wonderful. With this episode in particular, I've always wished kind of that the show was just like Luther, the show. And obviously, there's a lot of stuff that I like with the Clark and Lex relationship and all of that. I mean, we've talked about everything we really like about Clark's parents and the contrast between the two families and all of that. But man, you'd have a really dark, twisted psychological drama that would hurt my feelings on a weekly basis.
Robo Brando just got off a long shoot for a short film on producing Perfectly Done. Wine 2, you guys are the best. Have we done Memoria yet? We are on
doing
Memoria.
It right now, but I'm an idiot and I forgot to change the title on the screen again.
Right now.
just hit play. Do it. Hit play. No, you can see the timestamp there if you want to catch up and follow along with us. No, just go back to the flashbacks. Just make the whole episode that. We don't need Clark and Lana under the loft again. Well, I've been counting these, so why not? Nobody cares. Clark and Lana in the vicinity of said loft. I'm all, like, rejuvenated now, because I didn't realize this was the next episode we got to watch. Man. See, now I'm back to this season is maybe still sort of my favorite because of the 4 or 5 brilliant episodes in it.
Yeah, see, I said that season 8 is my favorite. When I think of Smallville, I don't necessarily think of a season that I like best. It's just episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody else said that in the comments.
Yeah, it made me think about it. Like, I really like the, the Justice Society 2-parter.
Mm-hmm.
I love the zombie episode. I like the fat vampire in season 1.
Yeah, you talked really highly about that when we watched it. And, like, for what that is, it's neat. I mean, you and I just have different interests, I think.
It's the most fleshed out of the monsters. And, like, it reminds me the most of, like, harkening back to the Universal monsters.
So, yeah, now we're worried that he's going back to another psychotic break. And I don't think anybody has any idea that Lex was drugged, which means... Am I right about this? Which means this whole time everybody's like, well, he's fine now, but what happened? Like, he had the psychotic break. Now he seems back to normal. Like, he gets real thrown under the bus with everybody.
Yeah, because as far as people know, he had that break and then they zapped him in the brain.
Oh, I love that bit of continuity there. Did you catch that?
Yeah. Found him out in the middle of the road.
Yep, he didn't question his mental health. And this back and forth is really well written. Well, I'm just making sure you're okay because you're, outside doing crazy things. What you don't know is that... I
can't tell if he's upset or he's just, like, kind of amused that Clark is worried despite...
Yeah, no, you're right. There is maybe a little bit of an ambiguity thing there, but I always read it as he is putting on a sarcastic face because he's pissed.
I mean, that might be it.
Like, leave me alone. But it may also be he's actually secretly kind of, unsure and worried about himself. Well, yeah, and he must be because he's going to Summerholt trying to figure it out. I feel like Summerholt is just too theatrical inside.
This is like something out of Young Justice.
Yeah, what's with the spotlight on the plant on the table? What is that choice? He's so over the top. He's so theatrical. He spun around for no reason. Oh yeah, I forgot they're gonna put him in this like kryptonite bath. I don't think I want to take a kryptonite bath.
Remember X-Men Origins?
You know, his memories aren't going to grow back.
Not with an adamantium bullet. This kid, like, even though he's sad, he has this, like, really creepy...
He is so good. Like, his performance always really stuck with me.
Look at all this food.
I don't know where he is, like, finding the raw emotion in him with this, because it's all really believable. And it's sad, and it hurts my feelings, and it makes me glad that the show wasn't on when I was, like, a little kid. Because they just would have bothered me. I'm really sensitive to psychological child abuse, even more than physical child abuse. What I can't deal with is like mind games with kids and like passive aggressiveness and trying to manipulate kids into doing what you want and making them think it's your idea and making them feel bad if you try to do what you actually want over the parents. Like, I can't handle that.
No, yeah, I think
I want to
in some
punch
ways
parents in the face that do that kind of crap. I can't deal with it. I want to swear right now. I can't have it.
No, I actually agree with you. Like, obviously, I don't have kids, but I think there's something to be said that psychological abuse is almost worse than physical.
I think so.
John, what kind of kryptonite powers might you get? I mean, if I can request them, it is the power to never need sleep ever again.
Oh boy, yeah, because we can just get this done.
Yeah.
You know, we just take a couple
of
weeks off.
So much done.
Do it. I wonder if anybody's written that science fiction book. You know, where like all of society no longer needs sleep. Like how does that change the culture?
I mean, it's not sci-fi, but like that's a Nightmare on Elm Street when you can't sleep.
Sure, but I mean like on masse. Like
yeah.
Like as a society, the what if statement. What if people didn't have to sleep anymore?
Well, you know, I hear after 7 days you turn into food, so.
Oh. That's not what I did in my... Are you talking about my book?
Yeah.
Oh, that's how I should have done that. Not everybody turns into food. It's just if you stay up too long.
Yeah, and you could do a really cool, like, horror thing with that. Like, somebody's trying really hard to sleep because they don't want to turn into food, but then they can't sleep.
That's great. Sorry, we've got to talk about this.
No, yeah.
Again, this emotional manipulation, like, he really looks up to his dad. And you're really understanding with this scene, it just wonderfully encapsulates this, why, as an adult, he's still trying so hard to win his father's affections.
Yeah.
Because there are moments, to be fair, before this. Like, I just think that this is a super pivotal and important episode for his, for understanding who Lex is. And I almost wish we got it earlier, or at least some of it. Because before this...
why was that such a zoomed-in shot?
Previously on Lost? But there's this feeling I sometimes would get with the Lex Lionel stuff where I'm like, it sometimes would read a little bit too generic, where it's like, because his father, because he's your father, you need to win his approval. But like, why do you actually care as much as you do? He doesn't care what happens to you. He sees you as like lesser and weak, and like, why are you trying so hard? And I don't always have that, but this fixed any of that.
Yeah.
Like, he had a real, genuine bond with his dad, who is at the same time, as his wife will say later, psychologically scarring his children. And this creates real personal stakes for Clark, which puts him between such a rock and a hard place, because he doesn't want to see Lex go through another psychological break. He cares about his friend, but if he gets those memories back... And how good is that foreshadowing in Slumber early on, where he has that dream of Lex finding out the secret, and then in the psychological break, we talked over all of that earlier, but like, he comes kind of close to all that. Like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody your secret. He tries to do that in the asylum, but he's crazy. We didn't deal enough with that stuff while we were watching that episode, so I'm glad we have I'm glad we're following up on it now.
Yeah.
You only gotta wait 12 more hours, folks, and then we'll talk about it. So I've gone from being sometimes bored and a little just detached and irritated to just friggin' gushing now. I forgot how great this was.
I love that, like, facial expression Tom Welling has, like, seriously.
Yeah. I mean, like, do you mean it's legitimately good, or do you think it's funny?
No, I mean, it's kind of both. Like, he's visibly irritated that Lionel's not helping, but it's funny because Clark doesn't usually make faces.
Well, not just that he's not helping, but that he's pretending like he has no interest in Lex not getting those memories back. Oh my god, he's got a 3-dimensional chessboard. Confirms it, folks. Lionel Luthor is a TOS fan.
No, he's just into this.
Oh. Okay,
he teleported onto Earth in the early 2000s and disguised himself as one of us so he wouldn't break the Prime Directive.
Wow, but he's also an evil psychopath who's looking for the Fountain of Youth.
I've seen the commercials for Picard. Lionel Luthor fits in with the Federation.
Can we not talk about that? Yeah, he's definitely an agent of Section 31. Hell, he's probably running the whole damn thing. Well, now I'm back to depressed again.
Well, that's going to be our next 24-hour streams. We're going to do all of Picard.
You shouldn't joke about a thing like that, sir. I mean, how many people do you think would watch us just do this an entire stream?
I mean, it would mostly be you, because I wouldn't have any idea what's going on.
It wouldn't. Me neither! Yeah, I know.
I love how the window pane like reflects off strictly his forehead.
It's awesome. Oh, when he says illuminating while it's hitting his head like that, it's super artistic shooting in this.
Yeah, Smallville predicted Illumination Studios. You heard it here, folks.
Would you stop it? We're also doing the transitions.
Whoa.
The really the simple transitions back with just the lighting, the way we did in Lineage last year, and the only difference is we're going to a different actor, so we're not staying on the face. We have to cut.
See, but these are the kind of episodes that I wish Austin was here to see.
Yeah, because I'm not sure how you totally dismiss this. I mean, maybe so. Not everybody has to like what I like, but...
Yeah. John, we would all watch that. There are dozens of us.
Senior Stick speaks for the whole audience. Oh, man.
No, I'm sorry, Senior Sticks, but there's like a dozen shows that I'd rather do.
My skin is crawling thinking about it. Like, I'm having a literal physical reaction to that. And this is very consistent with the way, with kind of the, you know, art of war brand of parenting that we know he's always had.
She looks so much younger than him.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Try.
Yeah. I mean, he's just got to force everything because it's all oversimplified to just strength and weakness. This stuff it just bothers me.
No, yeah, this is like the worst kind of parenting.
And husbanding.
Yeah. Like, I don't even think... Oh, Super Billy's back. What's up, buddy? I'm sure someone has already made mention of this, but it's rather... Dude, you can't use that big a word after I've been awake for so long. It's been rather serendipitous that you're watching a season that features a one-off alternate version of Kara after seeing The Flash.
Yeah, but we can't even consider it really a version. It's a girl that Jarrell kidnapped off the street and reprogrammed and called Kara, and then later in the show we get the real one.
The real Kara, please stand up.
The sense I got was that this show didn't think it would ever actually do Supergirl, so that was gonna be their version of it. Don't you think?
Yeah. And you know, I've discovered I'm also a Supergirl fan.
Yeah.
I loved Tom King story.
Yeah,
I really liked season 1 of Supergirl.
Have you ever read New 52 Supergirl?
I have not. That's on my list.
It's my favorite version. She's wonderful.
And I think that was the one thing I was like kind of looking forward to in The Flash. Now I'm not.
She's fine. They don't do anything with her.
Yeah. I mean, I think my biggest disappointment if I see that movie is just going to be the wasted potential because I doubt she's coming back.
Oh, there's no way she's coming back.
Yeah, it's just a shame.
Oh man, I don't want to watch this anymore.
Why does he think Lionel did it or Lex did it?
Because he's the only other person in that room. I mean, it is a little bit odd that his mother doesn't try to protect him from this. Also, they did a decent job of finding a kid that looks close enough to him. And can act. I mean, he's great.
Senior Six, I am not a Super Pets fan. It's all good, Super Billy. Just quick 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 10th kudos to John Glover. He was terrifying in that scene.
Yeah. And he's still terrifying now.
Done?
Yeah. And, you know, the snarling feral thing he's doing could come off so silly, and it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at it from... I mean, I don't think anyway. I mean, you're looking at it from a child's eyes, and that's scary.
Yeah, no, and like, I mean, not to this degree, but we've all been on that receiving end of like an angry parent. Not, like I said, not to that degree, but like we all can identify with how that feels.
But if you have, I feel for you.
Oh yeah. He just appeared like Batman.
Yeah, and he doesn't even teleport.
He didn't close the door either.
He's got.
If you look behind him, the door is open.
He's got this really imposing posture whenever he's talking to anybody shorter than him, where it's almost like this condescending way of standing.
Yeah.
Where, like, he doesn't stand straight up, like, he hunches in an imposing way. I don't know how that's even possible. There's just this, like, almost like gargoyle thing he does.
Seriously, were you raised in a barn? Close the door. You're letting all the bugs in.
I don't love that line from Martha. It seems a
Cap, who is your
little
favorite
writerly to
Superpet?
me, but I don't know that I have one. But beyond Ace the Bat Hound.
I don't even know who Super Horse, Monkey, Dog, Cat, or Mouse is.
Well, there's super everything. Why are we talking about super pets right now?
I don't know. I'm just reading the chat. And one thing that John Glover does, and it's not just in specific scenes where he needs to show a certain emotion, every time he talks, everything sounds so like he's thought through what he's going to say 6 times over and carefully calculated a sentence.
And he's thought of the 15 permeations of a response or an initial statement another person might make and what his responses will be to those. He never skips a beat.
You know what this means? He's Batman.
Yeah, he's an evil Batman.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I've always, like, as much as I understand why Lex Luthor is Superman's arch nemesis, I love when we pair or contrast Batman with Lex or Lionel.
That's kind of a dream of mine, man. To get a Batman movie where Lex is the main villain. I mean, I would just love it.
I would too. And now is our chance.
You'll never get that. It'll be a Justice League thing before it's anything, or like a. Although I mean, I would take a good Batman Superman pairing with that, I guess. But
yeah, I was gonna say I would settle for a Batman Superman movie because like the Batman Superman animated movie is brilliant.
But what I don't need is a Lex team up with some other Batman villain. I mean, I really love a thing that was just a super solid Lex.
I'm of two minds, and I think part of that is just because I did grow up with that Batman Superman, which is a Joker Lex story. So I'd like to see that, but I'd be fine if it was just Lex.
But I've seen that.
That's true.
You know, like I don't need that captured in live action. I mean, I've seen it done well, and the only thing you could improve on it is try to give me some kind of better reason that Lex would be ridiculous enough to team up with the Joker and not expect a double cross.
How interesting would it have been if this is how we did the Kryptonite cancer story?
In what?
Well, because they bathed Lex in kryptonite. If wearing it's going to give him cancer, imagine what bathing in it does.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You mean like in the show?
Yeah.
Well, what it makes you wonder is if maybe he did have those powers in the first place, and then if you bathed them in too much kryptonite, he would lose it. Or maybe he's immune to it because he built up that immunity from kryptonite if he has that power. Oh, Lex, it's a good suit.
All Lex is missing is the glove. Just one glove.
What color? With
Black.
that suit black, right?
Always black.
No, sometimes purple. There's some good, dark, deep purple Lex gloves. You got to put it with the right suit, though.
Yeah. That's fair.
I'm also just really partial to purple.
I like either all black with a black glove or all white with a black glove.
I love this bluff. This is so smart. Although I think it's really funny after what Lex and Lucas did to him last season that he falls for this. This is not the first time we've seen him bluff like this.
I don't remember if they end up dipping him or not, because in theory that would kill him.
Yeah, they do. Well, and they already have. Oh, you mean Clark. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he should be dead right now. And you're dead. And that's it.
And he's dead, Jim.
Yeah,
Has anyone here seen a show back in the late 90s, early 2000s called Roswell? I mean,
yeah, I know what that is. I never watched it. But yeah, this is one of the big things that gives us too much precedent, going too far in the direction of Clark can stand by or be in as much or as little kryptonite as they need him to be. And he remembers his own birth, which is stupid.
Hey, it's Terrence Stamp.
But we got Terrence Stamp, so that's cool. I mean, this all looks neat, but why does he remember it? This is goofy.
I mean, by that, it's a subconscious memory.
So he's got like super memory then?
I mean, Grant Morrison gives him super IQ.
Yeah, this show tries to do that for about 6 seconds and then drops it. You remember in first season when he had like amazing math skills and then never again?
No, but I do remember in season 5 when he downloads a bunch of stuff from the fortress.
Well, yeah, they do that kind of thing all the time, but he has a whole thing in the first couple episodes where he can calculate equations really fast in his brain, and then they never do that again.
That's because they forget he's in school by season 3.
Well, yeah, but they quit doing that by episode 3.
He should be in school right now.
Well, he's too busy trying to save his friend from getting lobotomized.
I mean, actually, right now, he's too busy dying.
I'm going to say it right now. This is the best episode of the season.
Whoa. I thought Perry was your favorite episode.
Well, favorite and best, man. You know, be kind of different things. Like I said, I was sure I was probably forgetting some things when I said that. I said, maybe favorite, maybe top 3, but I'm super partial to that.
Jim.
But this is lovely. And twisted.
What a lovely day.
It's pretty screwed up. Clark's dead. If he survives this, we shouldn't be that worried about kryptonite anymore.
This is the death of Superman.
That's okay. I wanted a Lex show anyway. So that's all right. Boy, did you hear that sting that was like John Ottman-esque? Like it was almost the X2 theme? It was like, da-da-da-da, like nearly, da-da-da-da.
Yeah, because Smallville Season 4 is going to be Smallville 4 X-Men United.
Well, these are going to be the jokes for the rest of the show, folks. Man, I really like that shot, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he should probably be dying instead of just being depressed, but, you know.
No, it's Laura!
The memory saved him. That's the only super dumb thing about this episode, but everything else I like. And again, being patterned after lineage. I take back a little bit of what I said earlier with the 50s thing going back. I still think they were thinking that a little bit, but I forgot that they made this weirdly a follow-up to that from Lex's perspective. For the most part, anyway. And then Lex has got to be like, why does he care so much about you? Well, and also you would have gotten us to the end of season 7 very quickly.
It's so weird. We skipped like 5 seasons, but we're here already.
That's really weird. I mean, like, he didn't even know what the fortress was until a couple of minutes ago. We didn't have that. Robo Brando, I think Clark should be smarter than he's often portrayed, because one doesn't end up a journalist in a leading newspaper by being a meathead. Yeah, absolutely. But Super IQ might be a bridge too far. Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of Super IQ. But I was just reporting that they kind of played around with that in the show for a second.
Senior Six wants to know if Batman could Batman beat cancer because he Batman?
Yes. Yeah, he'll just will it out of his body.
Yeah. He becomes Super Bat. I love that shot.
The shadow, yeah. I mean, the shadow thing with both of them was just really striking.
I forget, is this kind of the beginning of the end of their relationship?
No, not really. They're gonna have but it's never gonna be the same again after Clark sees his like investigation room.
Yeah.
Which he's gonna see right at the end of the season. And then they're gonna be on the outs at the beginning of 4, and then Lex is gonna try really hard to patch it back together, and then they're gonna be officially just done with each other by 5, basically. I mean, there won't be full-on enemies until really 6, but 5, they're not talking to each other anymore. And you have those kind of unintentionally constant funny moments of Clark walking into his office and Lex saying, the days of you walking into this office uninvited are over. He just says it over and over and over again. It's so good. She's really good, but where was she when Lionel came in and drew the wrong conclusion?
No wonder this kid's messed up.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Noah, do you know why you hate that because I'm Batman thing? I guess she just left.
Well, it was nice of him to step in for just a minute so that he could say that. They do seem to get a lot of their lighting effects in this episode from Spencer Gifts. Robo Brando, I'd make an argument for Memoria being the best episode of the show, just for the strength of the final season with Rosenbaum and Glover. Probably the acting highlight of the entire series, I'd say. It is way up there. Oh, are we gonna pan down this time? Oh no, we just stuck with that. Okay.
Hey, it's back to your favorite shot.
It didn't even move. Yeah, but it doesn't move. It just sits there.
No, it's because you're not Batman.
Oh. I love how you waited for him to respond. You could have just said that, but you're like, I'm gonna wait. Like, I thought you were asking for an actual response. Like, I know I want an explanation. No, you treated it like a knock joke.
AMC Comics, hey Cap, John and crew, how's the watch along going? I fell asleep again. How dare you?
Oh, AMC,
first of all.
3 times, maybe 4 times in a row, because I think you said you've tried this since the stream I did before we went to Smallville. Well, that's true, but he didn't say anything about whether he was Batman or whether he didn't like the I'm Batman thing.
He just said neither are you. No, and it's a little known fact that I actually am Batman.
See, how evil do you have to be? Did you see that face?
Yeah.
Can you believe he makes the same face? That's killer.
So, I have a small complaint with this.
Okay.
Lionel is too smart to just automatically assume that Lex killed him with no evidence and not accept any other explanation.
Well, but I think the idea is that he wouldn't even entertain the idea that his wife was capable of that because of how much he was controlling her and trying to force her to have, like, the perfect family. Yeah, see, he would have never even thought of that. Never entertained it. Nobody else there.
No, I will concede to that.
No, it works. Dude, Brando might be right here, man. This may be the single best acted scene in the show. Oh man, I got tingles all over, and a different kind from when we were talking about doing a Picard stream.
AMC Comics, I am yay on the season, but not as. I think season 2 had better episodes, except for this. This is better than anything in season 2.
This should have somehow been twice as long and put in a movie theater, I think.
No, you got to watch this episode.
Ugh. And I believe this is all completely sincere.
Yeah.
Which it's very rare that you get, this level of sincerity from him.
Yeah. No, this is.
And then Lex just totally rejecting him here is.
This is a top 5 episode. Senior Sticks, I need you to define what a Smallville moment is.
Yeah, because it's a very bipolar show, so there's a lot of different kinds of those.
I mean, does Cap count as having a Smallville moment for just living in Kansas? Like, is that his Smallville moment? Oh, and then that shot there at the end.
Put it on a poster, man.
And then they finish it off with Evanescence.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Which I don't like.
I'm conflicted because this is a little too contemporary for this kind of themes.
For this episode, and
this is one of the saddest songs that I've ever heard.
No, I love this song, don't get me wrong, I get why it's here. My problem with it is a year before this, it's in Daredevil.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Daredevil is the Can't Wake Up song.
It's both.
Is it?
Yes, they play it during the funeral scene.
Oh, that's right.
And so when this is on, I'm so distracted by that because all I'm thinking about is that funeral scene. I have such a connection with this song, with that scene.
See, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of perfect.
Well, we can agree to disagree with that, man. Because if you'd been there and watched this when it was on and saw Daredevil first, I bet you'd feel exactly like I do.
I mean, I did see Daredevil in theaters.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you didn't even remember it was in that movie, so
yeah,
I guess it impacted me more than you somehow. But
no, like I've seen that movie in theaters. I just didn't remember that. I don't think he gets thrown under the bus in JLU, but okay.
Yeah, but that's not an unpopular opinion. I haven't watched it like the end of that show, so I don't fully, or a lot of it, so I don't fully understand why people feel that way. But he's not alone on it.
Oh, interesting.
I have heard that. Yeah, see, his first word was Laura because he has a subconscious memory of his own birth, and it's weird.
Laura.
I'm more okay with that if it's like the Christopher Reeve movie, where like the whole way to Earth, Jor-El's just like talking to him and giving him education.
I mean, I would almost argue, yeah, maybe we don't see it, but it's pretty clear that he had something similar.
Is it? I mean, like...
Well, because he's got the symbols, and, like, the ship has an AI.
That's true, but we don't know if that keeps going while he's traveling through space.
One thing I will say is I almost
because
think
don't forget that was a message. Like, how do you know that the message ever changes? Like, when they open the ship, there's that in Rosetta. There's that message, and I assume that's all that is.
I can read Kryptonese, obviously.
Okay, well, I don't know how you did that, but fair enough. I guess you got a higher IQ than I do.
It said, "My name is Bruce. My name is Danny Rand. I am the Iron Fist."
John, I love doing this with you because I can argue with you about anything and not worry that we won't be friends afterwards.
Yeah, no, it's fun. When I hear My Immortal, I think of Michael Clark Duncan laughing at it.
Yeah, of course, because that's playing, and then he's just laughing because Nachos is dead, and he caused it.
Nachos?
Yeah, it sounds like a Mexican appetizer.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big green, and I think I officially like it more than Perry, and kind of forgot about it.
Wait, what is happening?
What?
I'm green.
What do you mean, what is happening?
My video was like lagging behind, so I could not get it to line up with the green sign.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm putting greens in. Is that okay with you? Okay, I don't remember Talisman right away, but I think you have 3 episodes kind of all leading, getting into a finale here, where like it's gonna be just like straight up mythology from here on. But
yeah, no, this is gonna be the return of the Kawachis.
Oh, this is where Willowbrook comes back, possibly for the last time. I don't think he's in 4.
No, because the caves give way to just the stones.
The Infinity Stones?
Yeah.
What are those doing in the Kawachi Cave?
I don't know if you know this, but the premiere of season 4 is Thanos shows up out of the cave and says, "The hardest choices require the strongest of wills."
Well, he's got to do it himself.
Yeah.
He's got to do it himself.
And then Ezra Miller follows him out of the portal. It's like, dude. That is right, Noah. You do have to have a high IQ to appreciate Smallville.
Well,
or brain damage, one of the two.
I was going to say, it depends on the episode we're talking about, and most of them aren't the one we just watched, so... Yeah, it's one of the best episodes of anything. Good lord. Robert Brando, I can't wait to see you guys tackle the insanity of Season 4's Krypton witch stuff. I'm going to buy vegetables to throw at the screen. That's my whole plan.
That's the one we need to make Noah do it with us. Give him no context of the rest of Smallville. He just has to watch that arc.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you want him to never bother with the rest of the show, then absolutely. I'm not sure what your whole game plan is here with Noah and Smallville, but...
It's a multifaceted 3D 7D chess game.
Robert Rando, you have to believe in fairies to appreciate Smallville's Kryptonian lore. This guy's great.
I do believe.
Spot on. We need to get... I wonder if anybody has made one. We need to get t-shirts of Sagitha and Naman. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get a tattoo, but I think a t-shirt would be really cool.
Yeah, and it can say Smallville, home of Sagith.
Well, now he's going to sound like a football mascot.
I mean, he already... Sagith sounds like a football mascot.
Yeah, kind of, or a Street Fighter character.
No, Noah's right. I do just kind of want to watch him suffer, but...
Well, see, that's why people watch me do anything.
No, if I wanted to make you suffer, I'd just make you watch the Hellraiser sequels.
Okay, let's go ahead and do this one. Then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to have just 2 more. We got 3 more left. We're right on track. We're doing great. Are you gonna make it, John?
I am gonna make it. I am ready.
All right. I don't know. I'm feeling reinvigorated because we had an episode I couldn't help but like get really into again, and I've not had that since the beginning of the season. Okay, guys, here we go. Everybody, please press play. I hope you're at timestamp 0. That's where you have to be. Get ready to press play. Here we go. Right now. I'm glad it's not another rave in the cave.
A rave to the grave?
No, a rave in the cave. Do you remember?
No, but I've seen Return of the Living Dead, rave to the grave.
So this guy's
not
new.
Good.
He wasn't around last time.
No. I also never got the sense that Joseph was involved with college professors, or was a college professor.
I think he's maybe changed some of what he's doing since Lionel took over. Oh no, that's a good call though. Like he probably hasn't been just teaching for a year. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm with you. I didn't think of that. That is a little bit retroactive.
Why are you dressed like Harry Potter?
Well, because next season they're going to be looking for the Kryptonian Sorcerer's Stones.
That is true, and they're in the Chamber of Secrets.
I think we've discovered something with the show. I didn't realize that before.
Well, no, so
he's as bad of a liar as Clark is.
I mean, everybody in the show's a bad liar.
Nobody believes you that it's cookware. It's probably magic wands that lead you to Hogwarts. There's a Horcrux in there. I'm sorry, what?
It belongs in a museum.
So much Lionel back to back, man. I mean, he's just taken the show over, and that's wonderful. He can have it. Uh-oh.
You want to try this dialogue a little bit more? Everything in here belongs to us.
Can we get some more takes of this? Or, I don't know, recast it, maybe? This guy's not great.
Hey, look, he found the Lost Galaxy dagger.
Well, I wonder who that makes Magna Defender. Willowbrook.
That's Chloe.
Chloe's Magna Defender?
Yeah.
Her little son with a helmet, like, died and she wants revenge?
Yeah, and Pete is the Red Ranger that dies in the first 5 minutes of the pilot.
Well, no, but then he's also Magna Defender.
Oh, that's right. I forgot they do that whole thing.
Yeah, because there's this convoluted thing about his spirit switching places. I've never understood any of that.
No, but Magna Defender looks awesome.
It's one of the best designs in Power Rangers, but bar none. It's wonderful.
I actually had like a replica of his like dagger that turns into a blaster.
Oh, lucky duck.
It was plastic because it was a kid's toy, but...
Robo Brando, have you guys considered a Smallville karaoke night featuring songs from the show? I was doing karaoke with this show, the first couple shows. I opted not to do that today, but...
And I let Cap handle the karaoke because I don't sing.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I didn't want to keep doing it, was just... I thought it might be awkward for John to have to just sit there while I did that, so... I would not be against doing a stream specifically for that and bring Jason on, maybe.
Hey, look, it's that same shot. How many of those cows do you think are still alive?
Well, they had to replace some of them, you know, or maybe a lot. I mean, all of them. But you know, if it weren't for Lex, they wouldn't even have the back 40 bag. Am I remembering that right? Didn't they have to sell it and then he cut a check and got it back for him?
Yeah.
Be happy. Stop calling me Jesus, okay? It just makes me feel uncomfortable. This is another Biller script. Why can you write Smallville in a way you can't write Star Trek?
Because this is not sophisticated science fiction.
Neither is most of Voyager. I mean, the bar's pretty low. You don't have to try that hard. I could write an okay Voyager episode, and I don't know jack about science. Clark's going through some crazy stuff this season.
So I'd just like to point out, unless I'm forgetting something in the next episode,
yes,
this is the last time we will mention Sagith and Naman.
That's not true.
You sure?
That's not true unless the big thing I'm thinking of that I think is in season 4 is in the next 2 episodes.
Okay. Because I remember that we kind of ditched the caves for the stones.
Yes, but I think there's like one big thing next. Okay, so what I'm remembering is the thing where where Lex and Lionel are both after, or is that this episode? Okay, now I'm not even sure. There's this whole thing where they're both after a dagger.
I think that's this
episode. Is that this episode? If that's the case, then you're right. And we do drop the Sagith and the Mon thing. Oh, yeah, it must be that dagger. Okay, I thought that was next season. We're watching it right now.
Yeah, but it's next season.
When they both try to grab it and then it turns into sand. See, because they weren't worthy, so they couldn't morph as the Lost Galaxy Rangers.
Yeah. Mm.
Dude, this was so tedious a few hours ago, and now I'm back to, like, loving this again. I'm... This show is turning me bipolar. Rando, I find the guy who steals the dagger in this hilarious. The only person so far that is funnier than that guy is... My dad doesn't deserve to be in jail! Or my mom. My mom doesn't deserve to be in jail!
You need to say it like 10 times whinier, though. It's, my mom doesn't deserve to be in jail!
Okay, well, congratulations. You can do a better impression of that guy than me.
I suck at impressions, but I can do that guy, and I can do a pretty good Beavis impression.
It's like, I can whine and crab. Oh, Austin's back. Clark! You know, we haven't spun the wheel in a while. You want to do a wheel spin just for the fun of it?
Yeah, let's do a wheel spin.
Yeah, we haven't been doing a lot of that tonight because we were doing it just for the super chat menu, and the super chats have been sparse, which is not a big deal. I just that's why I haven't been thinking of spin the wheel. So let's see here. Spin, and only compliments and facts. Well, that shouldn't be hard because this isn't crap right now.
Lex Luthor is interesting. That is a fact.
Lionel does not shave, but he does trim his beard. Lex does not shave his head, but the actor does. I think that might be a lie. When he says
that Michael Rosenbaum is killing it in this episode.
Yeah, I mean, this story gets a little hokey, but I love coming right after last episode into this, when Lionel like finally realizes that his son didn't kill Julian and he doesn't have that to hold over him anymore, and like the whole reason that he, you know, kind of despised him for so long. And Lex rejects him, and then now they're both, you know, pretending a lot of things because they're kind of playing a game against each other again.
Lana gets to go to Paris.
She sure does.
Well, Austin, we already decided that Lionel is going to join the Space Jam team, and he's going to replace Michael Jordan. And Lex is going to replace the orange one, and they're going to play basketball.
Chloe has a very busy scarf. Clark's trying out colleges. Those are boxes.
Is that a real Kansas college?
Oh no, he's not trying out. A&M? I don't think so.
Clark is here to see this guy.
This guy is Lex Luthor.
The orange. See, I can't win. I said the yellow one apparently doesn't exist, and now Austin's yelling at me because I picked the orange one. No, haven't you seen Space Jam? The Lorax isn't in Space Jam.
You know, they keep talking about Jeremiah, but someone should inform them that Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
What?
Oh, you don't know about that song? I'm never sure what references I can throw at you.
I think Austin's a Lorax.
According to this legend, you're Jesus. No, you're right. It really feels like we're, like with so many of the things with this show, we're gonna nip all this in the bud and kind of abandon it.
No, not the orange Looney Tune, the orange Monstar.
Why are we still talking about this?
I don't know.
But what I wonder is how much of their getting away from the cave mythology is simply how much the actors hated working on that set.
Yeah. So, I know part of it is that, like, Lex is just, like, accepting Clark's excuses. But how many term papers does he think Clark has to write on the caves?
Yeah, I think he's accepting them in the sense that he's not arguing with him about it, but I think he knows there are no term papers. See, he doesn't believe that. Yeah, that face says, you're full of crap, Clark. I'm not sure about some of Willowbrook's suits.
Oh, wait, okay. So if he was not at his college and it was ransacked, where is he?
If memory serves, he's out, like camping and scheming.
No, I'm talking about this guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, well,
Clark
he was out
came to his
talking to
office
Lionel.
and it was ransacked, but he's not kidnapped. He's just somewhere else.
Well, see, Lionel's really good at this. He'll just go on a walk with you while he has somebody else, like, wreck your office.
I'm gonna make him an offer they can't refuse.
I've suspected for a long time that there are aliens from space.
Space? Anytime somebody just, like, says space, all I can think of is that Tim Curry video.
Oh, yes. Yeah, me too. I finally saw that for the first time a couple weeks ago, and I cannot stop saying that.
I don't have the context, but I love it. Somebody goes, spice. Austin, I fully buy that your favorite pastime is camping and scheming. All these little schemers.
The schemer, the campers. Do I look like a camper?
Okay, but like, that's not denying your destiny. Call him by his human name. It's at least a sign of respect.
Yeah. Because all you're going to do is make him uncomfortable. And maybe push him farther away from that.
I mean,
see, Jeremiah is actually writing a paper. He's writing a real paper about the caves.
Is that his term paper?
See, camping and scheming. But yeah, the potentially interesting thing, and I don't think this show has ever been especially smart about how it handles some of the Destiny stuff or the way Clark looks at it. But the potentially interesting thing about that is the difference between, like, fate being a thing that you can't change, that you're forced into, and accepting quote-unquote destiny as responsibility. So you could choose, like the destiny versus free will thing is, like, you're supposed to do this because it's your responsibility, and it may not be fair that it lands on your shoulders, but it's up to you, or you could choose not to and suffer the consequences, as opposed to what it sometimes feels like with the show, which is, well, it's just fate. Whatever happens, you're gonna do it anyway, so you might as well not even, make any decisions at all.
So this drives me crazy because we're doing the same thing. Somehow this dagger has given him all the powers of a Kryptonian.
Yeah. How? Why?
Who?
Now, there is an elephant in the room with this that we've never talked about that I think is really important to break down. And I'm very distracted by this guy's face and his acting choices, but I'm going to try to get through this anyway. So I can't do it. Why is he sitting like a frog? He's making some choices. Well, he does want to be a Lost Galaxy Ranger. Ow! Oh wait, no, it doesn't hurt because I've got Kryptonian powers now. Why doesn't the blade disintegrate when he touches it? I just don't remember.
Stay out of my way, false
prophet. So, this is not the only place where Kryptonian technology has the ability to give and take powers away. And we, with this show, really like the first two Donner Superman, or the first two Christopher Reeve Superman movies. So, is it fair, I just gotta ask this, to give this show as much crap as we do for willy-nilly giving and taking away powers with no explanation, not dealing with the biology versus the technology, when we did exactly the same thing in Superman 2 with the Fortress?
Yes, and this is where the entire comment section is gonna turn against me. Superman 2 sucks. And that's a big problem with it. The only thing that's good in Superman 2 is Zod. So yes, I criticize it there, and I criticize it here too.
Yeah. So you don't think that... Well, here's the thing. At least with that movie, because I just remember this, at least with that movie, it's... There is kind of an explanation for it. Like, this doesn't tell you anything. It's just there's a knife that can give and take it away. That at least says red solar rays.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
I kind of forgot about that. It's weird that it's like a chamber, and you can just be bombarded with red solar rays once, and then it changes your physiology. It's still stupid, but at least it's something? Right?
Yes, but it's also worse in Superman 2 because he willingly gives up his powers and then just, like, ignores the fact that there's aliens invading.
No, I know. The motivation is a problem. And then he's told that he can never go back, but then he goes back, and then it's fine.
Yeah. There's no consequences. And then when he does get his powers back, he beats up a random man that picked on him once.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you about any of that.
But no, it's a problem there, even if we explain it with Red Sun, and it's a problem here.
But this is kind of worse about it, somehow. Why, I can't even say somehow. At least there's some sort of... Because here we can do it with all kinds of stuff. There's a knife that does it. Jor-El can do it from, like, remotely with...
Well, you know, the Kryptonians have upgraded. Before, you would have to go to the Fortress of Solitude. Now they have Wi-Fi.
Why does Lex only have one room in his castle?
Because that's the only room that was done for shooting.
Lex is in the right.
Yeah, no, what did she think was going to happen?
Yeah, she's being awful about this. This is one of the first kind of tells that maybe there's an underlying romantic interest with him.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, I do feel like you can kind of track it. Maybe there's even a little bit of evidence here and there before this, but this is one of the big plays, and especially the way he's going to send her off to Paris at the end of this. There's this, like, really kind of sweet moment between them where you can tell he's not going to act on his feelings, but he's got them.
Ha, got him.
He almost got him.
That's a different guy.
Did you throw a rock at him?
Austin is very upset that I don't like Superman 2. It's okay.
I mean, there's still way worse Superman things, even if you don't like that movie. Like,
no, yeah, Superman 3 is worse. At least Superman 2 has an awesome villain.
who has this wonderful moment where he analyzes pie.
And then he became Jor-El.
Yeah, you know, history's weird.
You start out as Zod, then you become Jor-El.
I don't understand that line.
Yeah?
Well, Lionel says, who owns the caves? Your family seems to believe they do. Why is family? Like, he keeps going down there. But why is Jonathan throwing this at, or why is Lionel throwing this at Jonathan and Martha? Like, that's weird.
Because Jonathan barged in the caves and beat the crap out of him.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, that's not because he thinks he owns the caves. That's because he knew where Jonathan was and he went and kicked his ass.
Yeah, same difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Austin, it's not a good movie. And then I like Superman 4, but I think Superman 1 is the best one, and that it's weird because Superman 2 has like really bad character stuff but a great villain. And I think Superman has a great character stuff and a bad villain. So like if you could just combine the two and like take the character stuff and then the villain from 1 and the villain stuff from 2, you'd have like a perfect movie.
Yep. And change the ending of that whole thing so that there's not reversing time back.
Yeah. Get rid of that and the weird S thing.
Yeah, now Austin's gonna get silly. Can we just talk about this? Like,
you know, it's a brave choice to make a farm boy from Kansas be an expert in Indian mythology.
well, he's not. He got downloaded with Kryptonian language from a cave. which inadvertently makes him look like he's an expert in Indian mythology because all the Indian mythology is from Krypton. That's what really
it's a
happened.
very tangled web we weave.
You know, John, you often have the right cliche for the right moment.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, tangled web weave. That was the right time to use that.
Well, thank you, I try. And by try, I didn't try very hard at all.
Oh, you're not like you need to be more like Lionel's wife. You need to try.
John Glover would be an interesting cast for like Megatron as like a voice actor.
Oh, sure. I could see that.
Or maybe Optimus, but that might just be me not wanting to hear Thomas or what's his name? Thor as Optimus.
I don't really want that either. Road Brando, there's not much to discuss with this episode, to be fair. It's just more slightly offensive Native American stuff. Yeah. I'm with you. It's a little dragged out.
Yeah.
Certainly, but there's some nice follow-up character stuff with it.
And I mean, at least this guy's funny. I can't take him seriously at all, but he's funny.
He's reminding me of somebody. He's got like these like really pensive eyes, like these really dark pensive eyes. Oh, my dogs are barking upstairs.
Okay, so this is cheating. If he's gonna get all the abilities of a Kryptonian, he should have the weakness.
Especially since that happens when you do the transference.
Yeah, like why is he not weak to? And also, shouldn't Clark be a better fighter by now? How can that dagger, the dagger that pierced his body,
came from his trailer? Okay, so we got Clark on Green K. Anything else so far? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, did he get thrown?
No, he got stabbed.
Oh, that's the same thing.
Yeah. You would really think 3 years in he'd be a better fighter than that.
Well, to be fair, he's usually able to just overpower people and like pick them up and throw them, and that's about all he has to do. Like if he spent more time without powers, maybe, but
he's like, you mean I have to try?
Try. Try, Lillian. Try.
Prime. I need you to try.
Prime.
And then Optimus Prime is like, yeah, dude, what's up?
He just improvs all of his lines.
Yeah, like, whoa, I'm turning into a car.
Hey, John, I'm going to need you to hold the fort for just a couple minutes. I'm sorry, man. I got to run upstairs. I'll be right back.
No problem. Because he is not Kryptonian, but he has all the powers of a Kryptonian. And if you have the powers of the Kryptonian, you should have the weaknesses. And Austin Shockwave could be interesting, I guess. I don't know. Who's this guy? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Because that's what Transformers do. Yeah, Austin, that, but in like an Australian accent. Suntan lotion, would one be invincible? What? Okay, so are we also gonna say that the dagger like regenerates?
What did I miss, John?
People are saying he's not weak to kryptonite because he got his powers from the dagger, but like the last time we did a transference, it was through meteorite, not because he was born a Kryptonian. He still had a weakness. And then we're at whatever this is.
Okay, but to be fair, like Jonathan got powers, and he doesn't have a weakness to kryptonite.
That's true.
And it's not a transference from Clark, but I just don't understand what it's even doing to you that gives you powers.
Yeah. Senior Sticks, if you add kryptonite to sunblock or suntan lotion, would one be invincible? What?
Why would kryptonite make you invincible? I think it would give you cancer. So yeah, if you want cancer sunblock, knock yourself out.
That reminds me of... I don't know if you remember this, but there's another commercial in
Oh,
RoboCop
look,
2.
he has a red cape.
Blanket, yeah.
See? So we have to kind of reference there. It's been a while since I put one of those in. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. The whole sunblock thing, I don't know if you remember this, but there's that one commercial in like fake advertisement RoboCop 2 for sunblock, like 500 SPF or whatever, and she's just like blue from suntan lotion.
Dagon Spear Cap, it's something space science that's indistinguishable from magic. Yep.
It's the magic of a young girl's heart.
That they haven't remotely thought about whatsoever. I'm a broken record with this. It drives me crazy. And it's just going to get worse.
Jonathan just turned into E.T. for a minute. I'm surprised he didn't go Jonathan phone home.
Lewis Cox, I've always wondered if Lionel killed Lex's mother or just let her die of some illness. I think anything is possible. I mean, I don't know if we ever get a clear for sure like sequence that shows how she dies.
It was her own blade that pierced her heart.
It came from her trailer.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This episode is kind of dragging.
Yeah, it really is. It really is just one last hurrah for this Native American stuff. The one big thing.
Now he's got his brown jacket.
The one big thing this episode gives us thematically that I like a lot is just the idea that Lex has really come too close already to the way his father is, and when they both touch the knife, it disintegrates, and there's a clear, symbolic thing going on there that I like quite a bit.
And I know it's a shame. It's because it's a TV budget, but it's a shame when we finally get someone that Clark can go toe to toe with. We can't have a longer, better fight.
That's not just out in the woods.
Yeah, and then just kind of smacking each other.
By the way, yes, we have woods in Kansas that kind of look like this because woods are woods.
Really? I thought woods were
yeah.
stone.
Was it you or Austin that asked me that?
It was me.
Oh, okay.
Because it looked like he was in Vietnam or on the set of a Vietnam movie.
You know what? To be fair, I will say there is in that overhead shot there were definitely some plants that don't look very indigenous to around here, but for the most part, woods are woods.
It took him that long to figure out, maybe if I get the dagger out of his hand.
Dagon Spear, I definitely think it's an easy catch all for their plot, but I always kind of figured it was some kind of science that I just didn't understand. Giving him too much credit there. I think they put that in the intro later?
I don't think so.
Where they both touch it and disintegrate? I'm almost positive. I'm gonna find it and show it to you, sir, because I know I've seen that image way too many times for it not to be part of that intro.
Or you just watched this episode a whole bunch.
See, that's the thing, is I know I didn't.
Somebody say.
You know what?
It's just a tiger.
You could just believe me and stop giving me crap all the time.
I mean, yeah, but then you'd think something was wrong with me.
I don't want you to suddenly act all out of character and
trick people into telling me the truth.
Oh no, John is not himself today.
That's why we need to get Austin in here now so we can use my Kryptonian powers on him.
I don't remember what that does. I'm sorry, what was it, John?
I said now we need to get Austin in here so we can use our Kryptonian powers on him.
He's got a chance at 2 more episodes.
Yeah, but hasn't he already faced the possibility that it could be Lex? Like, he should be aware of this.
Oh yeah, no, you're right about the speech at the end of this, where he says maybe the hero. Lex has this great bit where he says, "Has it occurred to you that the hero of the story might be Sagith?" That whole business is awesome. But what do you mean, John?
I mean, I thought he already had dealt with the idea that Lex might be Sagith.
I don't think that he's come right out and talked about that. I mean, we've had the heads before, but I don't know that he's. Well, yeah, maybe when with the wolf girl, there was a little bit of not like straight up talk about that, but it was just clear that he had to have been thinking about it because he's like, well, no, maybe he wouldn't have thought it was Lex yet because I mean they were still close enough at that point.
Well, but that's why he went to Lex, because the legend is its best friends turned enemies.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's a good call. But maybe the idea is that's just the first time he's talking to his parents about it.
Maybe.
I don't know. You're probably right.
Is it legal for a sophomore or junior to run a business?
Well, I feel like she would have curfews and things. Yeah, she is pretty underage. I mean, your parents would have to co-sign for things. Or your guardian.
Yeah, she doesn't have one of those.
Well, no, she does with Aunt Nell, but she could have done that before she left town.
Was Lex and Clark best friends? Well, I mean, yeah, they're still best friends.
Oh, Robert, I think you're right. I think I'm wrong, and it's not in the intro. He says the reason you've seen that clip of Lex and Lionel touching the dagger a million times is because it's one of the clips used for the Season 3 DVD menu screen. You're probably right. That probably is why.
Yeah.
Probably is why. Shut up.
Oh, you also missed Pete snapping at Chloe.
Did he tell her to give him the damn keys again?
Yeah. Stop asking why he was upset.
Or were they... Oh, but they're still not dealing with his romantic feelings for her at all, right?
No.
No, it's just about... Yeah, this is us setting up his leaving and all that, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to leave. That's the whole idea at the end of this.
Everybody dies. I mean, leaves. Because I mean, let's be honest. If you're not on Smallville, you might as not exist.
Dagon Spear, shame I missed your Memorial live reaction. Did you hold it in such high acclaim? Yeah, I think it's the best episode of the season so far, and I was still putting Perry there, but I had kind of forgotten about it and how good it was. And yeah, it's kind of brilliant.
It's kind of brilliant.
It is.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Lillian, I want you to try. Try.
Try. Hey, Austin, if you're still here, try.
Austin, you have to try. And roll out.
I was frozen today. I don't know, Senior Sticks. Who's upset?
Robo Brando says Lionel should have ousted Lex from Luthor Corp right as he left a cafe/movie theater in the hands of a high schooler. Horrible business decision.
That is not what's best for business.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Lex gives the speech to Clark. That's what makes this scene so cool. As much as this one kind of drags, some of the stuff with Lionel and Lex and then just this speech is enough that makes me still have to flip it green. But it's kind of a light green. This is not one of the better mythology episodes at the end of this.
That's a very Bruce Wayne response.
Yep. Oh, you mean for BVS?
I mean, for BVS, but like just in general, right? Like, power left unchecked could lead to.
No, that's absolutely true. Yeah, you got to know everybody's weaknesses in case they.
That's why I've never had a problem with if there's even a 1% chance that he could be our enemy.
Well, I don't want to argue with you about it, but the problem with that is that, like, I don't know, taking it as an absolute certainty, I think is stupid. Like, we have to have protocols. We have to, like, we can't trust him completely. Anyway, I'm not getting into that again.
Yeah. I'm not doing that again.
I'm not doing that again. Okay, guys, we're going to take one more break here, and then we're going to come back and do, if I can talk. We're going to watch them. I don't know if I'm going to say anything. We're going to come back and do the last two right after this. Where do you sign flip on that one?
Oh, I'm going to flip red.
Are you really?
It's a light red, but I was bored through most of it.
That's fair, man. I was a little awesome, conflicted, honestly, but
imagine how cool it would have been if we had this show better written, and you got David Boreanaz to be Bruce Wayne.
Nope, not with you on that.
Oh,
I've never seen it. I've heard other people say I've never seen that.
I think he'd be perfect as TV Bruce Wayne.
I don't see it. I don't know. I don't see Boreanaz playing, like, rich guy.
I mean, that's kind of what Angelus is. Just you take out the murder psychopath part.
Yeah, but like modern rich guy, I don't know. Something about that I'm not seeing.
That's fair.
But it's hard to put my finger on it. Anyway, all right. Like I said, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. We're gonna watch 2 more episodes, and then that's gonna be it for us today.
That's all, folks.
Thanks for watching, guys. Well, don't say that. We're not done. All right, see you in a bit. Hey everybody. We've got 2 more episodes left for the 3rd season of Smallville on our insane quest to watch every season of this show in 24-hour streams or less. It's not going to take quite 24 hours. We started at 10 o'clock Central my time last night, and it looks like we're going to finish up by at least 6 my time, if not better, actually. So we're really making time now. I was really worried about it at about the halfway point because we were not.
Are we
getting
going
the best
88
time.
miles per hour?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were doing. Exactly.
Heck yeah.
Hello, John.
Hello, Cap.
Well, are you ready to bring it home, sir?
I'm not, because this is Pete's last episode.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not, because this is Pete's last episode.
Oh, are you gonna cry?
I'm sad.
Yeah. It's funny because it's taken you this long to even remember the man's name.
Who?
You're not going to be able to do it anymore. You're not even going to want to do this show anymore because that running gag will be done.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. I'm just doing the first 3 seasons. Noah's going to do the last 7.
That's not going to happen. I need someone that's at least seen the show once. you know what we do have now, though? I won't have the legs of who, but we do have Try Jillian. Jillian.
We could probably make
Lillian.
that
Who the
last
hell is
until,
Jillian? Try Lillian. Try.
We could probably make that last until Lionel leaves.
Jillian, Julian, Lillian. That's why I did that, right?
Laura!
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 Why did you say that name?
Do you bleed?
Do you drown in kryptonite? Apparently not. Apparently you're actually immune to everything.
I just want somebody. I need to see if Austin will do it. But I want somebody to take the "Do you bleed" scene, but before the "you will," it's "Do you bleed," and then you edit in the Predator scene. I ain't got time to bleed.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, guys, two episodes. So, Forsaken is the 21st episode of season 3. Does it feel like we've been at this a really long time, or has this kind of shot through?
In the moment it felt like a long time, but now that we're here, it kind of feels like it was like that.
It doesn't feel like we've been doing this for a whole day. But it did a while ago. I'm completely with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I think that's, at least for me, that's how it has been kind of with all 3 of these so far. Around the middle, I start to feel it, but by the time we get to the end, I'm like, wow, we're done already.
Yeah. And also, like, I feel pretty coherent with it right now. I can tell I'm not totally normal, you know what I mean? But my faculty is, I feel like I'm pretty well there, even if my, facial motor skills aren't as much. But then I know as soon as we're done and I sit down for any amount of time, I'm going to completely crash.
Oh yeah, I'm going straight to bed after this. It'll only be like 8 o'clock and I'll probably be up at like 3 in the morning, but it'll be fine.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh no, I don't care.
Well,
I wish...
You're awesome for doing this with me, dude.
Yeah, I love doing these.
I've been really happy with them. They're so much fun to make.
No, Senor, we promised we would watch an entire season of Smallville. That's all you get.
Yeah, I mean, I say 24-hour stream to just make it really clear what we're doing, and that it, it takes really close to that. I mean, it's a day. All right, let's get into it, guys. Forsaken, Season 3, Episode 21. Get ready to press play when I say now. And we're just about to do it. Here we go. Everybody press... Everybody please press play right now.
Or at the very least, try.
Try Lillian. Try Julian Lillian.
Laura!
Remember, a smile is worth 1 billion words. Lex, go anywhere else in your house. You live in a castle! Somehow his mansion feels smaller than the Wayne mansion in Gotham. That shouldn't even be possible.
I just want, like, them to be communicating from opposite ends of the mansion. Lex, what'd you say?
While it's raining indoors.
Yeah. Robert Wilde, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, see, check it out. There is some love triangle face happening right there.
Yeah. No, I think they've started to set that
They're
up.
setting it up. There's no disputing it. Don't dispute it, you're wrong. Love triangle face. And also considering that he tells Clark to let it go.
What, did he turn into the Beatles all of a sudden?
Now again,
the best jokes are the one you have to pause it, like, wait a minute, what is...
Stop quoting Paul McCartney. What are you doing?
You know, it was very strange. He went from, like, Napoleon and Sun Tzu to Paul McCartney.
To Paul McCartney or George Harrison. Yeah. Robert Wilde, Love Triangle Face should be a band name. That's a great band name. Oh, if I ever start a band. Jason wants to start a band with me called Just Chips for Dinner, which I've always really liked.
Oh, yeah, this is the sequel to that Creepy Girl episode.
Yeah, which is weird because they put it in exactly the same place that was last year. That was the penultimate episode of that season, and this is okay. I don't like it as well.
Yeah, I don't think you needed a sequel to that.
It's like we just haven't reached our quota of psychopaths stalking and kidnapping Lana this season.
Well, I mean, we haven't. She hasn't been kidnapped in like 10 episodes.
It's been a while. I mean, the only thing she's traumatized by right now is leaving and having to lose her movie theater.
No, but if you think about it, the last time that she's been traumatized was Clark's stalker girl.
Which was just not that big of a deal compared to everything Lex has gone through this year.
Yeah, and she didn't even have a real knife. She had a prop knife.
That was...
Also, this girl has aged 15 years in one season.
No, that's because of accelerated cloning.
I know, it's just funny.
There's a whole reason for that.
What is this, Star Wars? They should have called this Attack of the Clones.
We really should have counted the jump scares, dude.
This is the season where Keurig had a bit more input with her character.
Kristen Keurig? Kristen Keurig made my coffee. Well, that makes sense because she owns a coffee shop. At least Lana does.
But it doesn't track.
Now she's a murderer.
Her more input with her character 3 seasons in.
Dude, this was scarier when she was actually a little girl. Now and this actress does the best she can, but now she has to be an adult who still has the mind of the child and doesn't do that cute, sweet smile that made it worse.
Yeah.
And she's a straight up murderer now.
Somebody save that guy.
No, I'm with you. We really don't need this episode. Let's just skip this one and go right to the end.
AMC turned into Tom Petty for a second. She's just a small town girl.
Picky Riggy, this is the season. Oh, did you actually read that? You read that.
Yeah. It's Picky Ricky.
Kristen Keurig.
I'm gonna start calling her that for the rest of the time we're doing this.
I'm sorry, Kristen Keurig. We don't mean to make fun of your name, but it came up and it's funny.
Hey, it's that one guy. He keeps showing up at this house. He just plays basketball.
See, they're playing basketball for the last time because he's being written out. There's something about what we're doing with Pete from the very beginning of this that kind of screams, this is your last episode.
Yeah. Has he been on the podcast yet?
No. I've been wondering why they haven't gotten him yet. I can't remember if they mentioned that they're trying to get him and they haven't gotten him yet or what, but yeah, they're running out of time.
I bet you it'll either be this episode or his comeback in season 7.
Maybe both. I bet they'll try to get him for both.
Yeah.
Now, I get that they're already writing him out in the sense that you know that he's leaving, but like Lana's also leaving and Chloe's also leaving, and neither of them are going to leave the series. So I don't think the viewer is supposed to think that he's just done for good.
Yeah, but Chloe's just, well, Lana, I'll give you, but Chloe's just going to the Daily Planet, right?
Yeah, but when you get to... I'm trying to remember. I think... Doesn't the way that end... Isn't it she's in a safe house?
Oh, yeah,
that
no,
then
Chloe's
blows
the
up.
one they
They're
fake
supposed
her
to make
death.
you think she's dead by the end of this.
Yeah. Because the first episode of season 4 will be them looking for her.
No, wait, am I remembering this wrong? Is Pete actually saying right now that he's staying, but then he leaves at the end because he gets kidnapped again?
Yeah, so
Maybe that's
what'll
what it
happen is he plans to stay.
Okay.
But then he gets kidnapped by a corrupt FBI agent and tortured.
Yeah, for information on Clark, he doesn't give it, and then he's like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, because the first episode will be Clark coming back with no memory, and then the second episode will be them looking for Chloe.
Yeah, and they're just trying to get crazier and more bombastic and ridiculous with every cliffhanger. But I think the most ridiculous one is 4.
Is it?
A second meteor shower that comes out of nowhere? Yes.
Oh, yeah. I was just thinking of the fortress.
Yeah. No, there's a meteor. It's ridiculous. It never gets stupider than that, right? I mean, I don't remember all of them, because I think they do a cliffhanger every single season with the show.
No, they do. No, yeah, 4's ending into 5 is the biggest. The rest are more, I mean, I'm not gonna say they're like smarter, but they're more low key and like
Relatively, yeah.
I'm more interested because like even with the season 4 finale, I forgot about the meteor shower because the Fortress of Solitude cliffhanger is a much better cliffhanger.
Yeah, you're right. This doesn't really feel like a sequel we needed. There are other episodes where you're probably thinking like, why didn't we get a sequel to that if we have to do this? Now, to be fair, we did end that last episode like maybe we would follow up on it, but we do that with other things that just never come.
We should have.
Like, why not Lucas ever again if we're doing this?
We should have just done a Tina Greer trilogy.
Well, she got impaled at the end of that.
Have you been watching the season?
Oh, what if she came back with Clark blood?
Yeah.
Okay, here's what it is. Here's the Tina Greer trilogy. You ready? So Tina Greer wants to take Lana's place. And then, the second time she comes back, she wants to take Clark's place and be with Lana, right? Isn't that what they do? And then the third one, she comes back resurrected with Clark's blood and decides that she wants to not just be Clark, but Kryptonian, and tries to become Kal-El. and gets delusional and decides that maybe she even thinks that she's Clark and thinks she has powers or gets powers somehow, like his powers, and then thinks that she is like the the Kryptonian savior, the Naman thing. Oh my god, that would have been great. They should have done that. Yeah, what if she, as Clark, goes to Jor-El, and for a second Jor-El actually thinks that it's him? He's like, we're gonna start your training.
What if she's the one that gets sucked into the cave?
Yeah. Oh, you mean in the first place?
Yeah. The finale ends with her getting sucked into the cave instead of Clark.
Oh, you mean in season 3? Yeah.
In the next episode.
Oh boy. See, we could have written the show.
And when she's just like, first wakes up because she's alive, she goes, Clark! And then Laura!
Yeah, and then Jor-El, like, she can't do anything Jor-El's telling her to because she's not actually Clark, and he goes, try. Try. Dagon Spear, Cap, it's heavily suggested that space magic science of the stone caused the meteor shower. We have complained about this already a lot, and we're finally going to deal with it next time, so I'm not going to belabor this too much. But all we get is there's a darkness in space. And if you can't pull all the 3 stones together, meteors are going to come out of darkness. Like, are they from the initial planet? They're made of kryptonite. Where did it come from? Was there a stockpile of kryptonite from the planet that just went in a black hole somewhere and hung out until the stones didn't come together? Why?
I don't know.
Are you serious, Dagon Spear? I didn't know about that.
Like,
sorry. He said the Chloe Chronicles comic suggested that Lionel's level 3 was keeping Tina Greer alive.
Oh.
Oh my god. Anyway, I'm sorry.
This can't be canon, right?
No, that's not canon.
This legitimately does make me want to go episode by episode and just write something that rewrites Smallville into a Superman story. And I'm not even a writer.
What do you mean by into a Superman story?
Take all the ideas we pitched, making Chloe this universe's Lois, making Lana the confidant, all that stuff, and fixing stuff.
Yeah. And you mean just getting him to Superman by the end? But better?
If I was doing it, because I'd keep stuff from the first 3 seasons, he'd be Superman by season 6.
But then you just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going.
But you change the name of it.
Yeah, at that point it'd be Metropolis.
Yeah.
And just take the ideas from those seasons of Smallville and tweak them to fit.
That's pretty gruesome right there.
Change mythology.
And see, she doesn't know, Lana doesn't know that that's the little girl yet. But she's got to figure it out pretty soon.
What is this girl's deal?
That was a throw. She wants to force Lana to be her best friend forever. They're doing the same kind of horror thing from last time, basically. Except now it's going to be like a disturbing kidnap, put you in a box plot. Where she's in like a room set up to, or like a cell set up to look like a bedroom. I was gonna count something. Oh, throwing. I wish we'd counted that. I want to know how many times it happened this season. Going up the building. It had to have been like 22. It's the look of somebody who lost his clone.
Count Dooku.
Now let me ask you this. Do you think that at the point... I don't know why you said that, but it was funny. Do you think that at the point that Lionel has kind of moved on from the cloning thing and is like desperately trying to resurrect people with Clark's blood to save himself, he might abandon the little girl entirely and just have her killed? I'm not totally sure why he keeps her around.
No, he'd absolutely kill her when she's no longer useful.
That's what I thought. And maybe the idea is supposed to be that he didn't realize he was at that point yet with her and like didn't really have her on his radar or whatever, but it's much more obligatory sequel than anything. Okay, so now they are at full-on enemy place. You betrayed me. Oh, thanks, Robert. He's gonna put the going up the side of the building in his book. Oh, I forgot Dr. Tang got murdered. Okay, how many takes do you think they got of inexplicable blood experiments?
It had to be a few, right?
That looked like a mouthful of your inexplicable blood. Like, I can't even get through it. Experiments.
Inexplicable blood.
Inexplicable blood experiments.
Inexplicable blood experiments.
Yeah, it's not easy, right?
Well, tell me it didn't happen. I saw it happen.
And then he's got that face again.
Lex, try.
Well, and I think what makes it worse is that, again, a couple episodes ago in that wonderful flashback episode, when he realizes that Lex didn't actually kill Julian, he's rethinking the way he thinks about his son and wanting to finally put a relationship together. Lex is like, absolutely not, I don't care anymore. And now they're full-on enemies, and he's coming in wired. Like, Lionel's not taking responsibility, of course, for any of that.
Yeah, this is a very different Lionel. Like, you can tell he's like almost like a wounded animal.
Yes. Yeah, he's
trying.
He's all instinct now. And I mean, think about it. He's got nothing left to lose. Like, he's going to lose his reputation if Lex is able to get the evidence out that he killed his parents.
Yeah.
And he's dying. And he's not going to have the relationship with his son that he could have, that he could have had if only he had known that his son didn't kill the baby. Another Lex line I like a lot, I can't remember what episode it's from, is blood platelet cocktail. That one's hard. Blood platelet cocktail.
Blood platelet cocktail.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Interesting. Cap, do you think the Adam Knight story was really supposed to have Adam as a clone as a counterpart to Emily Eve Dinsmore? I doubt it.
No, because they were already making a big deal in season 2 about the properties of Clark's blood. They were kind of setting that up with Helen when she gets his blood. And so they're doing the cloning thing and the blood thing at the same time. Probably just to come up with enough high concept episodes that are all Lionel's doing crazy experiments. and then retroactively they decide he's doing those experiments because he's dying. But to be fair, for that story, whether you came up with it in the first place or not, it makes sense that you would have different avenues he's trying.
Yeah.
You know? So he's seeing if he can find a cure in, like, genetically experimenting with kryptonite and cloning, and with Clark's blood. And of course, Clark feels responsible for all of it, because if he had never come in the meteor shower, Lionel wouldn't have any of these resources. I mean, there's some good Shakespearean drama with that, and with his best friend being the son of the villain that he's kind of helped to create. Like, all of that is good. I'm sorry, what?
You paused at son of the, and I went mask.
Trying to write some analysis on the fly here, sir. Dagon Spear, the cloning thing could have led into the blood story. Yeah, but again, I think it's better that they're like separate avenues he's trying. Like, actually, I disagree. The blood thing and the cloning thing have to be separate. Why? Because the cloning comes directly from kryptonite, and the kryptonite and the blood don't mix. So no, those have to be separate things. You put the kryptonite up to the blood, and it boils it. Like, they have apparently different properties. Now, we got really loose rules, so, like, I can't argue too much with this. Like, kryptonite can do anything you want it to, but the blood we're a little bit more rigid with. Like, you're not using that to clone anybody, except, I mean, maybe you could clone Superman, or clone Clark with it. With the, well, no, not with the kryptonite, because, again, the blood would boil.
So I get that she's, like, mentally a child.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But wouldn't it be, like, even a child would realize, say, just to make sure, you know it's me, blah, 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 right? Unless I missed it, but it's plain like Lana doesn't understand who this is still.
No, she's talking down to her like she's still a child. Right?
She's talking down to her, but I don't think it's because she knows who she is.
No, she does. She called her Emily, like, at the start, like her zipping around like that, and then there's, I can't remember what it is, but there's a thing she says that Emily said back in that
her
first
name
episode.
is Laura.
Yeah, she knows it's Emily. If memory serves, I'm talking over this, but
Picky Ricky wants to know, where's a Tribble when you need one?
Yeah,
in space, the final frontier.
We've made fun of all that with the Triple Blood already. But yeah, this did that, and it was just as stupid back then. Actually, this is less stupid because at least the experiment didn't work. Like, you can't use the blood to just willy-nilly resurrect people. You're basically just bringing back a corpse that seems to maybe have a soul, but it's gonna die, or it's gonna stay dead.
Dun dun dun.
Dagon Spear, but I think the healing blood boiling story point only started by the time the Adam Knight story started to conclude. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, we before that we had, if you took Clark's blood and you put kryptonite up next to it, it was killing the blood. I think we had that in 2. I could be wrong. I could be not remembering that. But it also only stands to reason that it would do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kryptonite with Kryptonian blood.
Yeah, it would make no sense whatsoever. Think about it like this. And I mean, this is already... I'm arguing stuff that's stupid to explain, to trying to make something less stupid. But think about it like this, okay? So, if the ship itself can be destroyed by kryptonite, the idea that Clark can be hurt by kryptonite but his blood would be okay is preposterous.
T-Edge1 sends in a $2 super chat. Hello from Frontier City Amusement Park. Whoop whoop. Hello, Tom.
Cool, man. I hope you're having a good time. That was a good look. Oh, I love the big pause there. Your friendship pause with Lana Lang. Well, see, we've got to finally converge all these characters and subplots because everyone's been so splintered this whole season.
Yeah.
Dagan Spear, I guess I don't get what you're talking about when he says I meant the blood cocktail, but Clark's blood is part of that, right? What am I missing?
It's Clark's blood.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. What's it mixed with? Like, isn't it just his blood?
It's mixed with magic space junk.
Oh yeah, probably like pineapple and a little bit of kiwi and
yeah, some grapes, maybe some pizza.
It's mixed with pizza? Liquid pizza?
Yeah, you put pizza in the blender and you have a pizza milkshake.
Guys, if you're just joining us, we are 27 minutes into the penultimate episode of Season 3. It's Forsaken, and we're going to watch the very last episode here in just a little bit. Austin, pardon me, because he's not here right now. John and I have been up since 10 p.m. Central Time last night, watching this whole season and chatting about it for you, and you can go back at any time and check out our ramblings. We've had a lot of fun. Oh, no.
Austin.
So 3 does a pattern make, John, and this is now 3 times in a row where our penultimate episode has like a few scenes that are leading us into the finale, but the overall like main A story is just a standalone thing that you kind of could have cut. And the original Emily Dinsmore story is pretty good by itself, but we really didn't need this follow-up. And that second to last episode from the first season, we didn't have a whole lot to say about either, if you recall.
Yeah.
Remember with like that?
No, like this is the definition of we need one more episode to fill our episode count.
But we got to make it feel just important enough that people will like make it slightly cliffhanger enough that people will show up for the big finale.
Yeah. And you know, writing criticisms aside, they were masters at like formatting these shows to get people to keep watching.
Yeah. Bored now. This is some this is like a 60s Batman death trap right here. This is comical.
Yeah.
With a big danger tank? Comical.
Meanwhile, in 60s Batman...
You know what? We didn't have... 60s Batman is not a plays. You know what? You know what the show didn't have? The show didn't have nearly enough action figures, and what it should have had was, like, disturbing playsets. Like, this should have been a playset where you have, like, the comical danger tank and Lana Lang on bed and Emily Dinsmore staring, like, creepily.
And, you know, I've been thinking about it a little bit with some of the other stuff that I'd fix in plot lines.
Yeah.
Instead of just the time travel thing.
Oh, you could have put this water tower in the playset.
Oh my god.
That looks wonderful.
No, instead of the time travel stuff with Jonathan's death, it's Clark has to leave to go to college, So Jonathan has to start picking up the slack around the farm again.
He gets a heart attack.
He's still weakened from the powers, and his heart gives out because of that.
Yeah.
Easy fix. What if 60s Batman was a place, Cap?
I'd be cool if it was a theme park. That'd be neat.
I mean, technically, wouldn't it be a place? Because it'd just be Gotham City?
Yes, but a TV show is not a place. That'd be like saying, what if Star Trek was a place? I'd be like, well, it's the future and space, but it's not strictly a place.
But, to be fair, there is a difference. Star Trek takes place, like, over many planets, whereas, like, Smallville or Batman take place in one place.
That's true, but I'm just saying, strictly speaking, Smallville... okay, so let me break it down like this, okay? Smallville is both a TV show and a place. 60s Batman is a TV show that takes place in a place called Gotham, and there are smaller places inside of that, like the Batcave, and villain lairs, and bad guy submarines, etc. Right?
Meanwhile, in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness...
That's not a place! That's a film! So I've always really liked the tension in the Lex and Chloe relationship, and they take that to some kind of interesting places by the end of 4 into 5. Like, you can tell she does not trust him at all, and during a period where not everybody distrusts him to the point that they're gonna.
Yeah.
Can't believe I had to explain that.
Meanwhile, in Smallville...
Yeah, because it's also a place! That'd be like going, meanwhile, in The Dukes of Hazzard!
Meanwhile, on Star Trek, the original series...
Yeah, you wouldn't say meanwhile, you'd say, like, last time! Okay, like, then... Anyway, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Oh, I forgot it was this guy that does this to Pete. He's been lurking in the background so much, I always kind of forget about him. He's kind of like the, oh, you know, we sort of have one of these each season, don't we? Because the first season we've got Roger Nixon. And then the second season we've got the reporter lady. And here we've got this agent guy. You know, all characters, like, lurking around trying to... And all with different jobs, too. Sniffing around, getting real close to Clark's secret. So that's a little bit of a formula that we're doing. Dagon Spear, there's a difference between showing our sleep deprivation and playing it up for comedy. Now, you be the judge as to which is happening. I don't know if I can tell you right now, actually.
Meanwhile, on that piece of paper...
You know what? There is a distinction. He's doing the first thing.
This needs Batman so that it
can
take on the corrupt
Dagon
FBI.
Spear, I can't remember how many episodes she was in or if she was there toward the end of last season, but wasn't there like a tabloid reporter lady that Lex was trying to pay off that was around for...
She was like trying to seduce him for a quote or something.
Is that all it was? Okay, well then maybe it's not really a formula if she wasn't, you know, figuring out anything about Clark.
No, because if it was formula, we'd have to go back to formula.
Right, yeah. And then we'd have to decide if the formula was a blood platelet cocktail. God, it's so hard to say.
Blood platelet cocktail.
Cocktail. Yeah, it's hard to say. A blood platelet clock tower. Okay, Pete, it was really nice having you in the show for your, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 appearances.
I don't know who this guy is, but he's being very dramatic.
They're playing it off really sad that we're gonna lose this guest star. Not all that much ultimately, it turns out.
He also apparently didn't rough Pete up that badly because he looks fine.
You know what? He's got a tiny bandage here, okay? You just have to imagine the broken nose. We had this same problem a few episodes ago.
Just have to imagine the fire.
When he was drag racing. Day in Spirit may have been 1 episode, but it was definitely 2nd season and not 1st season. Imagine
getting Arnold to say the line blood platelet cocktail. Maybe can't even say cellular.
I'm not sure you can say that.
Cellular?
There you go, now you said it.
Vigilante?
Now, I like the reason he goes. Like, they actually write him out in a pretty okay way.
Yeah, no, he's acting the heck out of this. He's being awfully vigilante.
But yeah, I mean, it's really sad because it's like
he's
not being a coward.
Was.
You know, I said earlier, it's like I can't handle this. It's not that. It's not being a coward. It's saying if I keep getting tortured like this, like at some point anybody's gonna break.
Yeah. It'd be a lot sadder if I knew who that guy was.
Yeah, well, he's gone now, man.
He's gone.
You're never gonna know.
I know. I'm kind of upset about this.
Clark and Lana in the loft.
But don't worry, because Clark will never mention him again.
No, he comes up every now and again.
Does he?
Not a lot. I mean, he does have... There is another character that's basically just that character and Chloe, named Chloe.
Is there...
But doesn't that whole thing make it so weird that we had one scene where he professes his love for Chloe and it never comes up again, and now he's out of the show?
That's why I always thought he just made that up to cover up the urge to tell her the truth about Clark.
He pretty clearly didn't, or he wouldn't have looked that emotional about it.
That's fair.
I don't believe it, man.
It doesn't matter because he's gone.
Oh, she's got the puppy dog eye thing.
Everyone's leaving.
Everybody leave. I don't care that you have secrets, Clark. Except you do, Barry. You really do.
Barry?
That's a Tick quote. Look, I'm gonna quote the crap that I know, okay? If you don't know it, that's fine, okay?
I've only seen the first season of the Amazon show. And that was back when it first came out. It was really good, though.
It's wonderful.
It's just always funny to me who they got to play the Tick in that, because to me, he's just the neighbor or the roommate from Shaun of the Dead.
He was a character actor that always deserved his own thing. He did have his own comedy show at one point, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I forgot about that line, AMC. I don't know if you're right about that, but I am glad you brought that line up. The thing when Lex says when the time's right, he'll do the same for him. I've heard people suggest this. I think this is giving the show too much credit. He says maybe that's a reference to the... he's talking about with Pete to the comic book presidential ticket. I don't think they're thinking that. I mean, it's possible. Now, they could have you know, if they brought him back in the show later on and they did the President Lex thing somehow in the show, I guess they could have done that, but they were never going to do that.
John, would you obsessed over Lana in Smallville if you're a teen in high school? I saw that before you deleted it. No, I would not have.
Well, we got to pretend like he never said it.
Oh. Who?
Oh, now Lex knows exactly what happened. This is all wonderful. I always love that line delivery. I don't know why he emphasizes charge the way he does, but it always stuck with me. Lionel goes, "On what charge?"
Try.
Try. Try to handcuff me. Try. And like, you gotta have the opera. That's important. Well, that didn't foreshadow anything. In fact, you're gonna get kicked out of your penthouse, but it's gonna take another 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Wow, the eyes closed right at the end of that. That is really cool. Boy, that's another episode that it's really hard to call, because all of the stuff that moves the story forward, like, matters and is pretty well handled. But I just need that episode to be about 15 minutes long.
It was a really brave choice to make their 21st episode of the season 10 minutes long. But it worked.
I think for especially the arrest, but also some of the other, Lex scenes and stuff, I have to go with a really light green with that. But where do you go with it?
I'm a light red.
I kind of thought you were going to say that.
Yeah. The stuff at the end is fantastic, but it doesn't make up for having to sit through all that crap with Laura! Or whatever her name is.
Emily Dinsmore.
Yeah, I'm just going to call her Laura Keurig.
Well, it's fine. You don't need to remember her name because she's never coming back. She's not important.
I'm just going to pretend she's Laura Keurig. The long-lost cousin of Lana Keurig.
Keurig. Okay, are you ready to do the last one?
Is Smallville historical yet, John and Cap? I'd say it is.
Historic? What does that mean?
I don't know, but I mean, it's 20 years old.
But I mean, it's a thing in history. I just don't know what that means. Like, do you mean iconic?
Also, isn't Lex's Scottish Castle the same manner? Yes, it is.
Yes, it sure is.
And then yes, I am ready for the finale.
He's like, I want to get out of here so bad. Just press the button. Press the friggin' button. Try, Lillian. Oh, this has been just wonderful. Hey, thank you guys for hanging out with us for however long you've been here, or if you're watching later. We're just sitting around creating the content. I'm sorry, what?
Are we close to having to restart the stream, like, for one episode?
No, we'll be all right.
Okay.
You can actually go to 12, but I like to cap off at 10 just to be on the safe side.
Oh, I gotcha.
So yeah, we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure you can go to 12. Okay, let's go really fast in case I'm wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure I've got one of these that's at least 10.5 hours. So
we will try.
We'll try. I'll look that up as we're going. We're gonna talk through at least 40 minutes of this 45-minute episode. Here we go. Make sure that you are at timestamp 0 for the last episode, which is Covenant, right? I'm not.
Oh no, it's that crappy alien movie.
I'm not looking at it, but I think I liked that in the theater, but I've never watched it again.
I love Prometheus, and that Covenant was just like not the follow-up to that I wanted.
mean, I wasn't super invested or anything. I'm not a big Alien guy, but like I liked Prometheus okay too. And I don't know. I thought that movie was all right, but what do I know? Yeah, I got the title discussing. Thank you very much. Okay, folks. It is time to watch the finale. Everybody, please press play right now. Previously on? No. Shocking.
Meanwhile, in Smallville...
Yeah, yep, that was correct.
Meanwhile, in Friday the 13th...
No! That's not... No.
Hey, look, it's the girl from that one show.
That's the girl from a lot of that one show.
Yeah, that
so
one
that
one
is
show.
Adrian Palacki, a very young Adrian Palacki. And she is in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yep.
And she's in The Orville. And she's
Yep.
Wonder Woman in the failed Wonder Woman pilot.
Yep. She's also in the pilot of Supernatural.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
She is one of the main character's girlfriends that is killed, and is the like motivation for them to go out and hunt.
And she's always an actress that I thought was just fine, but I actually like her quite a bit in The Orville, especially by the second season.
I've only seen part of the first season, but I really liked her in that. Oh, and she's in John Wick 1.
Yeah, and she's really good in that.
Yeah.
Nope, she does a great job.
I also thought she was good casting for Mockingbird. I don't care about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. Yep.
Nor do I know anything about Mockingbird.
Look at the... I thought she was great casting for this character I know nothing about. Look at this wild, insane, provocative opening. It's a naked chick walking up to a house. What's gonna happen?
What's some clothes on?
Wait a minute. Is this that Terminator crossover?
Meanwhile, in the distant future of
Meanwhile,
Terminator,
in the Terminator...
You know, for like, think of it as like from Clark's perspective of a teenage boy.
Yeah.
This is kind of a perfect night, right? Like this naked woman just shows up at his door.
Yeah, but I mean, you say perfect, but it's also super awkward because, like, the last time, you know, a hot chick flaunted herself on him in his house, you know, you saw what happened there.
That's true. Well, and then it gets more awkward when you find out cousin.
Yeah, but not actually.
Yeah, that's why I did the quotation
And then it gets
marks.
even more awkward when you find out that it's just some human girl that Jarrell put in a cave wall.
Yeah, was it? Yeah.
This episode's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
It's just 8 shades of insanity. And this is going to be another example, because you love this so much, of a, I'm being sarcastic, of a human being who gets Kryptonian powers.
Yeah.
Because she's not from Krypton. But
She wouldn't have been a bad Supergirl, though.
No.
I could see her as Supergirl over Wonder Woman.
Yeah, no, I never got the Wonder Woman thing. But I also see her as Supergirl at this age a lot more than, you know, later on. Like, I don't know, her look here is way different from what she'll look like, you know, 10, 15, 20 years after this.
She's like, I don't know how to describe it, but like her face is not as
filled out.
Yeah.
And again, I don't mean to be superficial about it. It's just she looks kind of not like a completely different person. You can tell it's her, but like the shape of her face is a little different.
Yeah.
Dagon Spear kookiness abounds. Yes, it does. I'm from Krypton. So think about this from crazy AI Jarrell's perspective. Did he grab a girl off the street, put her in the cave wall, in case at some point he was going to need an attractive woman to seduce his son because he won't do what Jarrell tells him to? Like, this is crazy.
It's crazy.
What even possessed you to do that? Programming?
He had to try.
Robert, what's the verdict cap? Do you still think this is the best season of Smallville? I think this is the most uneven season of Smallville. It has the best episodes, and then I don't care.
It stopped trying.
It just needs to try.
Please, for the love of God, try. And they had to really think, oh, this is going to be an awesome, finale for the fans. We're bringing in Supergirl. But then it's not really going to be Supergirl.
Well, what I'm wondering is, okay, so it's one of two things. It's either this is going to be our crazy out there version of Supergirl, because we're not planning on ever doing any actual Kryptonians. Like, this early, I don't know if they're doing the 90s Last Son of Krypton thing, or if they actually think eventually they'll do Phantom Zone and Kryptonians and stuff, or if they're going so what I mean is like that would be our version of Supergirl, or if it's supposed to just be kind of a nod to the fans, we'll call her Kara.
Yeah, I wish they decided to do Kryptonian sooner, because I almost kind of wish they had tied him having to come face to face with his Kryptonian destiny through Zod, with his graduating high school, so he's coming of age on both sides and becoming the person he wants to be.
I really like that for a 4-season coming of age story that ends there.
Well, that's when you would do Metropolis, and in that there,
yeah,
just do a Superman
if
show.
you had to do that, or just end it there, because this was never supposed to be a Superman show.
Or just make a Superman show.
Well, sure, but I'm just going with what their initial premise was, which I liked.
And I mean, admittedly, some of that is just ripped off of the Buffy season 3 finale, which feels like the end of the show, and then they kept going.
Yeah.
And I'm not complaining, because I love season 6.
Isn't it interesting that Buffy season 6 and Smallville season 6 both have really twisted, just wrong romances?
Yes.
They both do it.
It's also interesting that season 3 of Buffy and Smallville both have the hero running away from the consequences of their actions.
Yeah. No, and if we ever do Buffy streams, we'll have all these parallels to talk about.
Season 1 will be interesting, because that's only half a night stream.
No, that'll be nice, yeah. Then after that, it'll be like this with all of them.
Yeah. Only there's, if you count Angel, 12 seasons.
Well, yeah. But also, we'll stay a lot more engaged.
Yeah.
And we'll be flipped, because you know that show a lot better than I do.
Mm-hmm. My name's Clark.
Clark! That's an episode title. In the cave wall. Studying.
I was in Gotham City in the 60s, Clark. It was really strange. There was a guy in pajamas calling himself Batman.
I was in Batman 66, my favorite place.
Meanwhile, in Batman 66...
Robert wrote, you know how a normal person gets up and goes to work? Puts a naked woman in a cave wall? And discussing topics that she just has clothes now. Well, no, Clark's parents gave her those.
No, she has clothes vision.
That's a really strange superpower.
Is it any stranger than wall vision? Robert Wild says, why not a Friday the 13th 24-hour live stream? I don't think Cap would survive.
So, one of the reasons Clark isn't going to actually, like, quote-unquote, learn to fly, is because even though he can do it, he's, like, afraid of heights. Did he look scared of heights there? No. No, he didn't. They're, like, floating up to, like, with the moon in the background, and he's just, like... And he looks down! And it doesn't bother him. Just fly! You know you can. Shut up.
You know how a normal person goes to Batman 66?
Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about the flannel shirt. No, you... Well, no, you're right. That must have been... It's dumb that that's off screen. I guess you just have to assume that...
You just have to imagine the change of clothes.
Well, I was going to say you have to assume that she and Martha are the exact same size. Or is it a rogue psycho computer program? You be the judge!
You were everything I wanted to be. Meanwhile, in Spider-Man PS4...
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about this just because I know where this is all going. So, like, she's just saying everything that, you know, Jor-El wants her to say. And then we're going to find out that she's not even Kryptonian. And so we're kind of just going through the motions again of here is somebody who may actually be able to understand him and is a cute girl that he's attracted to. And he can't be with Lana because he can't tell her his secret. But the difference is this time... if he's going to be with her, he's going to also, you know, do his destiny with Jor-El or whatever. And then it's just going to get strange.
So very strange.
AMC, Cap and John, before the season's out, I wanted to ask you if you thought Lionel having his parents killed was a retcon or always planned. It's hard to say, but my instinct has always been... that was maybe in the back of their minds from the beginning, or at least at the point where they decided to make him a regular, because that's the comic book origin, the traditional comic book origin of modern Lex Luthor. So they've just made him comic book Lex.
No, I agree with that. If it wasn't planned, they were able to seamlessly integrate it where it doesn't feel like a retcon.
And one of the few things they could do that with.
Why is this prison cell so bright?
It's a rich person's prison cell.
He's like, I'm sick of everything else being so poorly lit. Give me a bright white cell. Oh, this is where he confesses the liver disease. Getting some film grain.
Oh, and he says exactly when it happens, if he's to be believed anyway. I mean, it's probably true, but I'm just saying, he's always unreliable. Dagon Spear probably would have worked best to save the Blade plot for the penultimate episode and do Jor-El's programming taking someone over or whatever. Maybe he takes over Jonathan?
Well, that would just be awkward. You can't seduce Clark with Jonathan.
Yeah, I don't love the idea that Jor-El would mind control Clark's human father when they've been kind of pitted against each other. And partly just because it'd be like, well, why didn't you just do that in the first place? Like, if he can program him like that, why didn't he just do that at the beginning of the season when he sent him with superpowers? When Jor-El sent...
Arguably, you could make that same argument with this fake car. Why do all this if you can You can possess people, just possess what's his name.
But she's not possessed. That's the thing.
She's rewritten.
No. She, well, kind of, but over a really long period of time. He grabbed her in '89 during the meteor shower.
Meanwhile, in Batman '89,
stop it. She's been in the cave wall for 14 years.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I didn't go back to this episode a lot as a kid.
Well, this is one of the really silly shark jumpy things that I've always made fun of because it's nuts. Like this, and spaceship makes it possible for you to get pregnant, and spaceship is allergic to kryptonite even though it flew there in kryptonite. Love triangle with Doomsday, etc., etc.
Michael Keaton is looking for this woman.
Okay, everyone's pronouncing Kara differently.
Oh, she said the episode title.
Yep. John's like, well, crap, now the thing I just said isn't true anymore. So, like, this book ends nicely enough, but like we talked about earlier, it's just not enough about this going all the way through. Oh, look, he's listening in just like Roger Nixon did.
Why is he listening? Like, why does he care?
He's trying to learn everything about Clark because remember he kidnapped Pete and.
Yeah, but he gave that up when he arrested Lionel.
Money for government secrets? I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say.
That's not a Kryptonian power.
Yeah.
That's also not a very good effect.
Yeah, no, that looks really bad. She could just disintegrate people. Nah, he's dead. You know what? I'm gonna call that a bad guy death. I mean, he did,
is this
kidnap
technically
Pete.
A Kryptofreak?
It's not kryptonite that does it.
That's true.
Is that a car crash? No. It's not.
No, that's a car vaporization.
Oh, we haven't been counting those. She doesn't usually scream, but she's kind of warranted here, I think.
Why didn't you try?
He just needs to try. John, I'll be right back.
Okay. How's everybody liking this episode? Noah, try. I will try. And he's back.
So, John, how do you feel about Jonathan keeping the vow he made to Drell a secret and essentially, in his way, doing the same thing that Clark did at the end of last season?
I like it because it just further parallels that they're extremely similar. And it's kind of that nature versus nurture. Like, he is Jonathan's son, even if they're not blood related. They make the same mistakes.
Yeah. I'm conflicted about it, but I like that angle.
And he had to try.
Yeah, he does keep things close to the vest and doesn't feel the need to, burden people with things he thinks he can handle. And there is maybe a little bit of a point in saying, like, there's not really anything any of us can do about it. But, like, not knowing, I don't know, the thing when he says, like I didn't know if it would ever come to pass, that's a little silly. Like, of course it will. Right?
And he doesn't say that. He says, I don't think it'd be so soon.
No. He said I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was necessary to tell you about a thing that might not ever come to pass. Like, yeah, it was gonna though.
Oh, well, but I think he just meant like in their lifetime, or, because he was hoping it'd be a lot later.
But he seemed kind of in a hurry. Jarrell seemed kind of in a hurry about it in the first place. I still don't get why you waited so long. This is still a big why now question, right? I mean, he could have sent her this whole season.
Yeah.
I guess
it's because
just got out of the
Jonathan
shower?
ignored the covenant.
AMC, just curious, is Lionel anyone else's favorite character on the show? I mean, second for me to Lex, probably.
Lex is my favorite.
Well, I don't know. He seems like God to me.
Like, this is kind of annoying because I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, she talks a lot.
It says nothing.
Yeah. Well, I guess she's just saying, like, we're above humans, and we gotta, like, repopulate the species, because that's how that works. Just there's two of you. But, like, it's a bunch of platitudes. Like, basically, we're having to watch her give a, like, infomercial for Krypton.
This is the first... Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
This is the first episode of Dragon Ball Z where you find out that Goku is an alien from the planet Vegeta named Saiyans, and his brother comes to him with an ultimatum. Us or humanity. I'm
sorry. I have to point something out real quick. That, I believe, is the... Okay, if not, it looks a lot like him. I think that's the Red Ranger from SPD.
I have not seen SPD.
Looks just like him.
I will find out.
That is Jason's favorite Power Ranger show.
I like the suits.
And this would have been right around that same time. Actually, he would have just finished that show, because 04 is Dino Thunder.
Yeah, SPD is 05.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know what I'm talking about. SPD is just post that, yeah. So, he's maybe getting bit parts, and then gets on that show.
Oh, he's also in Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, which is a wonderful movie.
Oh, interesting. Am I right that that's him, though?
Checking. Yep.
Yes!
Delivery Man. Oh, he's in 2 episodes. He's Delivery Man and Yance.
Oh, weird.
But no, Tucker and Dale vs. Evil is a wonderful little horror comedy with Alan Tudyk.
Oh, cool. I think his name in SPD is Jack.
Yeah.
Those characters are actually about to be added into the Heroes of the Grid board game.
Nice.
Jason's very excited.
I should watch SPD.
It's cool.
like I said, I really love the suit designs. Although it's weird, some things I've seen, it looks like they reuse some of the in-space designs.
For SPD?
Yeah. Not for the main team, but there's like a second team, right?
So B team is B squad is the team that we follow, and then there's an A squad that end up being bad guys.
Okay.
But I don't think they look like space majors. But anyway.
No, those helmets are straight out of In Space.
I have not watched a lot of that show.
Okay.
What I know is mostly from osmosis.
Alright, I'm gonna send you these action figures. Maybe. You tell me that is not straight out of...
So yeah, I mean it probably is. I just don't remember what they look like. But anyway,
yeah, sorry, I guess I get sidetracked. I love how grainy this looks.
Yeah.
It's got
okay.
That, like, old school
I thought it was next season, but he's talking about it here. I just cannot tell if he's supposed to be sort of sincere here or not. It doesn't make sense if he is. Like, with the truth serum thing, he just straight up said, I killed my parents. But just something about the performance here, it kind of cries like there might be some truth when he says I didn't kill my parents. Maybe it's the half-truth thing, because he hired somebody else to do it. I'm just not sure. Or maybe it just is master manipulation and he's playing it sincere enough that I'm confused. I don't know. It's tricky because, I mean, he should come off sincere, but at the same time, I'm trying to figure out what the show is saying. Maybe it's not saying anything. Maybe it's just unreliable narrator.
No, I can see that.
Oh, hi, Jason. Jason's in St. Louis right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love Jason.
Visiting his grandpa. Oh, here we go. A bunch of subplots that are all getting geared up for big finale at the end of this. And I gotta say, even though it's really silly that these seasons always have to have the big, huge, crazy cliffhanger happen at exactly the same time of year, right after the high school year is over, this is not too much of a retread of the things we did last season.
Is that as silly as he has a giant picture of Clark just staring in the space?
He's just trying to remember what he looks like, you know?
Like, it's not even a picture of him doing anything. It's just,
there's another one. Yeah, why does he have that? It's kind of creepy. It's like he's building a museum as much as anything.
He's just sitting there, menacingly.
Oh, that's kind of cool, though, that it's got the red vein in it.
Yeah, I like that.
Some of the directing here is not as elegant as a couple episodes before this. And that bit where the camera jumps over to Lex and it makes that sound effect is really silly, where it's like...
That's like a Power Ranger sound effect.
He's got the eel thing. The alien worm.
That's a bad line.
Yeah.
And I always feel awkward with stuff like this because I understand where Clark is coming from, but he doesn't have the room to stand on the pedestal and accuse anyone of lying.
That's true, but it's that kind of typical Superman thing of like, well, he's lying. It's in his mind like a benevolent lie, whereas Lex's is like very selfish and manipulative, and like there is a distinction. How do you like? Do you like Lionel playing that as a trump card?
I don't get what he gets out of it. Is it his final revenge on Lex?
For putting him in prison? I think so.
Yeah, you put me in prison, so I'm gonna blow up the most important friendship you have. I mean, if that's what it's supposed to be, that works.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's just trying to hurt him at this point. I mean, he did threaten him with when he mentioned the Judas thing on his way out.
Yeah.
So it kind of tracks.
No, yeah, I think that works.
Jason says he feels like just watching us and not watching the show. The season is a lot worse than the last two.
I don't know about that. We're starting to get away from the freak of the week, which is when I...
Yeah, but sometimes it's replaced with long and tedious serialized stuff I don't care about.
That's true.
And I don't always know which I'd prefer. Dagon Spear, that's always the issue with Clark. Lionel's trying to get Clark out of being a witness to keep him from getting bail.
But he's not a witness.
No, he said something about Clark testifying against him.
Oh.
But I don't understand. I mean, somebody may just have to explain it to me. I don't understand how his finding out about Lex changes that.
Maybe he won't testify because he's mad at Lex? Or that's the thought process? Yeah. I don't know, it feels more just like, you betrayed me, so I'm going to destroy your friendship. We got to set up the, he was just a minute too late.
I'll give that a love triangle face, I guess.
No, that's totally a love triangle face. He even dropped the rose.
Oh, and of course we have a walking away angry. The ultimate walking away angry.
Is that a walk away angry?
No, I don't mean here. I mean the previous scene when when he sees the Clark Museum. That is the ultimate walk away angry.
That's a rude super speed exit.
Good call. And you know what? We haven't been counting those all season. I don't know that there have been very many.
I don't think there have been too many.
I haven't noticed them. I'm sure there's at least a few that we missed, right?
He betrayed me. I'm fed up with this world. Not a problem, Senior. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Okay, does this kind of feel like a different show? Just the way this building is lit in the color palette on it.
Is that another walking away angry?
Sure, we'll count it.
I don't know if you guys know this, but after season 5, we're gonna reboot it to just watching Kryptofreaks.
You don't want to do the count anymore?
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Sometimes it gives us stuff to talk about. I've never loved the kind of definite thing with that. Especially because it's only a couple episodes into 4 that they start trying to put it back together a little bit. And Lex hilariously tries to bribe him with jerseys for his football team. All right, guys.
We're at a loft scene, but we don't have Alana.
No, she just left for Paris. Well, this is a little convenient, right? Is Kal-El, or Kal-El, is Jor-El godlike enough that he waited this long because he could see the future, John, and he knew that Clark was gonna be really depressed when everybody left and decide he had nothing to lose?
Probably at this point.
Is that what it was? Is that why? Is that the occasion retroactively for story? Come on now. Laura!
Laura!
I don't know how to fly. Try.
I'll throw you off the roof and try.
Try. She's still talking. I don't remember this being as pointless and superfluous as it is with all of her dialogue.
Or as weird.
Oh no, I remember it being weird.
She's fake Kara. She thinks that's her cousin, right?
No, he. All she says is, "I'm from Krypton and my name is Kara." It was very odd when it aired the first time it was on, because I was like, well, I know who Kara is supposed to be, but like, I guess this is part of the reimagining, because that's not Kara Zor-El. Like, she doesn't say Zor-El. That's later.
Hey, Wall of Weird mention.
Hey, are we counting mentions, or do we have to see it?
I don't know. I think he just wrote Wall of Weird. I think a mention counts.
I don't know. There've got to be other times that we didn't count that. Whatever. This count.
A consistent count.
This count is so stupid. So we're
Robert
complete
Wild,
frauds.
super chat, another season down. Well done, guys.
See, all she said was Kara. Oh no, she's my sister. Her name is Lindsay. See, now I'll just grab some girl who got arrested. That's a reason. Snyder's doing his best with this, but
this is all so stupid.
It's pretty stupid. What did he think was gonna happen? I don't understand why Jor-El did it like this.
I don't understand this
just
either.
Get rid of them.
Even if you're intending this to be your Jor-El, why would you reimagine Jor-El into being basically a monster?
Yeah. Well, because they play it like maybe it's a misunderstanding, and even when I've listened to Goff and Miller talk about it, they act like that was the idea, but I don't understand it. They're like, we just don't understand him. He actually has perfectly reasonable reasons for doing everything he's doing, like kidnapping a girl and putting her on a wall for 14 years?
I can't wait to catch up on counting Kryptofreaks.
You mean,
that's
this show.
The other one.
Talkville, yeah.
Listen, I just literally been 23 hours for me, okay?
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Robert put in a $2 super chat.
Your life won't be worth spit!
That's Lindsay. Her life's not worth spit now. He says, another season down. Well done, guys. On to 4. Yeah, well, thanks for being with us for a few of these. It was great.
Is that what they say?
So now we're going to have our real tense, exciting cliffhanger with a lot of slow motion, but not bullet time.
I do not, Robert, because I was not reading Superman.
And this is, like I said earlier, for anybody that wasn't here, we're just ripping off the movie about Elizabeth I called Elizabeth from the late 90s. It's exactly this. It's this Requiem, and Elizabeth gets her hair shaved, and I don't know what we're saying with it with Lionel. I don't know what the point of this is at all. I've never gotten it.
Cool.
Sorry, what?
It looks neat.
It feels symbolic of something.
It's symbolic of he's in prison. No, I don't know. I'm sure there's something like that they were going for.
I'm sure they think it means something. I don't know.
They should have just shaved half his head, and then you reveal that his name was actually Harvey Dent, and he goes by Harvey One Face.
Dagon Spear, while we're at the scene, I want to say I think I've thought that Lindsay being trapped in the cave happened beyond Jarrell's control, and he just used her after he began to control the cave.
What?
So she fell in the cave. Well, that's convenient. And
then he just was like, "I'll use this thing.
I'll just hang on to this girl instead of send her back out and save her. Let's not do that." Yeah, I have no idea. And AMC says, and then BVS ripped this off. Yeah, it's hard to say what material BVS is going to when it does it. It could be either really easily. But rest assured, it did not come up with this on its own.
I don't remember Lex getting poisoned.
No. The Lex head shave thing.
No, Lex just fell over.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. Yes.
No, I'm watching Smallville.
I kind of forgot about that also. Look at the grain on his pants. It's weird. Yeah, Dagon Spear, I was going to say, I thought I remembered that, but I wasn't sure. He said in the commentary, John Glover was apparently going to cut his hair for something else, and he offered them to film it. So then they turned it into this, like, artsy ripoff of Elizabeth for no reason? Okay. We spent a lot of time looking at this for it not to mean anything.
Is it kind of a transformation for him? Like, it's settled in that he lost?
Maybe so. Well, and just practically, well, no, because it's not cancer. I was gonna say if it wasn't liver disease and it was like cancer, it would kind of make sense.
Is that a Superman reference?
Yes, yeah, I've always thought it was. And now he's in a fetal position because he's being reborn.
Yeah, and then to having the ability to fly.
Yes, and acting like a weirdo from like a cold-hearted, strange weirdo guy from Krypton.
Whoops. That is a red from me.
It pains me to do it, man. I'm gonna do the same thing. Isn't that crazy?
No, that episode sucked.
It sucks.
Not even Adrian Padalecki could save it.
No, and she's good with what she's got, but it's stupid. It's just stupid.
It's just plain old stupid.
So, John, it looks like you probably got more red than me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got 9? And I've got 7.
Dang. Almost half the season.
Yeah. And I did about, a quarter of the season. No, a third of the season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just according to the sign flips, we didn't like this season as well as last season.
No, season 2 was better.
You know what,
the
though?
The highs of season 3 are better.
You have the same number of reds in that season, though.
Really?
No. That's season 1. Pardon me.
That's
I've got these out of order. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you said 7 in season 2, and I had more in season 2 of red.
Yeah. Season 2 has more episodes that I like that are consistent, but the highs in season 3, like the Lex flashback, are better.
Yes, I think so too. So now I still can't say what is the best season, and I think I'm just going to have to start saying what you're saying and be like, it's about episodes before it's about seasons.
We only have 6 more to go.
Yeah. We're getting through it, man. This is a gauntlet, but we've kind of got this into a formula. Yeah, absolutely. I say that as I'm starting to fade a little bit. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave your comments. Tell us what you think of this season, what your favorite and least favorite episodes are. And we'll be back again at the earliest, probably early August. We're going to have to figure out our weekend for the next one. I'm going to be out a lot of July. So I'll let you know if something changes, but I don't think I can work it in July. I've got a lot of trips going on and stuff. I'm doing a trip for my wedding anniversary, and we're doing a big family trip with Sarah's family, and there's just a lot going on in July. But we'll let you guys know when we come back for 4. We'll make sure it's not too long from now. And John, any last words?
I'm really glad that we're going back through this because I've been meaning to do it, and this is honestly my favorite way I've seen the show, even if there's bad episodes. Thank you guys for hanging out, and yeah, we'll see you guys next time.
John, once again, I really appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for doing it.
Yeah, no problem. You ever want to do some Power Rangers, you just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk to you about that. All right, thanks for being here, guys. We'll see you later. Bye, everybody.